box office this weekend. Venom took number one. And Venom Last Dance, actually, is what that's called. And, it was this weekend. Hang on a second. I just saw something.
What?
Yeah, I know. I'm looking.
Jamie Gertz was not in Space Camp. You know who was?
Who was that?
Kelly Preston.
Kelly Preston. That's who that was.
Yes.
Okay,
She was. I thought so. And I'm like, man, were they both in that? No.
Yeah, no.
Leah Thompson was in it.
I've only seen
Those were the
Space
two
Camp
ladies.
once, so it seemed right. So,
Yeah,
but I would have gone along with it.
I
I would have been there for you.
All right. In second place was Smile 2, followed by Conclave, the Ray Fiennes film that debuted this weekend at number 3. Then we had The Wild Robot in fourth, followed by We Live in Time to wrap out the top 5 box office. I used to get the top 10. I don't get it anymore. All right.
You know what? Who needs those bottom 5?
Come on, man.
Suck it up
if you want.
No, it's okay.
Okay, then.
Yep.
Screw those people.
I'm going to mention this, and I have a feeling we'll expand a little bit more on it later, but and because it's a music news related story and terrible, but Phil Lesh, Grateful Dead, passed away on Friday, and over the weekend there were a lot of tributes. He was 84 years old. They were supposed to, and I don't know if they've done it yet or not, but the Empire State Building was going to illuminate it in tie-dye colors.
Yeah.
That's
already do it?
terrific.
I saw it, and I actually posted something on my stories about it. I don't know if what I was posting was something else, and this is to come. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
But it was a graphic of the Empire State Building with Grateful Dead playing underneath it. So.
Okay.
Yeah, that was on Saturday, Casey.
It was
that's
wild.
That's really cool they did that.
So I'm playing Box of Rain right now, and my buddy Jeff texted me. He goes, dude, Phil Lesh died. I'm like, oh, man, crap. And I was in my car, immediately went into my Grateful Dead library, and the first song I played was Box of Rain. Now, I always thought this was Jerry and Bob singing. That night, Fish played a concert in Albany, and they opened with Box of Rain. And as it turns out, this is a Phil Lesh song that he sings. And I was like, for me, that was like just cosmic, that was the first song that I went to, that was the song that Fish opened up with. And it's just a beautiful, beautiful song.
Yeah.
And I spent the entire weekend just listening to nothing but Dead. It was awesome.
Yeah, we'll probably talk a little bit more about his career and so on a little later, and maybe play some clips and so on. But Casey, Trey Anastasio had said Phil Lesh was more than a revolutionary, groundbreaking bass player. He transformed how I thought about music as a teenager.
Do you know, I'll never not think of him and think of Space Camp. To me, that's...
Him and Jamie Gertz.
So he was born in 1940 in Berkeley, California, and began playing classical violin before switching to cool jazz big band trumpet, his official Dead biography said. Later studied with experimental Italian composer Luciano Berio before his friend Jerry Garcia told him in 1965 that he was the new bass player for the Warlocks, Garcia's band that was a precursor to the Grateful Dead. Lesh responded, "Why not?"
It's super casual. If genetically anyone was predisposed to be in the Grateful Dead or be part of it, it was him. Because I was watching a couple interviews. But he was super well educated as far as music goes. The length and breadth of his musical knowledge was amazing.
He is survived by his wife, Jill, and their two sons, Graham and Brian. I have some other stories to pass along. This one is very interesting. Yesterday, a Timothy Chalamet lookalike contest took place in New York's Washington Square Park and attracted a large crowd of young men resembling the actor, and the gathering took an unexpected turn when Timothy Chalamet himself showed up.
No way.
I love this.
It's awesome that he did it.
Great. He had a mask and hat on, and then they revealed his identity to the crowd. Police attempted to manage the crowd size because it was packed. Even detaining at least one participant for an unknown reason. But the thing about this, and I have no idea who promoted it, whose idea it was, but the winner was getting $50.
It's like $50.
It wasn't like this big deal.
That wouldn't even cover parking.
And it was a mob of people, and Timothy Chalamet himself showed up, and obviously when he did, you can see all the cameras up. Everybody's just taking pictures and videos.
You'd obviously enter as Dune, right? From Dune. Character. The guy who won was Willy Wonka.
Oh.
There were a few different Willy Wonka characters, but they showed up for it.
I think it is cool.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
You gotta love that. And there were hundreds of spectators on board, so somebody got $50.
I can't remember the details. Maybe you guys can remember for me. Isn't there a famous story where a person showed up for a lookalike contest and it was that person and they ended up in third place? So it was like
it sounds vaguely familiar.
Does that ring a bell at all?
It does.
I can't remember the details, but this story just reminded me of that, and it's somewhere in the recesses of my brain.
There are loads of stories. I forget who the actor was, but he was his agent. The call went out for a guy who was this actor-ish
Type.
Yeah, and the agent said, "I can do you one better. I can get you him." And he goes, "No, we don't want him."
Oh, that's great. Pete Davidson emerged from a self-imposed mental health break last week looking considerably different. The comedian attended the sneak preview of The Room at the Intuit Dome in Inglewood, California, and fans got a good look at the massive tattoo removal process that he is undergoing.
Wondered how this was going. He was interested in attending the Timothée Chalamet lookalike contest, so he must look a lot different.
It was Charlie Chaplin.
Oh, Charlie Chaplin.
Charlie
Really?
Chaplin showed, and he ended up in third place in his own lookalike contest.
That's great. Posing with Machine Gun Kelly, Davidson can be seen with mostly bare arms. Big difference from his past appearance, where both arms are covered in ink. And it's the first time since this summer that many fans have seen him because in July, he checked into a wellness facility for his mental health. So I guess he's doing all right.
Did you see the pictures? I didn't see pictures. I'd be curious if the skin looks 100% normal, if there's a slight discoloration. I mean, that's an extensive amount of tattoo removal.
It also takes a long time.
Yeah.
It takes about a year for them to eventually fade.
You'd spoken a while ago about having the ones on your ankles removed and maybe redoing them. Is that something you're still flirting with or no?
Well, I found out. So mine, the one around my ankle has several different colors and whites and yellows.
Yeah.
You can't remove.
Really?
Yep.
I did not know that.
Yep. So it has to do with the laser. It doesn't affect that part of the spectrum. And the only thing you can get rid of are the darker colors. So friends, if you're getting a tattoo, keep that in mind. Yellows and whites in case you want to change your mind. Now, I could get a cover over, and I probably should, and most likely will at some point, but I just haven't figured out what I want to do yet. So.
You know what? Get on one ankle, Jamie Gertz, and on the other, Annie Potts.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. All right, so this one's for Casey. They were eliminated from Dancing with the Stars on October 15th. Shortly after that, Gleb Sevchenko and Brooks Nader were done as a couple. As quickly as it began, it's over now between Gleb and Brooks.
It's over!
And both gave some TikTok perspective to the breakup over the weekend.
Nothing is over! It's over!
For Gleb, it is.
For Gleb, it's over!
Gleb posted a video of him lip-syncing Drake's God's Plan, the lyrics being, "She said, do you love me? I tell her only partly. I only love my bed and my mama. I'm sorry."
Very profound.
And then hours later, Nader did the same thing to Frank and Nancy Sinatra's Something Stupid. And then the lyrics, of course, are, and then I go and spoil it all by saying something stupid like I love you, except she personalized it by overriding the I love you with let's get matching tattoos. So it would go, and then I go and spoil it all by saying something stupid like let's get matching tattoos.
They're incredibly clever.
Yeah, exactly. So, but I'm sorry, Gleb and Brooks.
Gleb and Brooks done.
Man.
Do we entertain the notion that the Gleb and Brooks dynamic was entirely created to make the give the press to the show, or because it ended immediately when they ended on the show,
or
is it just being in close proximity with that grinding on each other?
Right. Are we Team Gleb or Team Brooks or Team doesn't matter?
I'm going to have to Gleb.
Okay. I just to keep Gleb in our lexicon.
How can you not go with Gleb? Casey, I need to clean up on aisle 5 here. A little coffee action here. Yeah, not
that bad. Not that
clean
bad.
up on aisle console.
Not a bad one, but enough that we need to do a little wipe-a-doodle.
You had a bad one once, though, right?
No, I never have.
Didn't?
I never
in the
have
other
had
studio?
the big.
No.
Nope. And that's I leave that to other people.
Yeah,
like Pierre.
Pierre. How do we know about Pierre's? Yeah.
All right, so he might be a superhero on the big screen, but he's also capable of some minor dating heroics in real life. When Tom Holland and Zendaya were leaving the 9 Orchard Hotel in New York City Thursday after a dinner date, naturally, the photographers closed in. Tom gallantly grabbed her by the hand and guided her through the throng, gently but firmly pushing one photographer aside so that the couple could get past.
He took command. Did you see how Zendaya looked unbelievably amazing.
No.
It's like she's attractive to begin with, clearly, but she looks especially gorgeous.
A similar situation arose later in the evening as a mix of fans begging for autographs and paparazzi descended on the pair as they exited their black SUVs. This time, he used a little more force to clear a path for Zendaya as he turned around to shove a person out of the way and grabbed her arm to yank her out of the chaos.
I'm glad they're still going.
Yeah.
That they've been able to hold on.
Yeah, I think they're the deal. I think they're going to do great. I think they're going to go the distance. They seem like good people.
Nothing's over.
For the second time in the past year, former home improvement star Zachary Ty Bryan has been busted for driving under the influence. Bryan was arrested Friday at 8:34 a.m.
Yeah.
Dude's drunk and driving at 8:30 in the morning. According to Custer County Sheriff's Office in Oklahoma. Even Kathy's impressed.
Yeah, I think that to me that just reeks of
all night.
Next day?
All night.
All night,
Yeah,
definitely.
Or no, like next day. That's what I. That's
Next
what I
day,
meant to
like
say.
you got a few hours of sleep and then you get up and drive home. but
Time to go
really-
driving.
Really, you're still
I
not
don't know,
able
man.
to.
This dude's got a real problem.
problem,
I
yeah.
think he drank till 6 o'clock in the morning.
Maybe.
I think
Yeah.
you're completely right. He's very effed up.
Yep. So he was driving under the influence and not having a valid license. This follows an arrest back in February for DUI and an associated contempt of court charge in California. It's the latest in a series of legal issues for the former child star, including a couple of arrests for domestic violence as well. So he's all over the place, man. So the residence where Matthew Perry spent his last hours has sold. Just a few days shy of the first anniversary of him dying, the 3,500 square foot 4-bedroom apartment or home, was sold to movie producer and real estate developer Anita Verma Lillian for $8.55 million.
So give me the square footage on that again.
3,500.
3,500. 3,500 is not crazy big.
No.
It is not.
So for $8.5 million, it does have a kick-ass infinity pool in the backyard. Matthew Perry was seen in that pool just hours before he was found dead.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, holy crap.
He was dead in the hot tub, right?
Hot tub, yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if it's a permanent hot tub or
Built
if
into
it's-
the pool.
or if it's a a separate unit.
Right.
Or not. Probably built into the pool because you don't have to worry about the cold weather in California like that. Stay open year round. Perry had purchased the home back in 2020 for $6 million. He was found, of course, unresponsive in that hot tub on the property last October 28th. Ben Affleck is open to dating again after his split from Jennifer
I'd like
Lopez.
to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck.
That is, at least according to what sources have said to the Daily Mail. Those sources say, however, that he's prioritizing sobriety in any future relationship.
That's a good way to go about it.
He's tried that before.
And it works like a charm.
They said Ben has not given up
do you have a drink?
on relationships and finally feels ready to move forward to start dating again. These past 2 years have been tough for Ben as he begins to heal. One thing is very clear. His recovery comes before anything. He is not going to put his sobriety in jeopardy, they said. So hopefully that'll be the truth. Hopefully it plays out that way.
I think the best thing for him is to actually be working on the projects that he has been working on recently with Matt Damon. I think Matt Damon is a calming influence on him.
Mm-hmm. Were they working on stuff together when he was with J-Lo?
No, not as much.
Okay.
No, well, with J-Lo, but prior to that, with a lot of his run-ins with the alcoholism and all of that stuff, they were off in there. They'd gone on living separate lives, and now they're back together.
All right. Speaking of separate lives, James Franco has acknowledged that his friendship with Seth Rogen has ended.
Oh man.
Speaking with Variety, the actor shared that it was disappointing and that he hasn't been in contact with Rogen in a while, but he cherished the time that they had together. He said, I haven't talked to Seth. I love Seth. We had 20 great years together, but I guess it's over. And he said, and not for lack of trying. I've told him,
It's over! It's over!
He said, I've told him how much he's meant to me. Franco's career paused after he faced sexual misconduct allegations and a 2019 lawsuit. Seth Rogen shared that same year that he didn't intend to work with Franco in the future, and for now, Franco says he's worked to change that since 2019.
Yeah, he cut ties quickly,
Yeah.
and that was that because they were working together constantly. And I mean,
Yeah.
Pineapple Express, their chemistry in that movie is. Have you ever seen Pineapple Express?
No.
Oh,
Yeah, I
Christ.
know.
Especially Preston. I mean, it's got so many things, references I'm probably not getting, but it's Casey, right?
It was such a revelation.
Very funny movie.
It was Pineapple Express, and I think Tropic Thunder had come out around the same time, and both of those movies just floored me.
Yeah, and I love Tropic Thunder, but I think at the time I kind of started to get burned out by that type of comedy, which we were getting hit with a lot.
Right.
And I just needed a break, and I never went back to it. So, but I know it's great.
Yeah.
I know it's, I see McLovin shirts all over the place. Or
that's super bad.
That's super bad.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, yeah. So
and
now
you know
I'm getting
what?
them all mixed up.
Superbad. It's not that I didn't like it.
I think Pineapple Express is better.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. I agree with you.
Okay.
I think that.
So Pamela Anderson and Liam Neeson hit it off really well on the set of their upcoming Naked Gun movie. In a new
I like your boobies.
People magazine interview, the co-stars of the reboot raved about each other, with Neeson admitting that he is madly in love with Anderson.
His wife was the one that died in the
Natasha Richardson.
accident,
It was a skiing accident. Yeah.
Just hit her head.
Yep. She calls him the perfect gentleman in response, adding, he brings out the best in you with respect, kindness, and depth of experience. And she shared that he, quote, sincerely looked after me, wrapped his coat around me when I was cold. While they were filming together, she returned the favor by baking him bread and cookies and leaving them in his dressing room.
They also have a dong the size of a blue whale.
Yeah. That doesn't hurt.
She thanked him
I mean, it
in
hurts,
other
but-
ways.
Well, not you.
Yeah, no.
It hurts a bit once things get stretched out.
When is
I
that
don't
movie
know who you are, but I wanted you to know I have an incredibly huge penis. We just took your daughter. I know. I'm getting to that.
But right now.
Right now,
Yeah.
you need to know
Yeah.
I have an extraordinarily huge penis. Now, do we talk about your... Yes, we can talk about my daughter now.
Let the girl go now. We're going to let her go. We're going to let her go now.
He's got a huge.
Very happy for you.
He's all confused. It's just a distraction
Yeah.
technique. Oh, my God.
Only the finest agents know how to employ that.
The idea of that.
He's playing mind games.
Yeah.
What was that? I don't know.
Yeah.
He talked about his penis first.
And this was the father?
The father.
Yeah.
The girl we just abducted. This is his... I don't get it.
Yeah.
Now I'm worried.
Let her go.
Yeah. I don't want to play with it. This is too volatile.
Oh, my God. So, is this the music from...
No.
Oh, it's just dramatic music.
Dramatic
right?
music. I don't like this dramatic music.
I don't either.
Nah, it's too
We
dramatic.
have to get movie music from the actual...
From the act, yeah.
Taken?
From Taken. Maybe that's really good dramatic music. It's
This is
gotta
a
be.
perfect storm.
All right. Well, anyway, rather than going through the rest of our catalog of dramatic
All right.
music beds, he had
Do
speaking.
we have Rob Roy?
Speaking of Pamela Anderson, Liam Neeson said she's just terrific to work with. I can't compliment her enough. I'll be honest with you. No huge ego. She just comes in to do the work. She's funny and so easy to work with. She is going to be terrific in the film.
So everybody involved with this film suggests it's going to be really good. The word so far is that it is. I hope there's a lot to live up to because obviously the original was so terrific. But all the people who are involved with it were massive fans of the source material.
Nice beaver.
So I was sad to see this. A guy who's been in our studio before passed away. David Harris, best known for portraying the gang member Cochise in the 1979 cult classic The Warriors, passed away on Friday. He was 75. He had cancer. He went to the High School of Performing Arts in New York City.
Yeah.
He came out of that group. In 1979, he appeared in The Warriors, based on Sol Urich's 1965 novel of the same name about the titular gang falsely accused of murder who then has to fight their way through a gauntlet of other street gangs on their way home to Coney Island. It's one of Steve and I's favorite cult movies.
Oh, my God, I love it. I watch it a couple of times a year. It is such a go-to when I'm just looking for time to kill.
Yeah.
Have you guys all seen The Warriors?
Yeah.
So it's one of Walter Hill's earliest films, 48 Hours, and he's a legendary director. But Preston, when that movie came out, it was just I remember there was fear that wherever it would play, and if it would play in a city, and it did actually happen in New York, that there'd be gang fights and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it's really sort of like an Arthurian, like a mythical story. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
Can you dig it?
Harris was.
That's not him, is it?
No, that's Cyrus.
That's Cyrus.
All right.
So Harris was very great for the role. He said, it feels great to know that you're in a part of some film that's history. He said certain actors are blessed enough to get to be in a film that's just iconic, and people are going to talk about it for the next 1,000 years.
It also has one of the best fights in a men's room. That fight, Preston, in the subway bathroom.
It's pretty awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah. So he went on. He did smaller roles for his career and did shows like Hill Street Blues and In the Heat of the Night, MacGyver and ER and things along those lines. But he kept working. Survived by his mother, daughter, sister, 2 brothers, and 2 grandchildren. And then we'll end with this story. I'd mentioned Tom Holland earlier, but the 4th Spider-Man movie finally has an actual release date. The Marvel film is set to hit theaters on July 24th, 2026. Production is also apparently supposed to start in mid-2025. Holland previously revealed that, quote, everything was good to go, and that they would start shooting in the summer of next year. The 4th Spider-Man movie will hit theaters very quickly after Avengers Doomsday, which is supposed to come out May 1st, 2026. And that Avengers movie will reportedly feature Robert Downey Jr. once again in the Marvel Universe, playing Dr. Doom. This time he's a villain.
So No Way Home was so terrific. I wonder what they have in store for this one, because you got to at least get at the same level, right?
Yep.
Well, he has to start over. I mean, he loses all of his tech.
Yeah.
And so, he's basically street Spider-Man once again. He doesn't have the suit that Tony Stark built for him.
Right.
Everybody that has been in his life is there's all these memories that have been erased. So
Yeah.
I think that'll be a really cool start for Tom Holland, post Avengers world and post the Doctor Strange stuff.
Yeah, if they keep it at that tone where he's going to have to rebuild everything, that might be kind of interesting.
All right, let's play some clips for you, folks. Somebody Somewhere is a pseudo-autobiographical show based on Bridget Everett's life as a woman from Manhattan, Kansas, finding an escape from her judgmental community through singing. And in this clip, the comedian discusses her relationship with co-star Jeff Hiller.
I've always loved him, and he's like one of those people. There's so many people in the show that are people that I loved and thought should be stars, but just hadn't really had their moment. And what I love about the show is it's really centered around friendship and not about romantic love and all that. And I just think that's such an important part of a lot of people's lives that doesn't always get to be central to a story.
Somebody Somewhere is streaming on Max. Here's our next clip. Happy Place chronicles the quirkiness of running a family business after an unknown sibling appears. And in this clip, Reba McEntire and Belissa Escobedo talk about the unique interactions.
The age difference, the growing up. I had a dad, she didn't. She had her mom, but very different. I'm more old school, write everything down, and she's high tech. And
I'm new wave.
Yeah, trying to change everything. So it's a lot of fun stuff happens.
Shut the f*** up!
Happy's Place is streaming now on Peacock if you'd like to see it. And there you go, your entertainment report for this morning. We have a beautiful sunrise. The day is just starting to begin on this Monday morning with the Preston and Steve show. And as we speak, there is a figure looming around the portal. Yes, as the sun is rising.
This traveler.
So we have sent this morning to be our representative of Philadelphia and the Preston and Steve show and WMMR to hover around the portal, Jacky Bam Bam. And Jacky is holding up a very special sign that is made to hopefully attract some people to call into our program from other cities around the world.
An experiment. Can we cross around the world to other countries and invite them into our show? We'll see.
Yeah. Probably not, but we'll
Probably
see.
not.
But nonetheless, we'll get Jacky dressed as a mummer on video around the world.
Yes.
As we attempt to lure someone in from the portal. So what we'll do is we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we'll see how this goes. We're going to... Who knows, man? He is. I don't even know if he's there yet or not, but we'll find out. We'll take a break. Marissa says he is there.
All right.
And we should be able to do this via Zoom. So if you want to watch on our YouTube channel, we'll be able to see that live. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Cool thing from the Just Saying Institute.
Just saying.
And this is about medical advancements. And this is encouraging. Now, there's going to be a long way to go. But German researchers have enabled mice that are paralyzed after spinal cord injuries to be able to walk again.
I mean, oh my God.
Reestablishing a neural link hitherto considered irreparable in mammals by using a designer protein injected into the brain. You know the ramifications of that?
Yeah, it's going to destroy the mouse wheelchair industry.
People may lose their job.
Right.
Listen, people are going to be able to walk.
It's going to be cataclysmic.
Mice are going to be able to walk again. Let's keep our eye on the ball here. Listen to this. Spinal cord injuries in humans, often caused by sports or traffic accidents, leave them paralyzed because not all the nerve fibers that carry information between muscles and the brain are able to grow back. But the researchers from Ruhr University Bochum managed to stimulate the paralyzed mice nerve cells to regenerate using a designer protein.
Dr. Turdballs is very encouraged.
Right. Which is pretty wild. So when I thought I had ALS, I was having these muscle spasms, are called fasciculations, and it really scared me. And so I went to a couple of neurologists, and one of them explained to me the way nerve cells work. And I may be a little bit off base on this, but for the most part, the nerve is a single cell. It's one thing.
Yeah.
And once you lose that, there's no way to regrow those. That's the thing. You can't regrow nerves. And so that therein why those, when you have nerve problems, that's why how final it is usually.
This has been the holy grail. This has been the thing. Now we have things that are prophylactic, or I should say, a separate, like exoskeletons, mobile exoskeletons that could allow people to walk with these, like a war machine. To
at least have some ability.
But if you could regain, and if you can regain that ability to walk, then as you get older, or people who have just natural deterioration, I assume you'd be able to refresh that ability as well. So people have balance issues.
The main doctor, Dr. Turdball, was it? Said with a relatively small intervention, we stimulate a very large number of nerves to regenerate, and that is ultimately the reason why the mice can walk again. The paralyzed rodents that received the treatment started walking after 2 to 3 weeks.
That's amazing.
The treatment involves injecting carriers of genetic information into the brain to produce the protein called hyperinterleukin.
Mouse-walkatosis.
They're going to have to change that when they get the humans, though, right?
Hyperinterleukin
gluten-glauben.
Interleukin gluten galban 6.
Yes.
The team is investigating if the treatment can be improved, and he said that we also have to see if our methods work on larger mammals.
Right.
We would think of
like whales,
pigs, dogs, or primates, for example. And then if it works, we would have to make sure that the therapy is safe for humans too. But that will take many, many years. So probably not in our lifetime.
But never say never.
Yeah.
That's what James Bond taught us. And I think that this is a lot of times people will, everything starts a geometric progression. I mean, knowledge fires off additional knowledge. Everything goes out in waves. So I think this can increase exponentially. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at something, these things come and people say, I never thought we'd get there. I'm always amazed, like when they said, travel at the speed of light.
Yeah.
Never be achieved. And it still seems like impossible. However, they're starting to do things where they're sending particles at the speed of light. So, we'll see. You never know.
Yeah.
We're also going to have a bunch of really, athletic mice.
Right. I thought that was pretty great news.
That is good news.
So,
Every little, baby steps or mouse steps.
Mouse steps, if you will. Speaking of challenges, of online challenges, there was one, Steve. It's called the Skull Breaker Challenge.
Oh, this dumb thing.
Yeah, I saw this a few weeks ago. There was a video somebody had posted a clip of these two girls doing it to.
It's all over
girl.
TikTok, yeah.
Yeah, but this was a couple of weeks ago. That
Right.
supposedly, and the story was the girl was like special needs, and they were bullying her, and but anyway, so that turned me off to it immediately. But yeah, anything that talks about breaking your skull and a challenge,
Yeah.
I may want to pass on. But have you seen what this is?
No, I only saw the that there's like a big up in arms about this.
Yeah, so it's three people. Two people are in on it, one person isn't. So you stand side by side, you're facing a camera, and the idea is the two people on the outside jump up in the air, and then after they jump, the person in the middle jumps by themselves up. And I guess they tell them, they give them some kind of setup to make them do it. And as the person in the middle jumps up, the other two knock their feet out from underneath the person in the middle. And I mean,
Like, why?
face plant. I mean, we're talking.
That's not cool.
Broken neck, broken, nose, whatever. Really nasty falls that can happen. And that's apparently a thing right now.
Oh man,
A local kid got injured having this happen.
Well, and skulls have been cracked. Yeah, so that's part of the deal. And I mean, you're doing it on concrete and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm honestly sick of these goddamn things with eating Tide and all this stuff. And it's like, come on.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, have you guys seen the invisible string trick? That one.
Describe it. I don't
All
know.
right. Okay. So I wasn't sure if you've seen it.
No,
or
I have not.
No, you take somebody, you sit them down in front of you, and you act like you have a string.
Oh, I have seen it. Yep. Okay.
It's a little bit funny, right?
It's
Okay.
kind of funny, yeah.
All right.
So go ahead and finish describing how this works.
So you walk up and you say, "All right, I'm holding the string," and you act like you're putting the string into their ear and then pulling it out the other side, and then you ask them to hold one side of the string.
It's a joke. They don't think there's really a string
Right, of
there.
course,
It's
yeah.
just play along,
Yeah.
follow me, do this for me.
All right, so you're holding one side of the string. I'm holding the other side of the string. Okay, now yank that side of the string really hard. And so when they yank it really hard, your hand slaps them across the face because it's holding onto the other side of the string.
Yeah.
So
Kind of funny.
It's similar to that is funny, but you're not gonna smash someone. There's one that involves also with the AFV has videos of it constantly with trying to catch the dollar or the card against the wall with their forehead. You've seen that.
yes, my son tried to do the string one to me.
Right.
And I go, I've already seen it. And then he's like, no, you got to do it. I go, but I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen, and then,
it's so bad for you to do it.
oh, so guess what he did? He just slapped me across the face.
Why not just cut out the whole act?
Just
and do
punch
that
him in the face. Or
hey, you want to see something? Whap.
I've tied an invisible string to the end of this baseball bat, and I'm going to put it through your ear. So yank on it hard.
I saw this other one. A mother's been filmed letting her teenage son slap her breasts to the tune of a song as part of a TikTok challenge.
What?
Uh-huh.
No. No.
Aiden Ridings, who is 17, filmed the video and uploaded it last week in a strange attempt to gain more followers. The 8-second video starts with the two standing opposite each other as the 2008 hit Undercover Martin by Two Door Cinema Club plays. The teenager dances to the tune before hitting one breast after the other in quick succession in time with the beat. This is his mom, mind
His
you.
mom.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
this isn't okay.
No. You did
This is not okay.
You wouldn't let Jace do that, Kathy?
And the mom let him do that.
Yeah.
Let Jace do it to the
No.
baby shark.
Oh my God.
So let's see here. What does it say? He said both he and his mother were happy with the video and they found it amusing. So is this a challenge? Slapping the boobs?
It is now.
I don't know.
We should create listen, I think there's no challenge you could create on social media, especially on TikTok, that somebody would not try to emulate. No matter how patently, obviously dangerous and harmful.
Ace, what about the one that I've been sending you that I want to do with you? The
I want to do
light
that one.
switch.
The switch one, yeah.
I hit the switch. It's some song. I don't know what it is. Or I hit the light switch or something like that. And it's just people swapping. So it's two people in the video. The song says hit the switch or I hit the switch. It goes to black for a second and comes back. And then the two people have basically reversed roles. So like people are changing clothes. One is like a father and a son. It's kind of cute.
All right, it's a little video.
Yeah.
Finagling.
When do you get to hit someone's breasts?
All right. Yeah, when do I get to hit somebody's boobs? What is this?
I've never heard the song
This is
before.
the song.
So,
all right. This is the hit your mom's boobs song. I guess it happens right here. Oh, whap whap.
Yeah, that's. You can also finger your grandmother.
Oh my God, Steve!
I don't.
Yeah, that's another riff.
not.
You guys have not seen that?
Nope.
Oh.
Not once.
Yeah, it's very funny.
That's on TikTok?
Yeah, TikTok.
And I even gave him a kiss on the cheek.
We should go home.
Peeper.
It's called the finger gum gum show.
Yeah, finger gum. There's gum on my finger. Gum on my finger.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Queen Elizabeth has a reputation for being a bit staid, but the 94-year-old is quite different behind the scenes, according to her biographer.
Working as an escort.
Sally Bedell Smith, author of Elizabeth the Queen, The Life of a Modern Monarch.
So how does she let her hair down?
Well, Smith tells people that she spoke to an insider at her estate in Norfolk, Sandringham, who said you can hear her laugh throughout that big house. She has a big laugh.
Really?
So apparently she's cackling and giggling down the hallways all the time.
That is a big laugh for the Queen.
All over the house.
Apparently, while watching a rerun of Prince Charles' 1981 wedding to Princess Diana, she said, "Oh, there's my Miss Piggy face." She has the ability to laugh at herself, according to this person. Smith told people that during a shoot celebrating her Diamond Jubilee in 2012, she told the photographer, Barry Jeffrey, to just keep the camera rolling as she broke from the norm. And the Queen proceeded to strike a series of poses, slipping her hands in and out of her pockets, placing them onto her hips, mimicking the stances of a professional model.
Tongue between her fingers?
Her dressmaker and close confidant, Angela Kelly, had said that, yeah, she was having fun in that photo shoot.
I'd love to see that.
They said they stood in disbelief. The Queen was a natural, Kelly marveled. Barry and I felt like we were experiencing something really special, a moment never to be repeated.
There's great footage of her on the set of Over the Top. Where
322 to 113 in New Jersey. Volume building on 55 northbound, just north of Deptford to the 42 freeway, and then an accident on the White Horse Pike, Copley Road. The left lane is blocked. This traffic report brought to you by the Jewish Federation of North America. November 10th, join the Jewish Federations of North America in Washington, D.C. for Stand Together, a free ticketed event to foster strength and resilience for the Jewish community. Visit standtogethernovember10.org. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
And now, from the portal in Love Park, Philadelphia, we go to interdimensional time traveler, Jacky Bam Bam.
Yes, it is an experiment, a worldwide experiment that is taking place as we have Jacky Bam Bam in full mummers regalia, standing with a sign that says, "Call our Philadelphia radio program." He's trying to spell it out as plainly as possible for people who have no idea what WMMR is or the Preston and Steve show is. And let's see if we can get somebody. And by the way, we know that Dublin is one of the cities. It rotates through the cities. What are the other two cities? Nick, do you know offhand?
One is Vilnius in Lithuania, and then the other one's a city in Poland that I don't know the name of.
We might be in Poland right now, judging what I'm seeing on the portal screen. We have a Zoom link.
All right, let's go to our interdimensional correspondent, Jacky Bam Bam. Jacky, can you hear me?
I can. Good morning, you guys.
How are you at the port? How are things at the portal, Jacky?
It's amazing. as you heard Casey Boy said, I did a test drive last night. I wanted to learn a little bit about it. And when you said dress up as a mama, I'm like, I am all about this.
I mean, he went all out.
And the colors are very representative this morning, right, Jackie?
Yeah, I decided to wear a pink mummer suit. Matter of fact, it's a Woodland String Band. He said Dublin, Ireland. The Woodland String Band, I wanted to plug this. They go over and play in Ireland every year, and now it's every other year. And I spoke to them, and I told them I was doing this today. And maybe a couple of the people over there will call in who saw the Woodland String Band over there because they perform every year in Ireland. And I'm wearing pink today for Breast Cancer Awareness.
That's nice. We're at the end of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Excellent, Jackie. Good representation.
All right, Jackie, do me a favor. Please don't face the camera and face the portal with that sign.
Turn around and face the portal. There you go. He was looking at our camera. And they have some fences up around it to keep people from getting a little too close. And so Jackie had to step away for just a moment.
There's no one there, though,
There's
on the
no
other side.
one there at the moment.
Wherever they are, it appears to be daylight. So
looks beautiful.
It looks beautiful. It does look beautiful. When you're standing there, Jackie, what would you say? You're about 20 feet from the portal?
No, less than that. And it's like a barrier gate in front of it, so you can't stand right up to the portal circle.
Looks like somebody's crossing the crosswalk in the portal, Jackie. Are they, in essence, walking towards you?
Yeah, they are walking towards us, and I believe they're 3 hours ahead of us.
And they just walked right by.
And right by.
The one person in the portal walked up to Jackie and just kept going.
Oh, these people are changing their direction to avoid the portal right now.
Yeah, clearly they think that this is some sort of
alien
life form
Jackie,
that is trying to go through the portal.
Jackie, hang that sign on the other side of the barrier there. Yeah, so that people can see the whole sign.
Hold it down. I think you are such a visual feast.
It's hard to say, Casey. I don't know if the camera goes down that low or not.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Point,
so he may not be able to do that. Hey, lady!
Hey!
Lady with the red bag. I know they can't hear us, but still, hey!
Hold up a second. Hey!
Jackie, do you know? Jackie, do you know which city we're looking at?
Are we in Ireland or are we in India?
I'm asking you, man. You're the one down there.
What does it say on that cab? Does it? It looks like a cab.
There's a double bus that just went by. It's red, so maybe we can.
There was a bunch of people earlier, and I thought that was Ireland. Maybe we're in England now, but they were all raving.
In England? Yeah.
No. So they're in Ireland, England.
Oh, man.
It's Ireland, Poland, and Lithuania.
Okay, now we're switched over. There's somebody there. Hold that sign up.
Okay, hold it up.
There's an older gentleman.
Yes, and he's playing with himself.
He's not.
No, he's waving.
Hey, people are waving.
People are waving.
Oh, that's a woman, though.
Jackie, hold the sign down and let them see you so that, you there we go. Okay, maybe, hold it back up. Yeah, good. He's working it.
Yeah.
All right, they're looking.
They're looking at the sign.
Hold
do
it
the
still.
call. International sign for call.
Call me. Call me, baby.
Wait, is she holding her phone?
She's got her phone.
She's holding her phone.
She's holding her phone up. She may be trying to call. Hold it still, Jackie, so that she can read the number. What?
Our phone lines are busy.
Oh, yeah.
out.
Take them off of hold, if you would, please. Thank you. Appreciate that.
They may be calling the...
She is punching in numbers.
Let's see.
This could be great.
Maybe not. No, she's calling the authorities, Preston.
Oh, that's what that is.
We're under alien attack.
She's calling the Garda.
Oh, that was smart.
Hey, at least you're engaged.
Well, no, they're not anymore.
She's
giving you, what is the international sign for FU?
No,
All right.
she's not.
I'm wondering if maybe we have Sam hold the sign while Jackie does some mummery dancing.
Oh,
Just
they're
give it-
walking
Oh,
away.
they
They
just
left.
walk
Sam is
away.
doing the zooming case.
Yeah, we don't have enough hands there.
So not enough hands. But yeah, Jackie, the more kinetic you can be, just make sure they can read the sign. This is a lovely street wherever this is. Do we think this is Poland?
I think it might be Poland. Just looking at the color of the buildings and it doesn't remind me of Ireland at all. And I don't know my Lithuania very well.
And I have like the taste of pierogies in my mouth.
Oh, so you're picking up on that?
Yeah.
And so there appears to be about 20 or so people that are just no one is standing around it.
No.
I think maybe the glow of the portal being new and
has ended.
And there's not any crowd. So Lily, apparently intern Lily is there. Can we have Lily hold up the sign for you? I know she's filming right now. But,
all right, so maybe Sam, somebody. So if we have Sam, Lily, and Jackie.
You want to hold the sign over here?
All right.
I think a lot of people are rushing by, like you said, going to work.
All right, this way now, Jackie, with Lily holding that, you can gesture and kind of get some attention from those people. Make sure that they wave to you and let them know and point to the sign and say, hey, hey, you, I know you, I know you.
Yeah. Yes.
He looks like a demented chicken.
I want to make sure that you're waving and engaging to the people, because there was that one person in the red pants who was looking at you.
Yeah. Like, where do I get that outfit? Yeah. All right. So I do love this. It's a lovely, rustic sort of street. As you said, Preston, not a lot of foot traffic. I wonder what the time difference is if this is, in fact, Poland. I got to imagine,
Jackie said 3 hours ahead, but
no, that can't be right.
That can't be right.
No, Dublin is 5 hours ahead.
Right.
And then London.
Here we go. All right, so it is switched cities. Hang on. There are a lot of people at this one. So there's a good 25 people that are all waving to you, Jackie. They're waving.
All right.
So point to the sign, Jackie, if you could, and which he is now, and maybe do the gesture of using a phone.
Yes.
And call us. This is it, of course, if they do indeed read English or not.
I know.
We're not sure if they might be in Lithuania. That looks like that might be Ireland.
That could be Ireland. It's a nice collection of very smiling, happy, waving people. Some looks like school-age people right up front.
Yes.
And a wide smattering of, obviously the audio would be a real, they're walking away now.
They're leaving.
Walking away.
They're all
Everybody's about facing and turning away.
Wait.
I see a couple of gingers up front. So
Absolutely.
He's got a phone out.
Pumpkin pounders, as they say.
They do include the country code on the beginning of that sign, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, Steve enlightened me to a phrase I had never heard before. Apparently, people who like to have sex with gingers are called pumpkin pounders.
Oh,
all right.
What about people who like to have sex with pumpkins?
Those are ginger bangers.
That's weird.
Ginger men.
Sure, the redheads love that.
Ginger what?
Ginger men.
Ginger men.
All right, so we have a nice collective of people, Jackie. Do a little bit of a mummer's strut and everything.
Yeah. Get that sign closer. Get that sign
Get that
close
sign
to the portal as
closer.
possible.
Well, they're telling us that they're giving the justice to back off a little bit. Maybe we'll be slow.
Okay.
Oh, maybe they can't see the whole sign.
All right. So that's cool.
Yeah.
The sign is large. Marissa made sure it is.
And by the way, I do not. Well, no, they would have said this ahead of time, because when you write something out, sometimes on some social media filters and on Zooming, it will reverse it. But we've heard of people holding up signs during this quite a bit.
Preston, I wonder if because they have an AI program that filters out things that could be objectionable.
I know, right?
I wonder if the AI filter will scan for advertisements or things of that nature as well.
It might automatically.
Or like even phone numbers.
Even phone numbers.
Yeah, it might automatically edit it out. We don't know.
Yeah.
Or just people in other countries don't care about
They
it.
seem to be enjoing watching him, though.
They are. There's a nice group.
If you're just tuning in, we have Jackie Bam Bam at the Portal in Love Park. And he is dressed in full mummers regalia, and we're trying to entice people to call our request line and say hello from another country. What you saying? What's going on, Jackie? We can hear you.
There's a lot of people with their phones out. I don't know if they're dialing or just checking their phones, but everybody in the world has their phones out waving.
They have their phones out and they're waving. Nick, just monitor if anyone knows if there's any sort of blocking device for phone numbers or things of that nature.
Yeah, nobody said that.
Okay.
Apparently, Poland is 5 hours ahead, Lithuania is 6 hours ahead, and Ireland is 4 hours ahead.
Okay,
right.
So they're wide awake. They're in the middle of their day.
Yeah. I see this as pretty interesting. By the way, this screen is very vibrant.
I still want to see it. It really intrigues me, and even if it's just a passing thing, I want to check it out.
I love the content. There's a woman right up by the
lady in a red hat.
Lady! Hey!
Hey, lady!
Hey!
Get that sign closer.
Guys, remember, they can't hear
Oh,
us.
damn it. You're right, Kathy.
But it looks like she's crossed past the gate.
That's
and
it.
she's gotten
Now they're clubbing her, Preston.
too close.
The authorities
now
have
they're
said
beating her. They're dragging her up by her hair.
Yeah, they're pulling out her hair.
Oh, the humanity.
She's some sort of political prisoner.
Oh, my God.
Jackie, is it kind of cool, though? I mean, waving to these people in another country?
Oh, it's great. But I'm looking at their facial expressions like maybe they don't understand the numbers. Like you're taking a poll.
They don't understand the numbers.
Yes,
Oh.
because
Probably not
they
their
have a
language.
different alphabet.
Oh, they're the metric system over there.
Yeah, they don't understand the numbers because they have different letters.
Well, we should have sent Casey to Dublin and have Casey call from the other side.
Yeah.
Like a prank, the biggest prank we've ever pulled off. Jackie, you're doing a great job.
Yes.
Wow, the old people walking away.
And by the way, I need to point this out. Jackie is not just wearing a full mummer's outfit. His face is completely painted.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, you didn't just whip that together. That takes time to put on that whole thing. Jackie, look at you.
By the way, again, Jackie's on his vacation. He's doing this for us.
Yeah.
There's no one better than Jackie.
No, this is the
I
best.
want these people to call in.
right.
We're representing you. We're representing the mamas. This is great.
Well, I tell you what, Jackie, you keep working it, okay? And we're gonna check back in with you in a couple of minutes, all right?
All right.
Do you know what I just noticed, by the way, Preston? Somebody actually walked up to the portal, and it looks like they're walking right by it or underneath it.
Yeah, theirs might be
elevated,
up in the air a little bit and angled downward so that people can walk underneath it, something along those lines. Jackie, we're going to keep watching you. We'll see if any activity occurs, and obviously we're going to keep an eye on our request lines, and we will come back to you in a few minutes, okay?
Yeah, they have benches over there. I'm standing.
Do you want to go sit on one, Jackie?
Go sit down.
Yeah, go sit down on one of those benches in Lithuania.
Yeah.
Cheers.
They have benches over there.
Okay.
They got these things called benches.
But they don't have numbers.
Well, they're different numbers. Yeah.
How do you build benches without numbers?
Okay.
All right. Okay. We good, Jackie?
We are good.
All right. We'll check back in just a minute. Stay right there. We're gonna check back in before this segment is over. So in just a couple minutes.
He was so concerned that we were gonna ask him questions about the geography of these cities. I was like, Jackie, we're not going to you.
Look at this full mummer's costume, full makeup on his vacation. We're back in front of a large crowd again. I assume that might be Ireland, right?
Don't know. Well, you know what? We're looking at it. They just blurred it out.
Yeah.
So somebody on the other side is doing.
We need to cover this screen. There's something horrific, and the people can't see this.
Is doing something.
Or is it us?
No, it's back. It's clear now.
Yeah, I'm curious as to what they are seeing on the other side.
Preston, do you find it? It's very it's hypnotizing almost to watch this.
I think I would enjoy
just
that.
Basic technology on a very inventive level.
We have a caller on our request line.
No.
They're screening it. Marissa says no. Okay.
No, they want Hershey Park tickets.
No.
Nice.
Listen, you call in from another country and you prove that you're from another country, we'll get you Hershey Park tickets.
Dude,
we
we're
can do
watching right now, and it looks like people are trying to call in.
Yeah.
There are people on their phones.
Would Marissa pull this all together, and she's very well versed in this stuff? Could there be a stumbling block we're not anticipating, Marissa, do you think?
Yeah.
Hang on a second here, Marissa.
My only thought. So apparently when this was in New York, a lot of people were doing drugs or flashing or putting their OnlyFans up. So maybe we're getting blurred out.
Might be.
That's
It's
my
quite
only
possible.
thought.
It's quite possible.
Yeah, they had said that they were putting in AI to
blur.
censor things that were inappropriate.
But we just experienced, like you guys said, the blur out wasn't just a blur on the sign. It was the full screen.
Yeah.
Right.
So and these people are waving at him.
Yeah.
So you know. Yeah.
So we also, I don't think we tested it, right? Like my friend was on a complete opposite schedule where he is in London or in England. So I didn't get him to call in. Are we sure the country code is 001 and not just 01?
Oh, I thought we tested this out.
001
It
or
is.
just one. No, I confirmed that. There's also a link to our Zoom. I talked to a podcaster who is in Ireland right now, in Dublin. She's a Delco girl. And because I asked, can you call in? She said, I actually don't have international calling. But I said, if we put a Zoom on there, would that work? She's like, absolutely.
Wait, there's another sign there. There's a dude with another sign.
Yeah.
And they just blurred it.
They're blurring it out.
So maybe
Maybe we're being
Jackie keeps getting blurred on the other side.
Although they're waving to him, so
so they can see him.
But is that when Lily drops our sign? What, Casey?
The one lady's holding up her phone to the portal, and we have a call on line one. I'm just so hopeful that this this is something.
All right, we'll see. But they might be people just taking pictures.
Yeah.
And
They want
video
Dorney Park tickets.
while they're there. Now we're giving away Dorney Park tickets?
Well, I mean, we're partners with all those guys.
That's true. That's true. All right, well, anyhow, we're going to keep an eye on this. We'll see if something comes up. But the video alone of seeing Jackie dancing in front of the portal, it's well worth it if you want to tune in right now. And he's dancing as we speak. Actually.
I love it.
That's a beautiful thing. Steve, while we're waiting to see if we get some reaction from this, there was something, was it Is this a revelation?
It's a revelation.
This is something new. Okay.
I put myself in the place of a young Jonas Salk, who is looking at the vaccine for polio and thinking, is this something, am I overthinking this? Is this something that other people could benefit from? And so I'm going to go ahead with this. When I have in my cup holders in my car, I've had a number of occasions where I have purchased a hot liquid, a latte or coffee or whatever. And as I go to lift the cup out of the cup holder,
Oh, yeah.
I pop it compresses the top of the cup and the lid pops off and the coffee goes all over.
Yes.
So and I do it consistently, and I had it proven to me. I said, surely this is insanity that I'm thinking in my mind. This is just dumb. I'm just playing this up too much. I tried it the old way. It happened again because I very routinely have hot cups of coffee in my car. And so the way that I picked the cup up, I wanted to pass this on if people want to try this, is predicated on the notion that a standard grip around a cup at the top is
will
the
cause
strongest.
the lid to pop
right.
off. Yeah.
So if I pick the cup up this way and pull it out, my hand upside down with the weakest part of my grip at the top of the cup and the strongest part of the grip at the bottom of the cup.
Okay. To illustrate what Steve is saying is rather than reaching for the cup with his palm facing away from him, he does it with the palm facing towards him.
Right.
Do you coming over the top, palm facing towards you?
So my strongest part of my grip, because naturally your grip strength is stronger towards the top
so
of
you're
your hand.
squeezing below.
So you're squeezing at the base where tends to be the stronger part of the cup.
I like where you're going with this, Steve. I have a immediate technical question.
Sure.
Are you able to get your fingers in there? Are you able to, like, your lower fingers, can they get into that cup holder?
So as long as they're at where the base of the cup holder, there is part that is obscured by the actual divot itself. Right. At that part, I find I never have the problem. Then I pick the cup up and place it in my hand.
And so what I usually would do was the claw at the top.
So that was my enemy.
And more often, far too often.
It should work.
The lid would pop off.
Exactly.
And the hot coffee would go everywhere.
And it goes in the console and all the electronics and everything that you're trying to control.
Now, here's the conundrum, though. As you reach over with the palm facing you method,
right,
you have now picked up the cup.
Yes.
Right? You can't drink it like that.
No, I'm saying when you're getting out of the car or going...
but what about when you're just picking it up to take a sip while you're driving?
So you're effed. Yeah, but I mean when you're going into, like, you're transporting the cup.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I understand what you're saying. I won't drink a lot. I'm usually taking it home or not driving with it in the car.
I'm drinking it.
Okay, so then I'd love to say I have a solution for you, but that's my thing. Now you may try it if you're sitting there and you want to pick it up, because I'll hold the cup. When I'm driving.
Yeah.
And I'll pick it out of the holder that way, and then I'll put it in my hand. And if I am inclined to drink it, I will still use that method of extrication.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. We might have a portal call. Hang on a second here. We are going to...
Breaking news.
We have John, who is in Dublin. So let's go to him now. John, are you there?
I'm there, Jacky. My friend Becca, she's from Philadelphia. She's a big fan of yours, and she said you wanted people to ring in from Dublin, so... Here I am.
But wait a minute.
Nowhere near the portal.
So you're not at the portal?
I'm not at the portal now at this minute because I'm at home, but my friend Becca, she's a big fan of yours. She says, ring in, because she wants people from Dublin to ring in.
Well, John, you're a good man for doing this. We appreciate it.
Yes.
So
Listen, we'll take it.
Yeah,
we'll take it.
I love it.
Someone just held up to the screen in, I assume it's Poland. Yeah, a picture of somebody with a whole bunch of stuff in their mouth.
Well, John, while we have you on the line, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm a big rock fan, and I travel around the world going to gigs. I've met my friend Becca from Philadelphia, and she's always saying, check out Jacky Bam Bam, he's great, he does these parties and all this kind of stuff. And she sent me a message a minute ago saying, ring in, because they're talking about the portal. So I think it's a great thing, this portal between Dublin and Philly.
Yeah.
Because, Philly's a good rock city as well, and Dublin can be a good rock city.
Yeah.
But it's Halloween now at this time of the year, so you're going to get a lot of people over the next few days dressed up in cool costumes to keep an eye on the portal. That's what I'm saying.
We definitely will. By the way, a ton of Irish people in Philadelphia. I'm sure you're aware of that. A huge Irish population right here in Philadelphia.
How long would it take you to get to the portal, John?
Oh, well, Jesus, I'm at home, which is out of the city centre, so probably about 45 minutes, an hour.
Okay.
Okay, so
we can arrange it. We can arrange it for another day. We can do a live call from the portal, maybe, if you're up for that.
all right.
Yeah, maybe. So, John, you mentioned Halloween. Is Halloween now just a really big thing in Ireland as well?
It is, because that's kind of Halloween started in Ireland. A lot of people don't really know that. Like, it was called Samhain, which is the Irish for Halloween. So, like, they're making a whole weekend out of it here, because Halloween isn't today, but they're actually making a whole weekend out of it. Because there's a thing called the Bram Stoker Festival.
Yes.
The guy who wrote Dracula. Like, and he was born in Ireland. He lived in Ireland most of his life before he went to England. So they're making a big deal out of that. Like, it's the Bram Stoker Festival and the Halloween festivities. So it's a big thing. So over the next few days, come through to the portal, if you keep your eye on it, you're going to get lots of people dressed up.
You're going to get likewise here. What happened? What Nick's talking about is the Americanized observance of Halloween. A lot of that. He's asking if the trick or treating, the going from house to house, is that as prevalent there as it is here for Halloween?
It is, yeah. So it's mostly young kids, very young kids, that go around with their parents, that go around the houses on the night, like, you know.
I love that.
But, believe it or not, fireworks in Dublin are actually banned. They're illegal. But you still get a lot of fireworks going off, like, you know.
On Halloween. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. There's, like, the council, the local authorities would do fireworks displays. But you're not legally allowed to buy fireworks in any shops in Ireland because they're actually banned and illegal. So what a lot of people is, they go up to Northern Ireland, buy fireworks, then come down here and set them off, you know.
Okay, all right.
Radiation of lunatics, Jacky.
All right. Well, the good thing to know right now is that you can call the request line from across the pond.
Yeah, we did work this out.
So that is good. And then, John, can you tell us, because we're looking at the portal to three different cities.
Yeah.
What would we be seeing in Dublin? Because we don't know which city is which.
It doesn't tell you what city you're looking at.
Yeah. So Dublin is the one, there's a kind of like a steel spire behind you.
Okay.
You'll see, it's called the spire. It's just like a big metal spike.
Okay, so
Dublin is that one.
All right, we'll look for that.
To the left of the spire, you'll see a kind of like an old grey building. It's called the GPO. It's the General Post Office.
Okay.
So once you see that kind of the bit of the spire and the bit of that old grey building, you know that's Dublin.
Okay. John, have you ever been to the States before?
I've been to the Monsters of Rock cruise, and I've been to Monsters on the Mountain in Gatlinburg. They're the only two places I've been. Like, so, I've never been to Philly.
Okay.
Yet.
Well, you got to come and visit. Quick question.
I will, Jacky. I will, man.
Well, Jackie's actually at the site. This is the Preston and Steve Morning Show, but you are very pleasant to talk to. We want to thank you for taking the time to do this.
No worries. Sorry.
No.
That's all right.
No. You absolutely. I'd see where you would think that. I just want to ask a quick question. Is in Dublin is the shot across a street, across a crosswalk to the building and spire you're talking about?
You should see the spire behind you.
Oh, okay.
So it'll be center of that.
All right. This may not be Ireland then.
No, I don't think it's this one. I think it's where that big crowd was.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I think it's split between Lithuania and Poland here and Philadelphia.
Yeah.
All right.
3 cities.
Oh, so you guys are seeing Lithuania and Poland as well.
That's cool.
All right, got it. That's
I
what we're
love that.
seeing between the 3 cities when it cycles through. All right, well, listen, John, it was lovely to talk to you. Thank you so much, man. We hope you have a great day.
Yeah, you keep rocking, man. Keep rocking.
We'll do it. You do the same. All right, take care of yourself. All right, we got a call from Dublin.
So
but not from the portal.
If you have relatives in Lithuania, in Ireland, and or Poland who are close to the portal, contact them right now. We'll cheat if we have to. Send them over to the portal, and let's see if we can see them.
If I understand correctly, the name of the city in Poland is Lublin. So it's Lublin, Poland, and Dublin, Ireland.
Lublin, Dublin,
and Publin.
And Philadelphia.
I wasn't sure what the other cities see.
It is a big butthole.
No, when they're looking through Philadelphia, I don't know what's behind Jacky. It looks like
we're turning the camera on case. That's kind of
Yeah, it's just
impressive.
it's Love Park. There's no big. Well, I guess City Hall. You might see City Hall.
Yeah, I think you see City Hall.
Okay,
as a matter
All
of
right.
fact.
That's pretty.
And there's Gary Lauer.
All right, we have another call from the portal. but it's the portal in Philadelphia. George is there. Let me go to him. It's working. It's working. Hi, George. Good morning.
What's going on? I'm waving to whoever's up now. I'm next to Jacky.
Oh, I see. Are you wearing a black jacket? Are you wearing a black jacket, George?
Yes, I am.
All right, we can see
Jacky,
you. Oh my God.
George, we can see you.
All the way to
George,
Philadelphia.
what kind of food do you eat there?
Latvian cheesesteak.
Latvian cheesesteaks.
What else are you supposed to say? I mean,
Yeah.
Jim Kenny. Woo!
Yeah. As well, I mean, it is nice to be that close to Jacky Bam Bam, though, isn't it?
Yeah, Jacky's awesome. I didn't realize he was that tall.
Yes.
Hey, George, when you look at the people, looking through the portal right now, and all those people looking, we believe it's Dublin now, looking back at you, it's kind of cool, isn't it?
There's a guy smoking a joint in the middle of the picture.
All right, question, George.
In a red shirt right now.
He's smoking a joint. Yeah, you're right. Oh, I love it. Hey, George, I have a question.
I'm going for it too, baby. Hold on.
Is you going to fire up? Oh my God, he's got weed. He's breaking out weed.
Oh my God,
George is smoking. He's got a vape.
Giant pot circle.
And they are smoking together. Oh my God.
International pot circle.
That's across the world bone smoker.
Across the world, bone smoking.
Smoking.
Oh, the bell.
All right, George, I have a question.
I'm hanging up.
George,
All
listen.
right, we'll see you later.
All right,
He's
yeah,
hanging up,
hang
he
up.
said.
Lost cause there.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. See you, George. He's in his own world.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us on your show.
I do want to ask Jacky, but Jacky's going to need to know what Aspire is. Hey, Jacky, are you there?
Yeah.
Hey, Jacky?
Yeah.
When you're looking in the background in that scene right now, do you see like a large black spire, which is like a slim tower?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, that's it.
Then
Yeah,
that's
that's
Dublin.
it.
That's Dublin.
Okay.
That's Dublin that we're looking at right now. So, yeah, the black spire is what you need to look for.
Walking away.
I see the cameras all the way up at the top of the thing. You got to move back a little.
So I'm going to assume the street that we see, the quaint street is Poland, and the other with the crosswalk is
Lithuania?
Lithuania.
That's what I'm guessing.
All right, so we got a text from a listener, and she says that my son is studying in Dublin. How long will Jacky be there? He's only he's 40 minutes away from the portal. So if we keep Jacky there for another 40 minutes, we might have somebody being able to call in.
All right, well, we can probably do that. We'll
Yeah,
see
we
about
can.
that.
If Jacky can
right.
do that, I'd love to see it work with them on screen calling us and to describe what they see.
Yeah. But activity is picking up in the Philadelphia portal right now. There's a lot of people showing up now. Jacky, we have to take a break, okay, ma'am?
Okay, yeah, there's a lot of activity here and over there in Dublin. Everyone's waving. I feel like someone's going to call you.
All right.
I think you're
all
right.
We'll keep an eye on the phones. Jacky, we'll check back in a few minutes, okay, buddy?
Okay.
You're doing a great job. Jacky Bam Bam is live at the portal as we speak. So we will take a break and come back because we've got the Bizarre File on the way. We also have some other guests who are going to be joining us. I'll run down the list of stuff in a moment. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
Was she the final battle?
She was the final battle.
Put a crown on backwards.
I need to go back and read the cast from that movie because I've forgotten how many people were
Bunch of
in
cameos.
that. Yeah, well. I did see it was like a Reddit thread recently, and someone was talking about which way you face during the shower when you take a shower.
Oh, okay.
And so they were saying that when not
All I
washing,
did was get out of the shower.
not washing their hair, they face forward. When they are washing their hair, they face with the shower to the back. And I assume this is a woman who may not wash her hair every day. She has long hair, so some women don't.
My hair is moderate length.
But I didn't know. I'm spinning around constantly in the shower.
You're doing like spins.
I
singing
face towards, I turn back,
I have
face
One
forward,
Direction.
I turn back. You do One Direction,
and I
this
performed.
is my first I've ever heard of somebody facing one way in the shower.
I perform songs from One Direction too. No, so actually, it's actually just because of the construction of the shower. So my bath, I have my own bathroom. When we bought the house, it was more like there was a tub with a. With a curtain that went across, and it was so. My brother-in-law built a shower stall,
a walk-in shower,
right? So, but it's shallow. So, if I were to stand my shoulders might be touching both sides. So I turn to the side and I have the shower.
Oh, okay.
So I'm facing the glass. I'm facing the wall. I'm facing the 4 cats looking at me naked. But let me ask you this. When you get out of the shower, do you immediately wrap yourself in a towel? I do not.
Oh, my God.
I dry off in the shower.
Oh, me too.
I do.
We can shower together.
I don't wrap in a towel.
When I lived at home with my mommy, and I had no concept.
Mommy, come dry me.
I had no concept of what people did around the house. Like I used to use 2 towels every single time. Like now I use 1 towel and I use
like a week.
For like a week.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, oh God, laundry sucks, right?
I know.
Dude, my mom
had like
2
towels
every single time. One around my waist, one around my torso.
I have a completely separate question because Kathy said with drying the hair and getting too hot and sweaty. After a workout.
Oh, yes, the worst.
And then you shower and you get out and I'm
sweating?
like, I'm sweating.
I have to shower again.
I gotta take a shower.
So here's what I do in the summer.
I hate that.
I have my clothes laid out back in my room and the AC. I'll put the AC on the ceiling fan. I come out of.
You stand in front of it?
Yeah, I go out. Yes, I would.
It's a good idea.
Just to dry off.
Sure.
I didn't go through all this to re-sweat.
When I was in high school on the swim team, our practices were 5 a.m. I had no idea that. Dude, listen, you're swimming like 2 miles in practice.
That's a workout.
That is a workout.
Sweating?
I was sweating, but you don't know you're sweating because you're in the pool.
Yeah.
You don't know that you're sweating until you go to put your school uniform on, and everything is just sticking to you. Yeah, I had no clue.
Somebody wants to vouch for the towel warmer. I'm going to go to Tom. Hi, Tom. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Ed. What's up, bud? Should I just say that every time now? Okay. All right, Tom, what's up?
I don't know. We were getting right down.
Oh, my God, he's possessed. Tom?
Yes, I'm here.
He still sounds like it. Tom, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Your connection is horrible, Tom.
WMMR goes into lockdown.
I put my towels in fire.
Coming to kill all of you.
I bathe in the river Styx, which is molten fire.
Oh, my God.
That is the most terrifying phone line I've ever heard.
I feel like we need to get clips from him.
Let's see if it clears up. Tom, are you still there?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I'm still here. It's a better now.
He's calling from Jupiter. Wow, Tom, your phone line. Your phone line sucks, bud. So.
Oh, man.
But it's awfully entertaining. Call back another time. Wow, that was bizarre.
Your mother is in here with us.
And it's Linda Blair's birthday.
Yeah, it's
we were just
perfect,
talking about that earlier. Wow. All right, let me see. We're going to have to wrap up here in just a second, right, Case? No sad bro coming up. No sad dough, no sad bro. Hang on a second here. I'll go to Sean real quick. Sean, good morning.
It's shower time.
It's shower time, bitch.
All I did was get out of the sun.
William Shatner and his ex-wife Elizabeth are dividing up everything in their estate, from dogs to land to ashes of exes to horse semen.
Wow.
TMZ reports.
Okay, yeah, because he
loves it.
He's a breeder.
Yeah.
He loves
He puts it in his cereal.
Love horse semen.
I tell you, I love it in my cereal. It's so thick and creamy.
Wow.
There's just something about waking up to horse jizz.
Oh, my gosh.
Elizabeth.
Spock, what's this in your coffee cup?
Elizabeth gets 2 horses. William gets all the dogs, 2 horses, and all of the horse semen. He gets
who gets the jig chill?
He gets all of the horse semen and equipment, the horse semen equipment.
He gets all the dogs?
He gets all the dogs, yeah.
Seems unfair.
Semen?
It's horse semen in my big, piping hot mug of coffee.
And these are per the papers obtained by TMZ. Elizabeth gets...
Yes, I'd like a bear claw and a coffee with horse semen. You don't have horse semen? You don't know how delicious it is in a cup of coffee?
So Elizabeth, gets a Malibu and a Versailles, Kentucky home. By the way, in Kentucky, it's pronounced Versailles, not Versailles. Plus her family farm in Indiana, while he gets a ranch and their Studio City home.
But I got the semen, correct?
He gets all the semen. Their agreement also spelled out animal visitation rights because they don't have children. So
Preston, you know what I love to do? I love to drink horse semen through a crazy straw.
Crazy straw.
Through a crazy straw. It looks wild.
Yeah, I can imagine. Wow. All right, we're going to leave with this. Johnny Depp has launched a $50 million defamation suit against his ex-wife Amber Heard. He claims she lied about him abusing her and furthermore claims that she cheated on him within 1 month of their marriage in 2015 with Tesla founder Elon Musk. He claims that Heard...
I have proof.
He claimed that Heard received late-night visits from Musk.
Where did you get that segue?
At the at the L.A.
Bitch, where'd you get this segue?
He got...
What's with all the rockets?
She had late-night visits from Musk at their L.A. home.
I'm a cowboy!
That Depp and Heard shared while he was traveling. Are you a cowboy or a pirate? Make up your mind.
Pie boy.
A pie boy, okay.
A pirate.
The 55-year-old suit against his 32-year-old ex reportedly stems from an op-ed that she wrote for the Washington Post in December, in which she said, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." His career, he claims, has been damaged by the allegations and led to him being dropped from his lucrative role in the Pirates of the Caribbean films.
I think actually if he had just let this go, he'd draw less attention to it. By engaging in this, he's drawing more attention to it. Kind of let it just go inert. Who would have read that op-ed piece?
Yeah, but you know what? But the thing is, if he truly is innocent of all of these things,
thank you.
It doesn't matter if he lets it go because 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road, that's going to be his legacy, and I guess he doesn't want to stand for that. If indeed he is,
can I tell you something?
Yeah,
I love you, roast beef.
Thanks. Thank you, Preston.
The claim adds Ms. Heard is not a victim of domestic abuse. She is a perpetrator.
She is a perpetrator.
Yeah, Depp report. What?
I don't know. I was just waiting for a Yosemite Sam moment.
I don't know what that was, but it was, because of the classic Johnny Depp Yosemite Sam.
Yeah, well, it was a cowboy thing.
Okay, I got you.
I mean, really, any moment is a good Yosemite Sam.
He's been a pirate, too.
Exactly. He has been a pirate,
I don't think that you can go wrong with Yosemite Sam.
It's just perfect.
Let me know if there's anything else you're waiting for, and I'll set you up, okay?
All right, good.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp's actions prove that he is unable to accept the truth of his ongoing abusive behavior. This is according to, the other side.
Yes.
But
we've seen what appears to be damning video of him going on a tirade.
And, in the tirade, he's just slamming things down.
Where are the Cocoa Puffs?
And he's not actually being physical with her.
Doggy.
Little doggy.
He looks so. It's just him waking up, and he's in a bad mood.
His mother, somebody
he's
just
wearing
died,
a cowboy hat. Did his mom just die?
I don't. Yeah, I think so. It might have been shortly after that. But yeah, he's wearing the cowboy hat and sunglasses, and he's just.
Yeah.
Where are my spurs?
Yeah.
He's got his cap gun six-shooter.
Where are my spurs? I don't want to look like some cowpoke.
She's always leaving them laying around somewhere. He can't find them. They're supposed to be.
God damn it! I just stepped on my spurs.
Here they are.
They're supposed to be
Give me my spurs.
Supposed to be in the laundry room.
Look at that.
Yeah.
They're walking over on their own.
I guess so.
I got the new ones from Nike. They're autonomous.
Boy, ladies and gentlemen, what a treat. Filling in for Pierre Robert. Your midday excursion today will be hosted by the man about town, Bill Weston.
Oh, my God.
talk about setting the bar really low.
When's the last time you've done a music shift?
I did a 6 to 10 Saturday morning show like 5 or 6 months ago.
Okay.
I came in and got off before you guys were up.
By the way, I remember there was one. You get good feedback. You know, people enjoy hearing you on the air, and obviously you're no neophyte to this. So,
I follow the program director's credo called Tight and Bright.
Tight and bright.
How long were you a jock?
Oh, gosh. Maybe 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it most of that in Buffalo?
Most of that was Love Lines, Nick.
I did top 40 in Erie, the worst 2 years of my life. I did a couple years on a rock station in Buffalo, best years of my life. And then started getting into programming because I realized I was an okay jock, but I was probably a better programmer.
Okay. Yeah, you're a great programmer. I have a question about, we have this thing, it's called the Zeta system, which is the software system that has all the music and commercials and all this stuff. You know how to run it pretty well?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. There's the amount of dead air that Pierre manages to eke out of that system?
Because truth be told, I couldn't run this. There's no way. I could. Casey does all the. I just hit the buttons to put everything in motion. If I had to do this on my own, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Well, yeah, Pancake will
I don't do it enough. But Pancake, you got a great producer.
Yeah, and you know what?
Following you up there.
Chuck schedules a lot of stuff, and Todd in promotions. And if you don't change it, if you kind of run it the way it's supposed to run, you don't have to do a whole lot. Just stop it and start it, right? So
now, are you going to do your usual War of the Roses and Hot Girl Check-In?
Hot girl check-in.
I'm going to be celebrating National French Bread Day. What is it, like Baguette Day today?
We've got these 19-foot loaves of French bread out in the green room, plus chocolate chip cookies the size of manhole covers.
You know what? It's also National Ravioli Day. So you can celebrate
so we're going to be a big block of songs about ravioli, right, at 12 noon. And Bill...
Hi, we're Warren, and we love ravioli.
A 10-minute version of Bill's Bulletin.
Oh,
Instead
wow.
of Pierre's Planner?
Bill's Bulletin.
No, we're not going. We're not doing that.
Bill's Bulletin. I like that.
Oh, boy.
We're going to play a lot of music.
And then the Farm Report.
There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Weston with the Bill's Bulletin.
Good evening, Mr. America. Mr.
And all the ships at sea.
Ships at sea.
This one goes out to Lottie in Kansas, who's having her hip replacement surgery today. Lottie, we're pulling for ya.
Do you want me to run sound effects for you?
No, it's good. I will, in honor of Chester Bennington's birthday today, we'll get some Linkin Park on. We're going to do some blocks for The Clash, one of my favorite bands ever. Since we missed out on World Clash Day a couple weeks ago, we're going to make up for it today in a big block of Clash.
Did you ever see The Clash perform live?
I did not.
That is one of my greatest concert experiences.
I did see them. Oh, God. I just
93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. So, seeing that we did have somebody on hold leads us to believe that it's actually working.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
that they can see the phone number because the portal has the ability to blur things that might be offensive or questionable. And so it looks like maybe that's going through. And we did have somebody on the line who was going to speak to us from Dublin. But let's go back to the Philadelphia portal. Jackie Bam Bam, are you there? So we can't understand you at all. It sounds very, very muffled. I don't know why. It's because our Zoom camera isn't close enough to you. Hang on. Yeah, he's holding the phone, but he's actually speaking to us through the Zoom camera. Hey, Jackie, now how you doing, buddy?
I am doing wonderful. Sun's coming up in Dublin, Lithuania, and there's a lot of activity.
Hey, Jackie, for a moment, we had a young lady from Dublin that was on a request line and on hold, and we were getting ready to go to her, but we during the commercial break, she hung up.
Oh, yeah. Everyone that's looking and waving is going to their phone, and I swear they're putting the number in and calling, but...
All right. Well, we got confirmation that it did indeed work, so this is hopefully going to come together.
Yeah, people, the sun's coming up. I don't know the hour difference over there. There's a lot of activity here, and a lot of people heard it and just pulled over and put their hazards on and came over here to say hi to you guys.
That's awesome. That's great. I mean, you're getting activity. Clearly, the most populated area as the different screens roll through is Dublin because there's a whole bunch of people there. Just a few seconds ago, there's a whole crowd looking. I think what you're looking at right now is Poland, and we've determined that the crossroad that the other screen pops up with is probably Lithuania, right?
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah, it's very busy there. They're almost getting hit by a car. That's why they're not stopping there at Lithuania. That's very dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is kind of
an intersection.
It's kind of a dumb place to put it.
So for those of you who are just tuning in, Jacky is at the portal. He is wearing a full Mummers uniform. What group is your Mummers outfit from, Jacky?
I'm wearing one of the Woodland String Band suits, and I mentioned they perform in Ireland every year. Well, now it's every other year, and I spoke to their president, Tom Loomis. He said they're planning another trip to perform over there, and I figured I'd wear it. Maybe somebody would see it and call in.
Yeah, listen, stranger things have happened.
And he's wearing pink. It's a pink outfit for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, which is pretty thoughtful of Jacky to do. So.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, Jacky, we're going to do the bizarre file, but we'll keep an eye on you. We'll keep an eye on the request lines. We'll check back in a few, okay?
Yeah, stop by. Right in front of the Love Park sign. Here's the portal.
All right. He's at the portal as we speak. So Jacky's representing America and the world.
Yes.
Should there be any aliens that
And
make
the
their way
universe. How many of the cultures we've gone to now have erected statues to Jacky thinking he's a deity?
We'll have to see if we can find that out. All right, let's do the bizarre file. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Pro Team Collision. If you find yourself in an accident, trust the pros. Pro Team Collision, your trusted auto body repair shop located in King of Prussia. You can go to proteamcollision.com. All right, so a Tempe, Arizona man has been arrested after police say they found human remains in a backyard freezer earlier this week.
There's some leftovers.
Police say detectives were tipped off on Tuesday about a body reportedly in the backyard of 51-year-old Joseph Hill Jr.'s home. Officers made contact with Hill at their home later in the day, and he refused to allow officers to look inside the freezer. Don't look in there.
No!
Yes.
No!
However, he had mentioned that his father passed away 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Detectives obtained a
I
probable...
go out and look at him every day in the freezer. Damn it!
Probable cause warrant to search the house.
Why did I say that? Why did you didn't even? Why? I'm so bad at this.
So they had a warrant, and authorities uncovered skeletal remains of a body. At this time, the identity of the body can't be confirmed. Hill was charged Friday with concealment of a body, a felony charge, and failure to report death, which is a misdemeanor. In Canada, this is pretty funny. Blobs of mystery goo have been causing quite a stir recently, having washed up on the shores of Newfoundland and Labrador. A local ecologist described the goo as something resembling failed bread dough.
Oh, no!
However, the mystery may have been solved. Stephen Carr, a Memorial University biology professor, may have cracked the case. He was sent a photo of a bag of Bisquick that was recently discovered.
Bisquick!
And Carr said a washed-up bag of Bisquick instant biscuit mix was intact. The powder inside was dry as far as it could tell. So how would Bisquick have traveled to the shores of Nova Scotia and Newfoundland? He said, I would guess that this is a container full of Bisquick mix that fell off a transport ship, broke up in the water, and since September has been showing up on the shoreline as blobs of goo and is now the smoking gun.
So they're sea biscuits.
They're sea biscuits! That's it!
It works out.
I've always thought that was a stupid name.
Yeah.
Where the hell did they come up with the name Sea Biscuit? And here it is, personified. To prove his theory, he's currently conducting an experiment of his own at St. John's. He said, I went down to our waterfront with several bags of the Bisquick, and I've anchored them so that they will be under cold seawater, and I'll check in a couple of days and see how they are faring. But if I can artificially make a blob, that will prove it. Carr said he's also contacted General Mills about this.
You know what? Biscuits are wonderful. That's just an editorial.
They are. All right, in the early hours of Sunday morning, police arrested 2 people, took an additional 3 juveniles into protective custody, and seized more than 1,000 rolls of toilet paper after an alleged attempt to vandalize an area in the town common. Now, I don't know where this took place. It's in an area called Ringe, R-I-N-D-G-E.
So they were going to pay for the place?
Yeah, with 1,000 rolls of toilet paper.
Wow.
The detentions followed attempts made to toilet paper the common. Police had previously received information that the vandalism was planned and were performing a targeted surveillance of the area. It's in New Hampshire. They just found out. So arrested were Grant Catola and William Barlow, both 18 and 20 years old. They were charged with unlawful activities, littering, disobeying an officer, criminal mischief, and resisting arrest. Simultaneously, as police responded to the vandalism, a tire fire was set. In past years, fires have been used as a diversion tactic to draw police away from the common for the vandalism to occur.
Very
they will
coordinated.
set a tire fire,
Yeah.
and then while the police are over investigating that, they will go and do their vandalism.
Oh, my God.
It's like the Crow.
An arson and criminal mischief investigation has been opened into the tire fire. Parking disputes aren't out of the normal. This is in Colorado, but reaction to one business owner, he's gaining a lot of attention online and sparking some controversy. The owner of Fallen Heroes Tattoo and Piercing, David Brown, says the issues with a neighboring apartment complex started several months ago. Right next to his business is a 5-story apartment complex. The parking situation isn't ideal for the complex or Brown's business, with a small lot behind multiple businesses Brown shares the building and a few street spots. There is an alley between the two buildings, but the parking spots right up against the west side of Fallen Heroes belong to the apartment complex and are permit-only parking. There are signs on the apartment complex's side saying that the lot is private parking and permits only, but no signs on the Fallen Heroes building. Employees say they don't want to hang signs over a pre-existing mural that advertises their shop. And over the course of about 4 months or so, 30 to 40 of his customers have been towed. And Brown believes that the apartment complex should do more to prevent the towing. In response to allegations, the apartment complex next door was responsible for the towing. Brown had a massive mural of male genitalia painted on his roof and posted the process on Instagram. So the people that are looking over from their apartments are looking down on his roof, and there are giant Johnsons painted all over it.
That's great.
The mural is cartoon size, personifying the male genitalia. There are more than a dozen of these genitalia on the roof. One riding a hot air balloon, another one on a bike, and a couple driving cars, apparently. When asked why the employees at Fallen Heroes don't tell their customers about the private lot when they enter the store, they explain that the way their shop runs, they don't always get the opportunity to do that. So they're having issues with the parking, so they painted a bunch of D's on top of his shop. And there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Jacky is still doing his thing at the portal. He's dancing around. He is being clad in all of his mummery. He looks fantastic this morning.
I mean,
full painted face.
Great.
Yeah. So should we check in? Should we take a break and come back? Or you want to check in now?
Want to take a break and come back?
Let's do that.
Yeah.
All right. We'll let a little more time happen. We're trying to get to see if we can get a call from either Lithuania or Ireland or in Poland this morning via the portal. So he's holding up a sign and we're instructing people to give us a call. So we'll take a break. We'll see how this experiment goes. But if you want to go by the portal, this is a great time to go meet Jacky Bam Bam.
Yeah, beautiful day to do
He is
so.
there right now. So we'll come back in just a moment. Make sure that you stay close.
Preston and Steve.
See the Clash.
Really? You just blocked it out of your favorite band, or you blocked it out of your mind?
It was at a stadium. They were at a part of a stadium tour with The Who.
That's when I saw
it. It was
Steve
David
saw.
Johansen,
Yes.
and then The Clash, and then The Who.
Yeah.
So
That was very Rocky V. It was like,
I love this. I was looking on our next guest Twitter account, and he's got a tweet from Ryan Reynolds.
Yes.
It says, excited to see the Snyder Cut, but ahead of its debut, and with the aid of a good amount of aviation gin, tonight at 6 p.m., I'll do something I've never done. Actually watch The Green Lantern. Happy St. Patrick's Day. That was sent to Zack Snyder. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very fortunate to have this gentleman on. He was gracious enough to give us this wonderful interview at the Camp Out for Hunger. It was fantastic.
So cool.
And we're stoked on the day that this big event that we've long awaited, that he is joining us this morning. It's very, very cool.
I mean, the stuff that so many people thought would never happen, and here it is.
Please welcome Zack Snyder to the show this morning. Zack.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing great. Doing really great this morning.
It is an exciting day for a lot of people, including, most of all, you. And the first question I want to get into, Zack, is just to remind everybody, how did this come to be? Where did this idea start that this movie needed to go back and be redone and added all this extra footage. I think it was fan based, was it not?
100% fan based. I don't know. It's a long saga of what happened.
So, do we know? Am I just going to go? I don't even know where she is, but her name is. Hang on a second. Hi, Beth. Are you there?
Hi, yeah.
Hi, Beth. Where are you calling us from?
Dublin.
From Yes!
We can see you, Beth. You're wearing a green top and a black jacket.
Hi, Beth. Are you standing in front of the portal right now?
Sorry?
Are you standing in front of the portal right now?
Yeah, I've got you on speaker.
Yes. Okay, we can see you. Yes. Okay, so the people that you're talking to right now, we are not at the portal. We have our representative, Jacky, who is there. But you know what? I'm going to bring him up on the air. We're live on the air in Philadelphia on the radio. Jacky Bam Bam, can you hear me?
I can hear you and I can see her. Hi.
All right. So.
There's a cool leather jacket on, a green jumpsuit, cool boots.
Yes.
Hi. And you're smoking. Yeah.
And you're smoking? Oh, Jacky says.
Yeah.
So Beth, let me explain to you who you're talking to. The guy that is dressed up there, his name is Jacky Bam Bam. He's a very famous person here in Philadelphia, and he's wearing an outfit.
What's his name?
His name is Jacky Bam Bam.
Jacky Bam Bam. Okay. Hi, Jacky. Hi.
And,
great.
And we're talking to you. This is a Preston and Steve show on WMMR in Philadelphia, and all of Philadelphia. We're all listening to you right now.
Oh, brilliant. Are we live?
You're
Yes.
live,
We are
yes.
live right now.
We're live. Oh, fantastic. We're live, guys.
Oh, and not only that, if you go to our website,
It cost me so much money.
Beth, if you go to our website, WMMR.com, a little bit later on this afternoon, you'll be able to hear this, and then you can also see the video of all of this on our YouTube channel as well.
I think she's hanging up because it's expensive.
Yeah.
It's expensive. All right.
Said bye.
Bye-bye, Beth.
All right, we love you. All right, we'll see you later. All
Oh,
right.
she's blowing kisses. She's in there with her a boyfriend or husband. Very
Well, she
attractive
is
couple.
very beautiful. Jacky, we got one.
Success.
She put her boyfriend or husband, and I guess it's her mom or sister next to her.
Oh, that's great. Okay, it works. It works.
It works.
We keep doing this.
We did it.
We are the world.
Okay, so we broke in the middle of a commercial.
Yeah.
We have to go back to our commercials.
Okay.
Because did you know people pay for those?
They do pay for them.
Yeah, okay. So we will continue this commercial break, but we will come back in just a moment. But guys.
It worked.
It worked. All right, we'll be right back.
Introducing a completely redesigned Dick's Experience, a reimagined sports destination with an.
People might not know that the original Justice League that was released in theaters, that I've never seen the movie. I left the project due to a family tragedy that we had, and so I never completed the film. They brought in another guy to finish it, and they made a couple of changes in my absence, and so I guess there was a hashtag that circulated called "Release the Snyder Cut," and that hashtag started on November 17th, 2017, which is the day the movie was originally released.
Wow!
There was a guy who walked out of the theater and just went like, "Nope," and tweeted that. And since it's been tweeted millions of times. The studio finally was like, okay, well, I guess we have to do this.
It's miraculous.
Yeah.
It is a miraculous thing when you stop and think about it. So the actual release itself, Zach, the actual movie, that it's in existence the way you originally envisioned it, but now the story of it has become Hollywood legend as well, how this actually was executed. So something that I'm sure would have to frustrate any artist and any guy, and I consider you a visionary. Preston and I, we all love your work. I mean, we're massive fans. And to think, okay, I guess I have to cast that one into the dustbin of, that's it. And then to be able to go back, and then you're getting things like IGN saying Zack Snyder's Justice League is a vindication for the director and the fans that believed in his vision. That's got to be awesome on this day to hear stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really cool. and just the fans have been so amazing. Our big cause is suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And, the fans have raised now $600,000 just, in the little fan community. Because every time they did an activation, like if they bought a billboard, half the money would go to AFSP and the other half of the money would be like a billboard, or like whatever they do, half of the money goes to, AFSP and, for suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And it's just an incredible, I've said 100 times, like, well, if there was no movie, what the fans have done is incredible, especially during this pandemic where there's a lot of people suffering, through some hard times, on top of the, this virus, there's also just the impact on all of us as people. And I think that they've really been just amazing and tip of the spear in that way. And I'm just proud of the community.
Well, you participated in our Camp Out for Hunger, and just to put into perspective what happened, that ended up, when we thought we were fighting, the Battle of Sisyphus there, pushing the boulder up the hill, it ended up being by leaps and bounds, our most productive camp out ever, and again, thanks in part to you and the other people who did it. So the generosity is not gone, and for anyone who's going to enjoy and has been excited for this event, that we'll put the link up. I'm sure Nick probably already has, to direct money for people who want to make donations to this charity, which has touched your life and is sadly touching so many lives right now, and then turn a negative into a positive. But much that initially I was unaware, after having seen the movie in the theater and having loved the way you had progressed this story. With Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. To me, it seemed very Wagnerian and very operatic, and I love it. I love that whole thing. And while Justice League definitely has its moments, the tone was different. And so now that I realize there were huge chunks that were excised, Preston and I loved the character of Cyborg, and you could just feel he had been shorted so much screen time. That has been corrected, correct?
Cyborg is really it's his movie in a lot of ways. I think when you see it, you're going to be very much, you're basically seeing Cyborg's story in a lot of ways. It's his origin, and that was always when Chris Terrio and I were working on the story. Our intent was always to have Cyborg. It was his time. We thought this movie was going to be all about Cyborg, and frankly, Justice League really takes that character, all the way.
I love it.
I can't wait for you to see it. But I was suggesting that you guys leave the studio right now.
Oh, Zach was actually giving us a pass.
All right, great.
And suggested, and I suggested we ran the show from the time of Live Aid, and it would probably
cool. Right.
Yeah, it wouldn't work out. But so we're going to tell our bosses you've given us the pass right now. Actually, on social media, and there are people responding who are just loving it. And you've always dealt with people who just summarily just don't buy into what you're doing. I've from the get-go, as have legions, bought into it. And you like long movies. We talked about this last time at the Camp Out for Hunger. And if you're telling a story, I was looking at the runtime initially when the first iteration of Justice League was released. Like, how are you? What is this? What was this filmed in a photo booth? I mean, how are you getting these huge stories compacted?
The movie, I think the runtime of the movie it's 2 hours with credits. So it's, I think, an hour and, 40, or 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Total. I mean, I think that's not even half of the movie that I've just finished. So if you're ready for a deep dive into into some Justice League characters, if you're ready to really go all the way, please, this is what it's all about.
Zach, mentioning a long film, and for those who maybe have a hard time consuming something that's 4 hours long, I did read this morning that it is kind of broken up into 30-minute chapters. Is that the case?
Yeah, when I originally finished this cut of the movie, I finished in January of 2017. So I've been working on it even in 2016. So and I had this idea then that I should divide the movie into chapters. And so it's really easy to, I think look, as a stream, when you're streaming it, and this is a great HBO Max thing that's happening, in that when you sit on your sofa, if you sort of think about it psychologically, like you're about to binge basically 7 half-hour episodes of a giant, some are 40 minutes and whatever, but I think you really, in that sense, it's really easy to watch, and you can always pause it at the chapters and go get your chips or go to the bathroom, or you can come back the next day. But it's really, I think in that way, it's the right sort of platform for it. We did finish an IMAX version of the movie as well, which hopefully when the theaters kind of open up more, we can put up in IMAX for you guys, because we want to do that for charity, in the fall.
Oh, we'll be there. We'll promote it. Yeah, we'll absolutely do that. And just to let people know, and it's my understanding that they might be thrown off as you watch it, as everyone will watch it today, and then donate to Zach's charity as well. That the aspect ratio that you'll see at home is a little bit different, correct?
Yeah, it's like the opposite of letterbox. So everyone took a while to get used to letterbox format, which is when you have black bars on the top and bottom, the kind of widescreen look. This is the opposite. It's in Academy, or it's in full app. So it is shot in the sort of IMAX format, which is like a big square. So you'll have some bars on the sides of the screen. So don't worry about that. That's part of it.
I was seeing side-by-side comparisons, and I love from you see more stuff going on. You need to see the bat signal.
Yeah.
Obviously, I have my Batman here with me. But I mean, the fact that all of that is going on, and just the color changes that you've done. Steppenwolf got a badass makeover, and I mean, with what you did, and HBO Max gave you some money, but what you've been able to do, and I've just seen stills, so I'm very excited. But everything looks fantastic.
Cheers! Yeah, you're going to get to see Darkseid. I don't know if you know anything about.
I do.
Darkseid he's the King Daddy bad guy of the DC universe, and he's not messing around. He doesn't play nice. He's just here
to mess everything up. Yeah, and
mess every single thing up.
All right,
let's hope the Justice League gets it together.
Don't give it away.
So with that,
I'm saying I hope.
Okay. Are there other actors who were initially on the cutting room floor that are now getting their treatment in this film?
Listen, I don't know 100% because, as I said, I haven't seen the theatrical cut. I might have to do that analysis. But I do know that Ryan Choi, the character of Ryan Choi, who would eventually become the Atom, his character was cut. And Kiersey Clemons, who plays Iris, she was cut. So anyway,
she's in a sequence.
Mom.
She's in a sequence with the Flashes. Gets a lot more time on the screen. Ezra Miller. We know there's a new Flash movie that is in the works. We get to see a bit of what the Speed Force, concept looks like, which is very cool.
Sure.
Cyborg's dad, Silas Joe Morton. We see a little bit more of him. And what I love is that Steppenwolf
has a really amazing arc. Yeah, sorry.
No problem. Steppenwolf, like in that version. It was like, what? Why are you so pissed off? What is this about? With Darkseid in the mix, you I guess from what I understand and what I've read, is that Steppenwolf comes off more as he's just trying to please his boss, and is that correct?
A family issue. Yeah, he has a lot of. I mean, Kieran Hines, who voices him, is amazing, and I think brings this amazing gravitas, and I would say, frankly, he brings a lot of sympathy to the character. I mean, I know it's hard to believe that you might, feel sympathetic toward this big spiky monster from space who's into world domination and has a giant axe and it's just basically chopping everybody in half. But he's got his own problems.
But that's what you need. To me, I've always hated a villain And I've said this countless times on the show, a mustache-twirling, one-dimensional villain does nothing for me. A villain that you can slightly understand.
On 93.3 WMMR.
I think, yeah. So we had a couple of people on hold on the portal, but we just we lost them because I think that as the pictures change, they might lose interest pretty quickly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, now there's a picture of the Earth that looks like a hurricane somewhere. If you are in the middle of that hurricane, please call us.
But wait a minute, we do have one actually. No, we have someone on the line at the portal. We have Jacky Bam Bam, who is there. Jacky, can you hear me, man?
I can hear you. Can't see you, but yep.
Okay, it's all good. I'm going to go to this caller. I want to go to Mark. Hey, Mark, are you there?
Hello.
Hi, Mark. You're on the air.
How's it going, guys? I'm checking in from across the pond right now.
Wait, so you're in Dublin right now at the portal?
Yeah, I'm standing front and center right now, looking at not Philly, but somewhere else.
Oh,
well, we appreciate
it.
Well, exactly.
But your accent, where are you from?
I'm from Lansdale.
Lansdale! Oh, I've always wanted to go to Lansdale. Dude, that's awesome. So you're over there studying?
Yeah, I'm just here for a semester. I go to school down in D.C.
Okay.
And, yeah, I'm doing a semester abroad here.
Oh, that's funny.
Listen, we'll take. We actually had a legit Dubliner on earlier, and you're there as a transplant right now. But very cool. How does everything look on your end when you look through the portal to Philly?
I guess this portal's like linked up to a bunch of the other cities too. So I don't know if this is Paris or something right now, but it's been swiping through different ones. I saw you guys for a second when I first called.
Well,
and it went the other way.
Mark, when you saw the portal to Philadelphia, what did you see?
I saw someone in a mummer's outfit, so that was kind of reminded me of home a little bit.
That's
a lot of mummers outfits.
Mark, that's Jacky Bam Bam. He's on with us right now. He can hear you, by the way.
Oh, hello, Jacky. I think my mom's a big fan of yours.
Oh, give Mom a hug. And Mark, I think I saw you before the Earth shoot up on the portal, but you have a backpack and you're around 3 guys, right?
Yeah, that's me. I moved to the center now, of course, right when it switched, but...
Yeah, so it seems to hang out for, 5 or 10 minutes in each city and for a while there. And apparently, Mark, so we're all linked up to the same city. So you are either seeing Philadelphia or a spot in Poland or Lithuania. And we over here are seeing Dublin, Portland, and Lithuania. I forgot which cities.
It's called Lublin.
Lublin.
Yeah.
That's right, Lublin and
So
Dublin.
any town that sounds like an Ublin is going to end up on this thing.
Yeah, Mark. So how has Dublin been? You having a good time?
Yeah, it's been great. It's been a lot of fun. Met a lot of cool people, and the whole experience has been fun. Got to golf a lot. Golf here is pretty great.
Jealous. And is the what brought you down to the portal?
Well, my mom kind of like pressured me a little bit. She had called, and I guess she was on her way to work. She usually listens to you guys, and she was like, "You have to go to the portal. Jacky Bam Bam's there right now."
Yeah. She texted into our show earlier.
No way.
Oh, okay.
I was like, "It's going to be an hour. I don't know if he's going to be there for that long." And she was like, next text she sent me was a screenshot of her texting with you guys.
Yes.
She was like, "Start going."
It worked. Yeah. She texted us at like 6:30 this morning and told you to get there because you were an hour away from Dublin. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
All right. So what does it say here, Preston? Tell him to shout out.
We had Ruth and Evan and John on hold earlier, so that's what Marissa wanted us to give a shout out. But it says here, Ian just logged into the Zoom. I could hear Mark talking. Hang on, what does that mean, Marissa?
Okay, Mark, see if there's a guy named Ian anywhere around you because he just logged into Zoom and he unmuted and I could hear you talking through our Zoom, but he didn't talk to us.
Can you shout out for Ian?
Yeah, hold on one second. Is there an Ian? Ian?
There's probably like 15 of them standing around
I'm not
him.
getting anything here.
All right.
How about a Liam? Is there a Liam nearby?
Maybe
Is there a
Liam.
Sean?
Yeah.
See if there's a Sean.
By the way, it was
If I
Root.
going to keep yelling names until somebody
Try
comes up.
Stavros.
Yeah, Patrick. Oh, my God.
But guys, people keep logging into the Zoom, so I can see on the back end our website that it's linking to, and we have hundreds of people that are going to the website. I think they're just debating whether they want to connect with us, but we keep seeing people into our Zoom. They're just not saying hi.
All right, if any communication comes to the Zoom, we'd love to try to get you on the air with us, and you would be speaking to Philadelphia and the tri-state area.
Hey, Mark, how much longer are you in Ireland?
I'm here until mid-December, probably, right before Christmas. It depends when the last final is over here.
Oh, man.
Oh, dude, it'd be nice to spend Christmas in Ireland.
Yeah. Have you gone to the Guinness Brewery?
No, my family's actually coming out for Thanksgiving since, there's no Thanksgiving here. So they're coming out to visit. I think that's something I'm planning on doing with my dad.
Tell them to save the airfare and just stand in front of the portal.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark, since your mom is the one who texted us in, what's your mom's name? Give her a shout out.
Shout out Jessica Lee Rodolph. She is a teacher at Springfield Township High School. She's at Erdenheim. So shout out Erdenheim. Shout out Springfield, Montgomery Township, not Delco. We're not big Delco fans in my part of town.
Oh, that's all right. We don't like you.
Well, listen, we appreciate you making the drive or taking a ride or however you got there and getting up and moving. So it's our second successful portal connection in a sort of.
We're porting like nobody's business.
Yeah. Well, listen, Mark, have a great time. Represent Philly well while you're there. All right, bud?
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys. It was nice talking to you.
All right, you too. All right, there goes Mark. Hey, the portal. It's happening. It's actually happening. We're making connections here. International connections all the way to Lansdale via Dublin.
As Marissa says, the Zoom activity is pretty hot and heavy. Now, the screen is completely out. There was a shot. Oh, now we're back to the space view of Earth, and I don't know what that is about.
Yeah. All right, Jacky, you're doing great, man. You having fun?
I am enjoying the hell out of this. There's a lot of activity. Everyone's looking at the portal and press. Real quick.
Yeah.
Yvonne wants to say hi. She snuck out of work here. Everyone's listening. She's coming down. And she just wanted to share a quick story. Go ahead. Tell Preston Steve.
Hello?
Hi. Actually, you don't need to talk into the phone. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Well, you should be able to hear us.
My name's Yvonne Sullivan. In 1995, I got married for Y100 at Penn's Landing on the ice, and I was playing. What was the games you guys were playing?
Oh, I don't remember. That was Wedding on Ice. That would have been the Barsky Morning Show back then.
Right.
Yeah.
We got married down there on the ice. You guys were all there for Valentine's Day. We wound up being in the paper.
Oh, nice.
All right. Are they still looking for you?
Are you still married?
No.
Who brings up that kind of story?
It was the wrong morning show.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah, I used to listen to it since 1995. Prior to that, I was listening to it.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Well, listen, it was nice talking to you. Sorry you got a divorce.
Yeah.
That's all right.
All right. Take care of yourself. Thanks for coming down to the portal and saying hi to Jacky Bam Bam.
Bye-bye.
All right, Jacky, we're gonna monitor our request lines. We're gonna keep an eye on you. We're watching you this whole time while you're at the portal. So just keep spreading the Philly love, and we'll see if we can get another connection. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Great work, Jacky's doing amazing.
Yes.
He's dressed in pink mummers regalia this morning in honor of Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
I wonder if this is sort of a recalibration that occurs periodically with the portal because it's been on this shot of the Earth for a while, and it's I'm curious to how that works.
Yes. Well, there are 4 cities total, right?
Yeah.
So
including us.
They should be able to connect 2 of them at a time, but I'm not sure how it works, but we shall see. I saw this article I thought was kind of interesting with Halloween looming Thursday night, and the weather is going to be fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
quite
possibly the best ever at 81 our high temperature. It's going to be cooler in the evening as it has been. I know
that's perfect.
Over the weekend, even though it was warm in the day, once evening rolled around, it got quite chilly, but
Fire
it's
pit weather.
Not going to be cold. But I saw this interesting article, and it discusses the various type of parents that you will encounter on Halloween night.
Okay.
All right. And it nails them pretty well, I think.
All right.
So I'm not sure what the source of this list was, but it's from something called She Knows.
She Knows. Well, she's smart.
I assume is a periodical of some sort, or I don't know what. But anyhow, so let's see if you guys encounter these type of people on Halloween evening. There are, first of all, what they call the extra parents. They don't just have a few decorations. They go all out because this is their Super Bowl.
That's me. Well, I'm not a parent, but yeah.
Their entire yard is transformed into a cemetery with clever headstones, spider webs everywhere, and a fog machine, and a soundtrack playing to go with it. They'll also answer the door wearing costumes that look like Disney made them.
No, Steve, this is absolutely you. This is you and Claire. And by the way, you did an Instagram Live on Saturday night where you took the viewers on a little tour of what you guys do on Halloween.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and the fact that it takes you days to set this up. I mean, yes.
I love it. And here's the whole mindset to this point is that growing up, I always as a kid, you go to a house that does something up, you're remembered forever. And we have families that now return to the house. Again, it's not the biggest, but I put a lot of effort into it. And they come back and they have a great time. And you see the parents taking pictures with the kids during the day or whatever. And then on Halloween night, they come and it's a big thing. And just to be able to do that with the neighborhood is so awesome. I love it.
And you said that you do this so that people will remember it, and they do. Like I vividly remember all the houses from my childhood that went a little extra for not just Halloween but Christmas and stuff like
magical,
that.
Right?
Yeah, no doubt.
So you have the extra parents, and then they have what they call the uneven Halloweeners. So it's easy to spot these folks. One is in a full-on costume, and the other one doesn't dress up at all and may look like they're being forced to take part in it because they are.
Oh, yeah. So I don't get done up because I'm handling all of the minutia. You know, we are a candy handing out machine, and I'm selling the drama of the setup. But yet you see that all the time where listen, it's nice if both parties are into it. My wife is into Halloween as well. Well, there's no reason for you to get dressed up. Did you?
No, I don't do it anymore.
I mean, you loved the trick-or-treating with your kids, and you'd be part of a themed costume.
Yep.
But as she says, there comes that bracing moment where they turn to you and they say, no more.
No more.
And then your world comes crashing down.
I'm sorry, Father.
And then you turn to alcohol.
You embarrass me now.
I never did the dress-up thing, like as a parent.
No?
Yeah, no.
Okay. When you were walking along with Jace or anything like that? Okay.
Yeah, like it was, I don't know. I never did that.
What if when you are, now who does the candy handing out?
No one comes to my house.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot
She
about
gets
that.
nobody, and you're on a corner, right?
I think that's why, though.
So we're on a corner, but we're not on a. So we literally have cars pulling up from all around the area, and people get out with the kids, and they come and they. It looked like studio.
You're a corner, but like you can cross the street and continue on to another row of houses.
That's the point. I guess you're right.
Across the street from me are houses that go, perpendicular, and there's no sidewalk. So the kids are probably told, don't go to those houses. So I think they
That's
just don't.
that radio woman. Stay away.
I think they just don't make it down that
No,
way.
your location is difficult for trick-or-treating, unfortunately. Case, do you dress up on Halloween?
I do.
To hand out candy?
Yeah, but like lately it's been like ghillie suit stuff. But I was thinking about doing something else this year, but I never really followed up. So Steve from Ikabuchi, that text that I sent you a few weeks ago, that was actually serious. Let's see.
Do we want to know what that was?
Well, I want to be a surprise.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to be a surprise.
I have a rocking. If you want to get, all right, we'll talk.
No, I got it.
All right,
I know. I have my idea, but when the kids were smaller, like we all got dressed up. I was the Cookie Monster, and I was Super Grover, and I think Captain America or something like that. But
so you go. This is the distinction between my wife and I. So she's like pumpkins and Raggedy Ann and gumdrops, and I'm like screaming corpses.
I don't like masks and I don't like face paint. So my costume.
Then the ghillie suit is perfect.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
All right, so we have the extra parents, and we have the uneven Halloweeners, and you have the coordinating costumers.
Yeah.
Not only is this entire family dressed up, but they're all dressed up in the same theme, whether it's Alice in Wonderland characters or Monopoly pieces. They're winning that costume contest.
So when we were in Manayunk, there was a very delightful family that lived up the street, and everyone was coordinated. The wife was clearly leading this. The husband always looked like he was on the verge of taking his own life.
Right.
I mean,
miserable.
If he could have slipped me a note to help. He would have done it.
But you know what, though? With that, like, then the kids don't get to choose their costume. Like, I remember that was always the fun thing, like letting him choose who he wanted to be.
We're going as Little Women.
My favorite was when Seamus he was Zurg. Like, Zurg is
Was there a costume out there?
Diane might have found it on like Etsy or something like that, but like Zurg He is a villain in Toy Story 2, and I don't know why that character stood out to my son so much, but
If
that
he,
was
well,
yeah.
If you want to be Zurg, then you be
Then
Zurg.
be Zurg.
I had to buy like the action figure for Jace. He also liked Zurg, but they didn't sell it at the time. They didn't sell it. I had to find like a used one on eBay to get for him.
Oh my God! I wonder if
they
it's
didn't have it in a package called Toy Nemesis. Right.
Kath, we had a Zurg, and I'm so sad. We gave it to our nephews after like Seamus got bigger, and I'm like, man, I wish we would have saved that.
Isn't
one.
it interesting that the toys from Toy Story then became toys themselves?
yeah.
You know,
the ones that didn't exist prior
Yeah,
to.
we had Woody, we had Buzz. I don't know if we had Zurg or not. Casey, did the Zurg toy or Kathy, did it shoot the things like Zurg, the villain in the movies, did?
No,
Oh, that's badass.
Ours was just a figure. It talked. But
Okay.
that was about it.
All right, so there's also
shoot anything.
these are other couples that you see, parents, the type of parents you see on Halloween. There are the secret sippers. These parents are both carrying a beverage, and there's 100% chance it's spiked.
That's me.
There's no secret about it.
Nope.
No,
There used to be.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
we got a couple hundred, trick or treaters, and I love the inventive, the coolers. One guy one year had a camel pack with something in it.
Yeah.
And you're right, Preston. It went from take a little sip or a little flask to my little mini bar is behind me in this wagon I'm pulling.
Yeah.
Steve, do you, this is a difficult question, but do you remember which year you had the most trick-or-treaters?
The last year was pretty big. I mean,
it probably builds, right?
Yeah, I have what I have is my all the school buses go by. My house is a corner house,
So they see it.
and so they see it. And I let me tell you this: when people get down or feel, it's the world coming to. Kids could not be more polite. The parents are wonderful. The neighbors are terrific. It's a wonderful, good feeling. So, to see that. But there are definitely a share of parents who are feeling no pain on that. And thank God they're walking around.
And it's a Thursday this year, so
It's a Thursday.
That'll lead to a little bit of partying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's no Sad Bro Friday on Thursday
Yeah,
night.
That's
for
exactly
sure.
right.
I'm going to have some narcotics out on a table just in case.
Preston, was it on Halloween night where you just dropped the bottle?
Yeah. Yep. Dressed as Superman.
Superman 3.
You say, I don't know my own strength. I
Just shattered. That's what I
shattered
should
in
have
my
done.
head.
See what I did there? All right. There's also, besides the secret sippers, there are the low effort parents. It says they're the ones with a bowl of candy on the porch. It reads, take one. And if you see them out, the only costume they'll be wearing is a hat or an eye patch or a headband with cat ears along with their regular clothes.
So, how about in your neighborhood? How many people, Preston, adopt the lights off, don't answer the door?
There's a few.
A few, yeah.
More in my old neighborhood than in my the new neighborhood where we live. And when I grew up, there was literally just one house in my entire town. One house was lights out, and everybody else they participated.
It was and the thing we've noticed, and we talked about this before, which is the early trick or treating.
Yeah.
So we used to, when school ended, I mean, even with the light, broad daylight, 2:30, 3 o'clock, 3:30, we'd be out trick or treating. I think there is a respectful 4:35, 5:30 range, right?
Yeah.
The little kids start when the sun is still up.
Right, because of it's safer.
Yeah.
I saw on Instagram this family, what they do is they have their big bowl of candy for people to trick or treat, and they put a potato at the top of the bowl. And they've now become known as the Potato House. And kids inevitably will pick the potato instead of the candy in the bowl. And I find that to be so funny.
They just one potato? You got to get there early?
Well, no. Once that potato gets taken, they'll put another one on top.
Okay.
So there's always it's
Why
always
a
being
potato?
I think they did it as an experiment just to see if anybody would actually take the
I
potato.
think Gary Heidnik found a potato in his.
It's a full spud.
Full spud.
Not like a new potato, like a full
one. Yeah, like you would make mashed potatoes.
Wow.
with. Yeah.
Okay.
I got to rock.
And the kids love it, right?
They do.
That's great.
Like, I got the potato.
I got the potato. I love it.
We're sadly the dark house, and it's just because nobody comes in our street. It's a cul-de-sac. There's not a lot of kids that live in the neighborhood, and I think any kids that do live in the neighborhood, they don't trick or treat in our neighborhood. I think they go elsewhere, and so it's a non-night for us. It's just boring.
You want to swap houses? Because I would.
No.
You can come over. If you want to live the glory days, come over to my house.
I think I'd rather just
We got
go-
hundreds of people stopping by, and it's a bit. It drags on a bit for
I'll
me.
go to a bar and be happy there.
Okay.
Well, if you can combine it with the joy of what we do, which is turkey tacos, then it becomes a wonderful experience.
I mean, do you literally have zero?
Yeah.
Zero.
Wow.
I've lived in the house for, I guess, 8 or 9 years at this point, and Casey, 1 year when there were a few younger kids on the street, we got 3. And then the last few years, we've really just gotten none. And so, yeah, I just think the kids go to other neighborhoods. I don't think they stay on a street.
Have you been to his house?
Yeah.
There's not even other houses around. So you'd have to specifically drive to that street, then leave and drive somewhere else.
Go up this lonely road.
Kathy, I have an idea for you. Since you have like next to no one stop by your house, this year, hand out to each kid $100.
Yeah.
And next year, you'll have more people stop by your house.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, actually, no one will stop by.
It'll only cost you like $300 this year.
$200.
Next
Well,
year, you guys will be good to go.
I even thought about getting the large candy bars because I don't. I'll get the little mini size ones. I get good ones. But I was like, oh, maybe I'll get the full size candy bars. But then I'm like, no, I'm going to be stuck with all these full-size candy bars. I don't want that in my house.
Are there any houses that give out like airplane bottles of booze?
We do.
Do you? Okay.
I probably shouldn't have said that out loud.
Wait, not to the kids,
You
right?
did, is what you meant. You don't anymore.
Only the
until
children.
the authorities informed you.
We give them to only the kids.
Right, yeah.
No, for the adults. Yeah, absolutely.
And I think if it's free and you give it to a kid, it's legal.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I didn't know that. I didn't realize
Just
that.
can't
Yes. As
charge
long as
them.
money hasn't been changed hands.
Do you offer up lines of Coke to the adults?
There's also, besides the low effort parents, there are the health conscious household that you'll find on Halloween night.
I got something for you.
They'd never give out candy. Sugar is toxic and food dye is forbidden. They might offer bubbles, stickers, or pencils. But if it's food, it'll definitely be healthy.
We had the pencil house growing up. I remember exactly which one it was. It was around the corner, and it was an older couple, and they would always give us
And it's
pencils.
funny, because when they found the bodies, there were pencils rammed into their eyes.
Do you know what the kids love? Because Rochelle will get a variety of things to give away besides the candy, and she'll give them a choice. Our kids love. Do you have it?
I'm going to just, no, just say it and see if I can guess.
It's Play-Doh. Yeah, yes. They love it. They go crazy
You know
over it.
what?
They have these smaller things of Play-Doh, and the kids are like, oh my God. And they love it.
Are those for premium, the kids that you know, like the real?
No. This for we'll say you want candy or you want Play-Doh, and some of the kids are like, oh my God, because they've already gotten candy at 15 different houses.
Right.
So
I did the mini Play-Doh one year, and it was still in the thing. Like anybody that came by took the candy. They didn't even take the Play-Doh.
You're trying so hard, and no one comes to your house.
I've tried everything.
Yeah.
We also had the dentist in our neighborhood who gave out toothbrushes.
Always the dentist.
Yeah.
Yep.
There was a family that gave away they little hugs, those little juices that come in a little barrel. I freaking hate those, man.
I loved that.
Oh my
The
God.
gynecologist in our neighborhood gave out speculus.
That's cool.
Yeah, which was pretty wild.
I loved the hugs. I think because my mom never let us drink them. So if I got it for Halloween, I was like, yes.
There's also the other parents, the types of parents you will see on Halloween, the politeness police. You'll hear them repeating, say thank you to their kids all night long and insisting that they walk on the sidewalk, not to go through the yard and things like that.
That is kind of me. I don't care
That's
about
us
the
too.
yard, but like every time, like, did you say thank you? And he finally, like 2 years ago, was like, you don't have to keep asking me every house. I say thank you. You've told me to say it. I'm saying thank you.
Again, I will say I get full thank yous and I get full trick or treats 99% of the time. It's very inspiring to see these little fellas and gals coming up and caught up in the spirit.
And then here's one, the trick or talkers is another type of parent you'll find on Halloween night. Their kids look bored because mom and dad have been chatting at one house for 20 minutes while the other kids have gotten 6 more pieces of candy. These parents know everyone and love to catch up on Halloween despite the side eye and death stares that their kids will be giving them. That's Rochelle.
And yes, but Preston, as a kid, it's a game of numbers. You got it. You got to cover as much turf as possible. And if you're being dragged down by your chatty parents, you sometimes have to cut ties.
Yep. Our neighborhood is very large. It covers a lot of ground, and so our kids would go out and they would cover just like half the neighborhood, and that was enough.
Wow.
They'd be done. They'd come with full bags, and they're like, "We're done for the night." So
to me, I was always Long Island, and the farthest I would go was Albuquerque. That's how I cover as much turf as I could go.
You guys use pillowcases? That's what we used.
No.
You used just buckets?
when I was a kid, probably, at some point. In fact, that was always a good one because they were huge. Yeah. And you can fill them all the way up. Hang on, I have a couple of calls. I'm going to go to Carl real quick. Hey, Carl, you're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Carl, good to see you.
Happy to see you, too.
What's up, buddy?
Well, my wife and I moved here in 1980.
Okay.
We have had a total of 7 trick-or-treaters since we've been here.
Carl, do you think you might have had more were you to wear pants?
No, we live in the country.
Oh, okay.
And, across the street was an old woman.
Oh, my God.
That her sons owned a mechanical garage for cars.
All right.
Okay.
And the fellow that used to fill the candy machine used to give her boxes of candy and crackers.
This is the greatest call we've ever gotten.
We love you, Carl.
Keep going, Carl.
Yeah.
So seven trick-or-treaters in all those years.
Yes.
Do you remember where they are buried? Crackers.
No, there's no kids in our neighborhood. And the old lady across the street, when she got somebody to her house, she would give each of my kids a box of crackers and a box of candy bars.
Amazing.
Carl, you're awesome.
Carl, you're great, but we're getting a call from Dublin, Ireland. We have to go to it, okay?
No.
Okay.
All right, bye-bye.
I think he said
Crackers.
no.
He said, no, I want to hear.
No.
I'm going to kill you.
All right, we were going back to the portal. Jackie Bam Bam, are you there?
I am here, and I think we have somebody on the line.
Yes, we're gonna go to Nick, who is calling us from Dublin, Ireland. Nick, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Good morning.
Hey!
Nick, are you squatting down wearing a red wig right now?
That's me.
All right, we can see you in the portal. Who is next to you?
That's my daughter. What's her name?
Shifra.
Shifra.
Oh,
Shifa.
that's a pretty name.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh,
We just switched.
The portal just
Son of a-
swithed.
We're,
Oh.
we're in stinking Lithuania.
But we can still talk to. We can still talk. Nick, where are you from, by the way?
Are you gone?
No, we're still here.
No, we're still here. Nick, where are you from?
We're from Dublin.
You are from Dublin. Excellent. So,
Dublin, yeah.
I need to explain this to you. So the guy in the big flowery costume that you saw looking in the portal in Philadelphia, that is Jacky Bam Bam, who works on our radio station, WMMR, and he is down there live at the portal, and we're back at the studio broadcasting live and asking people to call in. So that's why he was holding up the sign and everything. So we appreciate you giving us a call. You were wearing a costume. What's that all about?
So we're dressed up for like a Halloween-themed event in the city we're going to. It's a family event, so we dress up every year and this year we're Alice in Wonderland. So my wife's queuing up at the minute. So we have my 2 daughters here.
Oh, was she the? She looked like the smoking caterpillar. Is that what she was wearing?
Cheshire Cat, isn't it?
Cheshire
Cat. Yes, I love this.
Queen of Hearts as well.
That's great.
Cheshire Cat, the Queen of Hearts. And then my wife is what's she? She's a card.
You have a lovely family there, and so this event is happening later today. Are you on your way to it?
My wife is queuing behind us right now, so we actually have to go though, unfortunately.
No, we appreciate the call.
That's all right, Nick. We're just trying to make an actual audio connection through the portal this way. So we appreciate you giving us a call this morning.
Oh, we'll follow. What is it? WMMR is it?
That is correct. That is correct. Yes, please check it out.
Follow, yeah.
All right, Nick. Have yourself a great day and happy Halloween to you.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, we'll see you later. Bye-bye. There we go. We got another one. Jackie, it's working.
We lost the Zoom, and we'll get it back.
Oh, we lost the Zoom. Okay.
Carl's still on, and then there was I hit a woman with a shovel.
Hang on, I can go to him through the hotline. Hey, Jackie, are you there?
Yeah, that little girl was adorable too. He looked like the Mad Hatter, and he was pointing to us, and we were pointing. And so I love hearing and seeing this.
You having a good time, Jackie? I mean, you really.
I am, yeah. And everybody's joining us here. They're listening in their buildings. They're sneaking out of work. This is really, really cool.
Again, kudos to you for taking this is your vacation. You took time off to help us out with this. You got into full Mummers regalia and the makeup, so we really appreciate it.
Oh, it's helping you guys, and it's building the Mummers. It's just amazing. So thank you so much. When Casey Boy called me, I said, of course.
Well, we appreciate it.
And listen, you're on vacation. The fact that you're doing this for us while you're on vacation, I appreciate that. Also, Marissa on Saturday was working on making the sign.
Yeah.
Doing that instead of going out and having fun with her friends on Saturday night. So I appreciate both of you guys for going the extra mile.
I'm so excited because we were like, man, what happens if nobody calls? But everyone's pointing to the phone and calling, and I'm looking at them. But And as they're calling you, it'll flash to another city or something. But
No, well, Dublin is clearly our money shot right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So since Jacky got up so early and he dressed up and did all this, do you want to stay a little bit longer or do you want to get out of there, Jacky? Because we have a guest coming up in a moment.
It's up to you guys. Whatever you want.
Jack, why don't you're on vacation, man. Get out there, go get some rest, get yourself set to relax and enjoy. And thank you for dressing up. And the string band again, it was who was it? Woodland?
Well, the Woodland String Band has a connection to Ireland. And speaking of string bands, Preston, Steve, I wanted to mention there's been a lot of meetings down there on 2nd Street. The String Band Association, the Fancy Division, they want to join us at Camp Out and make a big donation this year.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
I'm down there. They're going to come down and make a donation. So it'd be really nice to have our mummers representing.
No, we love that.
Most definitely. All right, Jacky, we love you. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate it.
Love you guys.
All right, Jacky Bam Bam at the portal, making connections around the world, or at least to Dublin. And I'd say that was a full-on success.
Full-on success.
And by the way, I think starting right now with the Preston and Steve Show listeners, they have begun to make a Carl fan club. Looking at the text messages that are coming in about, they were calling him Cracker Carl.
Cracker Carl.
For calling in this morning saying, someone says, Carl is my hero. Oh my God, Carl. This is the greatest thing ever. Ask Carl about his time in the war. This was exactly the laugh I needed. Radio Gold. Cracker Carl is killing me. Oh my God, I love Carl. So one after another.
Carl is a home run.
So Carl, you got to call back sometime, bud.
I mean, he never got to tell us where Jimmy Hoff is buried.
Maybe that'll be the next call. But Carl, good to see you. So hang on. Oh, I'm sorry.
To see you.
Let's try that again.
Carl, good to see you.
All right. All right, we're going to take a break because we have a guest standing by.
We do.
Whose movie sounds really, really cool. And our buddy Nick Murphy is involved in that film as well. And we'll get him in here in a moment, and we'll give you the full rundown of The House From when we get back. That's what it's called. So stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
It's far more interesting.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. 100%. So
I wanted to ask and double back to Ray Fisher because I was reading something about him. For those who don't know, he's the one who plays Cyborg. Actually, he's from the area.
He is.
We spoke to him years ago. He apparently has had a great reaction to the Snyder Cut. I read this morning that he absolutely loved it. Now, he had his issues with the replacement and its controversies, and we won't get into that here. But how does that feel to you to know that he's happy with what he's seen?
Well, Ray's a buddy, and I just when I hired him and when we started this process, it was really, to me, it was all about honoring the character as best I could. And anytime an actor sees the movie and is moved by it and enjoys it, that's for me the ultimate, the ultimate in vindication, and it makes me super happy. So I'm glad that Ray got to enjoy it. Cool. And I saw that video of him where he was just going nuts. So
he watched it in a hotel room too. Apparently, it was yeah.
Yeah, not the best viewing experience, but you can see that if it plays in a hotel room,
it'll play anywhere.
Hey, Zach, I wanted to ask, first of all, I wanted to thank you for joining us today because I know today's a huge day, and I'm sure everybody wanted a piece of you. And so the fact that you woke up early, it's like 5 o'clock in your time right now, that you woke up early, that you're spending some time with us, I want to thank you for that. But I also want to ask, why did you get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to call in to Philadelphia radio? I would like to think that you like our show, but is it because you have family in the area?
Look, I'm a friend of the show, and I really do. I love you guys. Whenever I get a chance, if you guys, when I see the text arrive on my phone, we're doing a show, you want to jump on? I'm like, let's go.
Hey, I have a question. Since we're doing this via Zoom and we can see into your domicile there, do you play piano?
My kids do.
Okay.
My kids play.
There's a piano book behind you and a piano. I was going to have you tickle the ivories there for us a little bit if that was the case.
By the way, if I could, I would jump on. I would play a little, I don't know what, but I'd be, and sing, of course.
Speaking of music, though, just to bring up this point, everyone's raving about the new music for the film, and explain what happened.
Junkie did this again when I left. Junkie XL, who does the score, he they replaced him as well. And then when I came back to finish the movie, Junkie, I called him and I said, "We're doing the movie. We're going to finish it." And he was like, "What?" And I said, "Do you have any music like left over?" And he goes, "You know what? I'm going to do it all from scratch. I want to start over." And so he just, it's 4 hours, pretty much 4 hours of music. And it's unbelievable. He just destroyed it. And we are doing it's coming out. I don't know exactly when it comes out. We'll have to check out, but we're doing a vinyl box. So like if you're into vinyl,
oh wow,
they're going to do a full release of the soundtrack on vinyl. And that's pretty cool. As well as, of course, at Apple Music, you can check it out.
Well, Zach, I'd like to ask a follow-up question about that topic because I loved the soundtrack for Man of Steel. Was Hans Zimmer did that? Do you have favorite composers that you like working with, and how do you end up choosing one? Because there are a lot of great ones out there, and Hans is legendary. So why change, in the same cinematic universe and do a different composer?
Hans and Junkie worked together. That's why I met Junkie. He came, from sort of Hans's camp, and that's how we sort of got together. And then, because the two of them did Batman versus Superman together.
Okay.
And then and then when we went on to Justice League, I was like, "Okay, Junkie, you want to do it? You want to do the whole thing?" And he was like, "Absolutely." And we worked together. He did, he did Fury Road and a bunch of other amazing soundtracks. And it's just, and he just finished Army of the Dead for me.
When is the release on that?
Shot right over there in Atlantic City.
When's the release on that? We hear it was bumped back again.
May 21st.
May 21st. Okay. Just to also
be ready. I'll be back on the show in no time.
Oh, you bet your ass. You made a critical mistake in answering our texts because we're going to be on you like white on rice. But and I just want to convey the excitement to people who may not understand. For example, and I think I mentioned to you this to you at the campout. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, the original theatrical cut, really enjoyed. Yet there were some things like that. To me, we're like, well, there didn't seem to be an explanation fully. When I saw the full director's cut with the additional footage in it, it took greatness and made it even better. Because to me, all those things are filled in. To know that you've had this ability to go back and add in those little things, and I don't want to spoil anything. I had to do a little research, so I know there are a couple of new characters that make appearances that are going to rock fans' worlds. So yeah. So are you kind of like a guy who has the ultimate gift to give someone on on Christmas or whatever, and now you can get to see them unwrap it and get the reaction?
Yeah, I mean that's a cool way to look at it. I hope fans take this opportunity to really, and I think if you haven't seen Justice League, at all, then I think this really represents an amazing opportunity to just kind of go deep into a world, and excited that people are going to get that chance.
All right, so what other press are you doing today? I know you have a watch party, so maybe you can talk a little bit about that, but where else can your fans catch you today? Yeah,
there's a watch party. I don't know if it's live, but I'm doing a thing for 300, weirdly, with Stephanopoulos, with the Hellenic League, because it was the I think it's the 2000. No, it's got to be more than that. It's 480 BC.
The anniversary of the Battle of Thermopylae.
Yeah, it's one of the anniversaries, but it's thousands of years. But that's exciting. So I'm talking to them.
Are you going to have anybody from the battle attending?
Yeah. Leonidas is coming. So that's it's weird that I was like, wow, that's a blast from the past, but you absolutely have to do that.
What an honor to have some of the original veterans in attendance. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. We better hurry up and get their stories before it's too late.
Go, Preston, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And then, I'm doing a couple of, watch. Well, I don't even, I'm delirious, so I can't remember. I don't know.
It's early.
Well, shuttling me around. but always stopping here is important.
We appreciate that.
It was announced that that you're going to do the Fountainhead. Is that correct?
Well, no, I own the Fountainhead. I don't really have we don't really have a model for it, but I've got it. It's kind of on the. I would say it's on a slow burn.
Okay.
Okay.
But we'll see. The next thing I'm doing, I'm trying to do this small movie that I wrote with my friend Kurt Johnstad, who actually wrote the script. Called Horse Latitudes, and it's a movie that we want to just go shoot in South America, with two guys, and it's like a real sort of micro budget movie, and then
that's got to be refreshing. That's going to have to be.
Yeah,
that's like a complete diversion.
The actors, you know what I mean? So that's fun.
Cool. What does this mean, just quickly? You've got this. The reaction so far has been tremendous. Everything sort of stopped for the Snyderverse. Do you think HBO Max, do you think we are seeing perhaps the potential for allowing you to complete your longer game in this?
Listen, I mean, I don't, that's not necessarily. I didn't make it with that intention. We did make the movie.
Yeah.
With the when we originally filmed the movie, we assumed there would be 2 more movies. That's kind of how the movie's made. There's a cliffhanger at the end, and I know it's rude that there's a cliffhanger for a movie that may not get a sequel, but it's just the way it was constructed, and I wanted to do it exactly as we had talked about. Look, I didn't think I'd be sitting here talking to you guys about this. Yeah. So, you never know. Stranger things have happened. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if we talked about this or not, but Army of the Dead is going to be released on May 21st. And I don't know if we talked about where is it going to be released? I don't know if we.
That's on Netflix.
It's Netflix.
That's on Netflix.
Okay.
Netflix has been amazing. You are going to get, trust me, you will know where Army of the Dead is playing and what it's about. Netflix does not. They do not play.
Yeah. They like to advertise. Yeah.
You trust me. And the trailer,
I saw it.
coming really soon in April, like right at the beginning of April, like I think middle-ish of April. And the new trailer is just it's a butt kicker. I don't want to say a word because I know on the radio.
You can say ass.
Yeah, and I was an ass kicker.
Well, then it is an ass kicker.
I do want to thank you again for joining us this morning, and then also I want to thank you because when I was texting with you the other day, my son was next to me, and I go, "Hey, I just got a text from Zack Snyder," and he was like, "No way!" And so I looked really, really cool, and he was like, "Tell him I said hi. I'm a huge fan." So I did, and then you texted back, and then I promised him I would say this. He said, "You have to put a character in your next movie whose name is Seamus, because that is his name."
Oh my God!
So there you go.
There we go.
There you go. It's super Seamus.
Yeah. Oh my God! My son's name is Ben. If you want to toss that in,
No.
Leave Zach alone.
Soon he's going to be doing shout-outs.
Yeah, right. Well, listen, Zach, thanks again. It's a big day for you and also for AFSP, like you said. People bring awareness to that and suicide prevention and getting therapy and for people who need it. So we appreciate the time. Yes, Casey?
Yeah, we do have information about that on our website.
Okay, yep. It's located.
That's
if
awesome.
you'd
Thanks,
like to
guys.
donate, you can.
Thanks
Our
for
pleasure.
bringing that up.
Great to talk to you, Zach. Good luck with everything and congratulations.
All right. You can go check out Justice League on HBO Max, and I will talk to you guys later.
Outstanding.
Awesome.
Zack Snyder, guys. Wow.
Huge.
Stoked for tonight.
Yes.
Or as soon as are you gonna watch it today?
I want to watch it straight through, and it's a tough thing on a school night.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to try. If not, it'll be tomorrow because I want to live and go into this world. Nice. I'm so damn excited.
All right, we're going to get right into this with a story. I love this one. It's about the band Korn. So when it came time to choose a name for the band, they had considered being called Larry.
Stop it.
Larry.
This is a great story. That was the name of their manager at the time, who had told them that they could not call their band Korn. Now, Jonathan Davis told Revolver Magazine that he responded, "Well, we're gonna pick it. We're gonna name it Larry then." And he's like, "F you." And I said, "Look, it's either gonna be Larry or Korn. You effing pick it." And once they decided on a name, Davis said that the logo. This is interesting too.
Which is the K.
Well, it's the name, Korn, drawn out. The logo came about when he grabbed a crayon and wrote Korn with his left hand.
Oh, there you go.
Gosh.
And got old Jaggedy.
And that's it. Yep.
And look at these people spend millions of dollars on highfalutin graphic artists.
Yep. Davis said that he credits them getting their record deal due to the number of stickers with their logo on it that they had stuck all over town. We had to share this little story. So every evening at 6 o'clock, we do a quick conference call with us, with the members of the show, just to see where we are in preparation for the following day's show. If there's anything notable that we need to be aware of, interviews and so on. And that also includes topic conversations. And so we're getting ready to wrap up the call last night, and then Kathy's got one more thing to add.
Well, Steve, so I was at a bachelorette, and Steve's like, did bachelorette produce anything? I was like, no, not really. It was actually pretty low-key. And then I was like, oh, wait.
Yeah.
There was one thing.
There's one thing. I was talking to these girls. You remember how last week how Preston was saying that he likes to make sure that, his sexual partner has achieved.
Right.
Gets the cookies.
Gets the cookies before going for the main course. And then Kathy says, and I'll say this verbatim because it's not vulgar or anything like that. She said, I didn't know until I talked to these girls that not all women will have an orgasm by having sex.
Yeah.
And so we're like, oh, okay. And then all of a sudden you hear Casey go, I guess I should have told you guys that I'm in the car and have the Bluetooth on and Seamus is sitting next to me.
Well, I also brought up something from another conversation we're going to have about the wall sitting.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. But even that was more benign.
I just I was sex, orgasm, just all the words.
All the words.
Yeah.
Coming out of Kathy's mouth.
And so Seamus is just sitting there in the passenger seat, and I just look over at him, and I can see him smiling, right?
God.
He's just pretending like he didn't hear anything, and I'm like, okay, he heard everything. Now, here's
I didn't think Kathy had orgasms.
Well,
I mean, and honestly, of all people,
Thank you very much, Kathy. Our next guest is a documentarian. He is a director, and he is from our area, by the way, Haddon Heights, New Jersey. And he's got a new film that is out. In fact, it premiered at Kevin Smith's Smodcast Film Festival and won an award.
How about that?
He brought in for us to see. It is called The House From, and it profiles all kinds of famous houses from tons of different movies, stuff you've wanted to see. Casey wanted me to play the Full House theme, which is appropriate for this. So we would like to welcome director Tommy Avallone. Hey, Tommy, how you doing?
How are you?
Nice. I'm doing wonderful. Thanks for asking. We are happy to have you here. And joining him as well with a little hand, and this is on top of it, is our good friend, Mr. Nick Murphy.
Hey. Sorry to bother guys at work.
It's okay, pal. All right, so Tommy, first of all, from the area, I said Haddon Heights. Do you still live in the area?
I do.
Okay, nice. Because I know that I was reading that you had a movie that premiered in 2014, I Am Santa Claus.
Yeah.
And all about people who do the Santa Claus routine for a living. And so that was a cool. Was that your first entree into documentaries?
That was my first documentary. Oddly enough, the 10th anniversary Blu-ray is available in a couple days.
I've seen it, and it's wonderful, and it's heartfelt, and it's funny, and it seems to be, it's set the template for a lot of what you do, which is great. And this particular subject matter, it has its genealogy goes back to stars of the maps of the stars' homes, or anything.
Absolutely.
Oh, that was the house. We are all drawn to these locations, and we talk about it all the time. There was just a big thing. We're going through the what was happening with the house featured in the Goonies. I think Nick, you just recently saw the house.
I did, yeah.
We've been there.
So it just distill it down. Why do these places matter so much to us?
it's the new form of history, you know, like instead of going to, you know, the Statue of Liberty or, you know, anything in Europe or anything like that, you know, Eiffel Tower, people are more interested in the Goonies or Short Circuit or Home Alone.
It's true.
You know, movies are 100 years old. Pop culture is in our veins. It's everything we kind of live for nowadays. So, I mean, hell, I lived 15 minutes from the Rocky Steps. You know, I'm walking to work at some points next to real history. Ben Franklin's grave, the Liberty Bell. Couldn't care less. But when I lived in Los Angeles for a bit, like I could walk to the Wonder Years house. That's crazy, you know? So that's the history I care about.
Okay. That makes a good point.
Let's talk about the Goonies house because I was just there this summer. And as far as I understand, the owners have changed hands over the last few years. And when I was there, it was very pleasant. Everybody was really respectful. You were supposed to park about a block or two away if you can. And then you have to walk up a little bit of a hill. There's a little sign out front that says, if you'd like to tip, you can send via Venmo or whatever, which we did. What was your experience like at the Goonies house?
It was great. I mean, it sucks because it's a private road and like the community, like you can only do so much unless your community's in for it. Like if you go to Cleveland, Ohio, and get to the Christmas Story house, they're all into it. Tulsa, Oklahoma, they're all into it for the Outsiders house. But when you have like a rich area, like, you know, Home Alone or San Francisco for Full House, you just can't, they just don't want this to be a tourist attraction. So Astoria is very difficult in letting the owners of Goonies really celebrate it and turn it into a museum like they want to.
I think the geography around the house has to play, because it's my understanding that the Breaking Bad house is right on top of other houses.
Well, that's what I wanted to talk about that because I went to the Breaking Bad house. I drove across the country and I went there, but I knew that the homeowners were not down with people walking by. So I parked a couple of blocks away and I just walked there.
Yeah.
And there's a fence around the house now because people were throwing pizzas on the roof and stuff like that. So I didn't want to piss anybody off, but also at the same time, I wanted to see the house. I love that show. And not only did I get to see that house, but I also washed the car at A1 Car Wash.
Well, they have an RV that just does tours. Like really? This is where this guy lives, this is where that guy lives.
All right, so how many houses are profiled in the doc?
About like 20.
Okay. Yeah. And all movies or movies and television?
Movies and TV.
Okay.
It's really interesting. The relationship for people with television is a little bit more connected because you're watching this in your home. The way it's shot, you feel like you're the fourth character. Like there's just a connection for home, like Golden Girls, Full House, Family Matters, all that sort of stuff.
Right.
So
did you do Golden Girls?
We did.
Where is that house?
It's in Brentwood. It's 15 minutes from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air house.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
So that was easy.
No, it's not in Florida.
Well, technically, so MGM rebuilt the Golden Girls house at the MGM Hollywood Studios lot now.
Okay.
So they rebuilt it there for the tour. But yeah, it's in Brentwood.
What's so wild is that these houses, you say, become there are history. Pop culture is now, you know, neck and neck with regular history as far as the importance. And so in many cases, it happened with the Brady Bunch house.
Yeah.
They built it to replicate the interior as well because it becomes that important. So with this, and talk about the dynamic of people who embrace it and people who hate it, what was the percentage of those who are the current residents who despise that their house is famous?
It's really interesting to see how many people went there. Like we talked to the people from the Planes, Trains, and Automobiles house, and they love their fans. But not many people are going there as much as Home Alone. That's like 10 minutes away.
Right.
You know, in Home Alone, it's a little bit more of a difficult relationship. They just sold the house.
But because of that,
I don't know them personally because we weren't able to talk to them. We talked to the neighbors and the old owners during the time.
Right.
But I mean, yeah, if there's a lot of people coming to your house, like the Friday house, people were sticking their head in the window saying, break yourself, fool, you know, like so it becomes a little difficult.
All right, so these would only be residential homes. These are not set houses like on the Universal lot or anything like that. That wouldn't count.
Yeah, like the Monsters house or, you know, Christmas Vacation. Those houses are all on a lot. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, the Christmas Vacation house is where Murtaugh lives in Lethal Weapon. Is it?
Oh, yeah, I think so, yeah. But it's so interesting, even going to some of these real houses, like there's this strip on South Pasadena, Bushnell Avenue, where one house is Biff's house from Back to the Future, and the ball he kicked the house on is in Back to the Future 2 is Luke Wilson's house from Old School.
Okay.
And then right next to that is Lorraine's house from Back to the Future, which is also the house from Teen Wolf. And then you go down the street, there's George McFly's house, and across the street is the house from 30-something, all in one block.
So would that represent perhaps the most used area? Because a lot of times they pick particular areas. There are, in fact, in real estate, there is a John Hughes home, like the classic home that you look for. Did you find an area that the movie companies tended to like it sounds like you just mentioned one, where this seemed to be the prototypical place to go film?
South Pasadena is unreal.
South Pasadena.
It just looks like Haddonfield, New Jersey. It looks like everything USA, Pee-wee's out there. There's so many things. And this Altadena house, which is right next to Pasadena, I knew it as the Can't Hardly Wait house. I'm a huge Can't Hardly Wait fan.
Right.
We actually brought Ethan Umbre back to the house to do a tour of it.
Cool, yeah.
But it's also American Pie. This Is Us shot there. Always Sunny in Philadelphia shot there. NCIS, like all these places, a Lindsay Lohan movie, a Tim Allen movie. There's so many things in one house. Like this is that. It was unreal.
Steve mentioned John Hughes. There's quite a few houses that are in those movies. Did you go to Cameron's house or to Ferris's house?
We didn't go to Cameron's. And Ferris' house is in Long Beach, California.
Okay.
But the rest of those, we tried to do Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. We did Uncle Buck, and we did Home Alone.
Okay.
So those are like our John Hughes. We tried to do the Pretty in Pink house, but that's in South Pasadena.
Okay.
But she didn't. Some people are just too private.
Where's Jake's
what's
house?
funny?
Oh, sorry, Jake's house from 16 Candles. He had that.
That one actually, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's so funny how. Well, okay, I'm going to ask my
picked the
initial
one
question.
I don't know. Thanks,
You
Casey.
son of a bitch. What is the current going rate for? There were houses that obviously you mentioned that have been used for multiple shoots. What is the average amount of money a homeowner can make for turning their house over to a movie company? Or is it that wide a variable?
Usually it's like if they just do an outside, it's like $500 a day. If they're inside, it's $2,000 a day. But what's great is you can shoot 14 days in 1 year and it's tax free. So a lot of people are really in love to that. The owner of Jesse's house from Breaking Bad season 1. She was a school teacher and didn't make a big amounts of money, and she used all that money to buy her son his first car.
Wow, yeah.
So there's good stories about all that stuff.
I was scrolling through Instagram this morning, Tommy, and I follow Ryan Reynolds on Instagram, and he shared in his stories last night The House From, which is the movie you're talking about. How is Ryan Reynolds involved, and how did that connection take place?
He's our executive producer. I knew some of the people working in his company, Kevin Hill, and when they were putting together the Maximum Effort channel, they were looking for some stuff, and I'm a huge fan from the beginning. 2 guys, a girl, in a pizza place. Always loved Ryan Reynolds. I jokingly say he has the best abs, and I don't know why I'm obsessed with his abs, but I kind of am. And yeah, he's fantastic, and he's the right kind of brand for what we're doing because it's a fun ride movie.
Don't feel bad if you're obsessed with his abs because he is obsessed with Hugh Jackman's abs. Everybody's got their ab thing. If you're just tuning in, it's Tommy Avallone who's here, and we're talking about the movie called This House From, and it covers all these TV and film homes that have been shot at. And a buddy of ours has a connection with you. Mr. Nick Murphy is here as well. So, Nick, what is your connection to the movie?
So I did all of the titles and like lower thirds of all the houses of where they are, and I did the end credit sequence as well. So I animated all those things, and
it's no small feat.
Yeah, it was really fun. Tommy, we connected, and then I had pitched him a bunch of ideas for the end of it. The end part is really, I'm really proud of the end credits because I downloaded like an architecture program and drew out all the homes. Not all the homes, but a good portion of the homes that are featured in the movie, and used that to like animate. So they're like, I drew like the Breaking Bad house, and it's got like the pizza on the roof. I did drew out the Home Alone house. It's got like the little statue guy knocked over and stuff. So
very nice,
really fun, really cool project.
He made our movie next level. Like it was just one of those things where like it looks one particular way, but adding the graphics in those lowest thirds really made it look like very polished.
What's the lower thirds? What is that?
Just like
it's a term.
The name, like this, you're speaking to this person.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's below that. Question, you mentioned Ethan Embry. Anybody else from any of the films that's in the doc as well?
Jeff Franklin's in our movie. He created Full House.
Okay.
And he owned the Full House at the time.
Did he really?
Yeah. So he's in our movie. Oddly enough, it's not in the movie, and he didn't want me to put it in the movie. But he at the time, he owned the Full House and also the Manson murder house on Cielo Drive.
Yeah, so a lot of people would talk about...
I've been there.
Ben, because he was and is fabulously wealthy, and had these raging parties. The house obviously looks nothing like it did in the.
Well, he knocked it down.
Yeah, and as you would want to.
Right.
Hey, so many great memories here. But
the Nine Inch Nails album was recorded there, though. Yeah,
yeah, that's true. But so with that Full House, which is not featured, but that's another one that's gone through many. Again, that is a house that is close to other houses, and it could be problematic if you're there and people are constantly visiting the one house. I assume you talked to neighbors as well of these houses, not just the homeowners themselves.
Yeah, like for Home Alone, we talked to the neighbors, and they just said it's like they could tell when the movie has just played because there's like 50 people at the time.
Yeah.
But also Jason Lee from My Name Is Earl and Mallrats and Chiefs, he's our narrator, and he killed it. Yeah.
How do you figure out the sequence of this movie? Does it go in chronological order of the oldest movie or TV show to the newest, or?
No, so it's like these stories have to like say something and they alley-oop to each other. So our act one is really like setting up what is a famous house. What is it like living in a famous house? We started with the Pee-wee house only because he had the best way of delivering that. And then it goes right into act two where you're like, there's actually problems that exist here, and it's the Breaking Bad, it's Goonies and all that sort of stuff. And then our act three is really the claiming of these houses that are going for sale, but they want to save it, like the Twilight House, Christmas Story House, Outsiders, all these people who sort of see this thing and want to preserve it for history.
It's fascinating.
Tommy, are there any like really cool mansions that either you wanted to visit or just didn't get around to this time around, like Wayne Manor or the Trading Places? I think that's in Long Island, perhaps. But anyway, are there like any places that you wanted to get to that you weren't able to?
Yeah, I wanted to go to the Boy Meets World house.
Yeah,
because I'm such a big fan of Boy Meets World. My neighbor was my principal coming from the Philadelphia area. I connected to that. It just didn't work out. They never got back to me. And the Sopranos house was something. The owner actually built that house. And it's really intense, but he just was very private and didn't want to do it.
In your research, is there any way to gauge what is considered the most popular?
It's Full House.
Is it Full House? No
it's
kidding.
No doubt, because I was at the Full House, and there was not a time in which people weren't there.
It
was ridiculous.
It's so funny.
And I left. I walked out of the house. It was like I was like a Backstreet Boys video, like they would not get out. No one would get out of my way. I was like,
you have
me,
to be somebody.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
No, it's crazy. Like everyone's just taking their pictures and like I could have been the homeowner, but they didn't know. It's crazy.
It's funny because also with these houses, and then during the actual making of the movie, you visit the Halloween house, correct? Halloween house is in California, is it not?
Yes.
So, but it's supposed to be Illinois, I believe.
Yeah.
Haddonfield, Illinois. And as the legend goes, they had no autumn leaves.
Yes.
Which they had to put into the area. But a lot of times, those sort of legends and myths surrounding the location are part of the fascination with it for the nerdier people.
Yeah.
What just on your visit of the whole cluster of houses that you visited spoke to your massive inner nerd?
Well, if you want to talk nerd stuff, is the fact that these things could very well be in the same world, right? So Andy from Pretty in Pink is 2 blocks away from Michael Myers' house. So during that same time, could they have known each other? Did they go to school? And
I love that.
This is not in the movie, but like I started watching I rewatched Donnie Darko. I was like, this house looks very familiar. I looked it up. I was like, oh, that's on the same block as the Ferris Bueller house in Long Island.
The Donnie Darko house.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you think about Donnie Darko was based in the 80s.
Yeah.
Ferris Bueller was filmed in the 80s. So Donnie Darko's going to private school. Ferris Bueller's going to public. They have to know each other. Were they at the same parties?
Did Ferris run through the backyard of Donnie Darko?
Yeah,
right?
of course. Yeah. And did Donnie see the Save Ferris sign? I was like, I hate this guy,
Casey brought up the Breaking Bad house earlier. Why would you buy that house knowing that it's the Breaking Bad house?
So interesting, right?
I'm sorry, and then hate everybody that swings by there.
Yes. Right. So they've never bought it as the Breaking Bad house. That was their house, and they decided this little network called AMC, this little show, the show, it's like, oh, what, the guy from Malcolm in the Middle? Like, you don't think it's going to be a huge, huge show,
So they never moved.
No, it's been their house. They're the ones that said you could film here, and they have a great relationship with the show. They have a great relationship with like Vince Gilliam and all that sort of stuff. But when it comes to the fans, once they start throwing pizza on the roof, it's an old lady who has to like get the stuff off. They start getting upset, and then TikTok,
it's vandalism.
Yeah, and then TikTok, you're seeing this angry lady that's always yelling. So people then go there to be yelled at by the old lady. It just becomes this thing. So they didn't help themselves by reacting the way they did, but also they have the right to act that way. So yeah,
to Nick's point, to this point, which is, did you encounter people who knowingly purchased an iconic home and then got pissed off that people were recognizing the iconic home?
So I don't know too much about the story, but someone did just recently buy the Freddy Krueger house.
Right.
Like maybe 2-3 years ago. And I've seen on TikTok him like screaming at people.
Yeah, come on. I mean, like, I wonder, and maybe you know this from the research you did, would somebody be obliged maybe not to let a potential purchaser know that the house is featured in a movie?
They all know. I mean, these realtors use that as press.
I would assume.
Silence of the Lambs sold like not too many years ago, and that was all their press.
Yeah.
Home Alone just sold that house, all about the press.
Yeah.
You know, the Poltergeist house just sold, and they turned it into an Airbnb.
Yeah. Who wouldn't want to stay there on Halloween?
I love watching TV shows and recognizing buildings from other TV shows. So one of my favorite shows on TV right now is called Shrinking. And
South Pasadena.
They shoot some of the scenes of Shrinking outside of City Hall in Pasadena. The City Hall in Pasadena also served as the City Hall in Parks and Rec, even though that show was set in Indiana. So if you look in the background and you see the City Hall from Shrinking and you recognize the edifice of it, it's the same building that they used in so many exterior shots for Parks and Rec. Where like other ones that have crossed sets and crossed TV shows for you that come to mind?
Yeah, well, I mean, like if you remember Halloween, like that first Halloween movie, and Michael Myers like hides behind that bush.
Yeah.
The reverse side with Jamie Lee Curtis, you can see what's that called? It's like Mama's House. Remember that show?
Oh, with the horrible show, Vicki Lawrence.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Yeah. It's her house is in the background.
Yeah. Why didn't Michael Myers kill her? We would have been spared that, though Ken Berry wouldn't have gotten work. So
of all the houses from film and TV that you either shot in this movie or weren't able to shoot, where do you think you would like to actually live?
Ooh.
Well, that's a tough one. Like, we didn't really feature it too much, but if I ever was capable of buying a famous house.
Yeah, and money was not an issue.
I think I would do the Wonder Years house. For one, I love Burbank.
Yeah.
And two, it's not overly visited, although some people do sneak in the backyard to act like they can play basketball with Kevin Arnold, But I don't know, there's something so calming about Burbank, and it's not overly popular, but it's so iconic.
I think I like George McFly's house.
Well, that's a big one.
It's a classic standard house. Concerning the houses that are on lots, I remember years ago going to the Universal Studios, and you would literally drive down past the Munsters home to the house used in Bewitched, to the house used in I Dream of Jeannie, and they were sort of iconic in that way. At some point, so with this, have there been any houses that have been completely has a movie studio ever purchased a home in an area, in a suburban area, residential area, because it's so useful as a location shoot? Because a lot of times when they're doing that, they want to get that location ambiance. Has that ever occurred?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I mean, the closest was just when the network bought the Breaking Bad house and made a TV show out of it. That's, to me, the closest I've ever seen that. Yeah. But there are some of these homes that get knocked down, like the Family Matters house got knocked down. Alf, there's 2 houses from What's Happening that got knocked down. So it is sad to see some of these things go.
Yeah, you're just talking about the third act of the movie. The historical preservation, I think, means a lot, but not everyone is on board with preserving the house from Alf.
Any local scenes shot for this documentary?
We did shoot the apartment or house from Sixth Sense. It's in the trailer, but it's not in the movie. It is on the DVD, though.
Yeah, which we got right here.
My best friend's daughter was a huge fan. They live in St. Louis, Missouri. A huge fan of Silver Linings Playbook.
Right.
Oh, nice.
When she came here, she wanted me to find some of these locations. And believe it or not, you can track down. There was a way to track down where De Niro's lived in the movie. Found it online, drove by that, went to the Lantern Diner, went to the movie theater and all that stuff. So you can. A lot of these are public record, right? You can find out where they were shot.
There's a couple people like Rob on Location, I'm Not a Stalker, like all these websites. They just have a lot of stuff. So thankfully for our research, it was kind of already done.
All right.
Yeah, and some of these are on Google Maps already. I live behind the Rocky house. It's the home that him and Adrian buy in Rocky 2, and it's like on Google Maps that way. It's crazy.
Is that funny? That's on Google Maps that way.
Yeah.
So Tommy, you brought in your Golden Calf Award here, the movie from the Kevin Smith Awards ceremony. Can I see that? By the way, what was the win? What was your
best documentary?
Wow.
Which is the money shot. And that is made of solid gold.
Yeah. You wouldn't believe
I
what
think
this
it's gold
weighs.
spray paint. Yeah.
No, that's awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So Kevin Smith, who judged on that? I mean, is it
I actually
exclusively
don't
Kevin?
know. I
or-
don't know how that works.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Ernie O'Donnell runs this festival. He was in Clerks and a bunch of other movies.
Yeah.
But I don't know how it happened. I didn't question it. I just kind of took the award and celebrated.
I'll tell you, he's a huge, as am I. We all are huge documentary fans, and so and to get that is, though it is weird looking, of course, it is a pedigree to get that because he's definitely tied into that. With how successful you are with this, and you have a number of very good movies to your credit in the documentary world. Any interest in porting over to more fictional work?
I would love to. Yeah, for sure. It's I'm a huge Kevin Smith fan. Always wanted to be similar to like his style. I started making docs 10 years ago, and I definitely would love to jump in that world at one point for sure.
William Peter Blatty, William Friedkin, documentarian.
Okay.
Yeah, for many years. So there you go. And he did pretty well.
By the way, we had mentioned this other one that you were involved in when it came out, the I Love You, You Hate Me, which was a 2-part docuseries on Barney the dinosaur.
You bet.
That came out in 2021.
2021.
Where did that air?
It was on Peacock. It's still on Peacock. Yeah.
Okay, I got to check that out.
Yeah, that was a fun one. That was I watched some video on Instagram of these people in Nebraska in 1993 having a Barney bashing event in their college. And at the end, the newscaster goes, "Well, that's the future of our country right there." And I was like, "Oh my God, we're in that future now." So, so we explored like where hate came from by just like the 90s hate of Barney the dinosaur. And it turned out great. Steve from Blue's Clues is in it, and he kills it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Excellent, man. Well, what's the next step with The House From?
So The House From right now is on the Maximum Effort channel, Ryan Reynolds' channel, but also today it's on iTunes, Amazon, and Google Play. And I just want to say that right now we're number 30 on the top iTunes charts. So everyone needs to go right now. It's $9.99 so we can get number 1, The House From, right there on iTunes.
We'll support it. I think you could do a limited series.
Absolutely.
With this.
Yes. Well, we pitched it. 2019, we started filming this thing, and we pitched it as a show. And everyone's like, where's the sizzle? Where's the stakes? There's no true crime in any of these houses, so no one's going to buy it.
Yeah.
But we've been actively trying to turn it into a show at some kind. But even Netflix was like, why do we need you? We'll just have it be the houses that made us. You
don't need that sexy.
You do not need.
The sexy
I agree.
sizzle is that the movie was shot
It's
there.
baked in. You could do the same thing. I hate to say this, but with and it has been done to some level or another, but not with your stamp on it. The crime houses, I mean, those sites. History had a series that was not that good, but thankfully people are being murdered all the time. So there's no dearth of houses available. Yeah.
Just to show people that these sort of things are good and you don't need true crime.
Yeah.
Everyone needs to go to iTunes right now.
Yes. There you go.
Buy it for $9.99. Get us number 1 documentary and we can rub it in everyone's faces.
That's it.
Nick Murphy, before we wrap up this interview, anything you want to mention? Any projects coming up in your world?
Yeah, I'm always doing a bunch of cool stuff, man. I got this project that's coming out in January. It's by a major company. I'm afraid to say before they announce it, but we got to write on this really cool project, and maybe I'll come back and talk about it.
All right.
You're more than welcome to.
I
mean, listen, we embrace the porn industry as well.
Yeah, exactly. Most definitely.
Can I tell you something about the porn industry?
Please.
My friend has my face tattooed on his leg and was an actor in porn, so you could see my face in
Shut
porn.
up.
No.
Yes.
Any particular titles come to mind where we look for? That can we say on air?
Fresh Breed 3, I think.
Fresh Breed.
He did stuff with Gina Lynn, yeah.
Gina Lynn.
Yeah.
Well, she's the Meryl Streep of porn.
Yeah, I asked her, I was like, hey, do you recognize my face? And she didn't think that was a funny joke.
I like that. All right. Well, get it on demand right now. The movie is called The House From. Contributions from our own Nick Murphy as well. Directed by and award won now, Mr. Tommy Avallone. Thank you for coming by.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, guys. It is called The House From. Do not miss out on that. We are going to... Oh, wait. Hang on.
iTunes.
All right. Here's some music. Yeah, there we go. Our house, of course. But we do have to take a break, so I'm going to cut this song short. We'll come back in just a moment. We got the beef foul on the way, so stay with us.
Preston Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Preston, and this is not the first. This is the
No.
second time
Yeah.
that I've done this with Seamus in the car.
I don't remember the first time.
The first time I called in like a couple minutes late, and you had already announced that you were in the car with your kids. I didn't hear it, so at the end of I think I cursed, like I said the F word or something like that. But like I was like joking around trying to make you guys laugh, and then there was like silence in case he was like, did you not hear me say I was in the car with my kids? And I was like, nope, I sure didn't.
Sorry. Here's the deal. I don't even know if he knows what that O word is.
Yeah.
All the other stuff, I'm sure he knows all about.
Right.
But the main juxt of the conversation, the gist, whatever.
Yeah.
I sound like anyway. The main gist of the conversation, it being the O and women not getting to that.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that all that stuff could have gone over his head, and he probably was looking that word up.
Yeah.
How old is he?
He's in 8th grade.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But the kids have the internet these days.
Yeah, those kids.
Yeah,
And their
well, if
internet.
not, he knows now.
I'll tell you this, though, that's something that I've never had to deal with because it's just my wife, or
Right.
we're transporting pets in the car. But it's such a common thing. There's no way that doesn't happen all the freaking time.
Yeah, Shell and I instituted a standard greeting, which if you're in the car and Rochelle says it to me, she goes, "Hi, you're on speaker. So and so is in the car with me." Like that's the first thing that comes out of her mouth.
Say hi.
Yeah.
Now, in my defense, when I joined the call, there was already a conversation going on, so I didn't, I couldn't bust in and go, "Hey, by the way, I'm a speaker." I just
normally it's okay. Like the majority of our calls
It's pretty benign.
it doesn't get that detailed or graphic.
But when you're all worked up and horny, it comes through.
Apparently I needed to.
Kathy's all horned up.
Well, Casey a couple of weeks ago suggested maybe we do, I forget, it was like Zoom call or FaceTime or something for our conference calls. And I was like, I can't do that because my phone is always on speaker, like when I do the conference call because it's dinner time and, we're either cooking, cleaning, like whatever it is. And Jace is always there. And when I feel like, or like sometimes there'll be like a curse that slips, I'm like, and I gotta quick get the phone and put it up to my ear.
Yeah. So whenever I talk to my buddy Jeff on the phone, you're pretty sure that the conversation is going to go to an NC-17 rating.
Right.
So we always will go, are you on speaker? Are you alone? Or whatever.
Right.
I mean, but with our conference call, and also my kids are older now, so it's like, but when they were children, it was like, hey guys, by the way, I got the kids in the car.
Well, it's for me, it's like my a Christmas story. We heard all that stuff from my dad, and so it was all part of the deal. But we never received calls through Bluetooth in the car.
Yeah.
While I was in the back seat when my dad was driving. It was something that didn't happen.
Did anybody see the South Park quarantine special?
Yeah.
Yes.
I watched it with my son over the weekend, and the last 5 minutes of it, there is a giant phallus that Mr. Garrison is carrying back into town. And my son, who is a little bit older than Seamus Casey, could not stop laughing. But he was laughing so hard that he was like holding the pillow in front of his face. So like we dance around the topic, but the older he gets, the dancing just becomes less overt. You're just like, all right, that's fine. Like he knows you don't want to be the person. I don't know. You don't want to be like overt about it, but you also know that he knows.
Listen, I've told my, and I say this time and time again. Listen, my kids are going to hear this stuff in the schoolyard, which is fine.
Right.
I don't want them teaching this stuff in the schoolyard. There's a difference, right? So
You want them getting shed talks.
No, but at the same time, with the whatever they're watching, it's like, all right, there's that weird fine line between condoning and encouraging.
Yes.
And so I don't, like, my son is now watching clips of The Family Guy, and he's getting such a kick out of it, and I hear him cracking up. And
At
my
dirty
wife,
parts?
Probably. I don't know what he's, but my wife's like, it's not appropriate for him. I'm like, well, I know what I watched when I was 13 years old.
I think my like with my situation, my dad just got tired of trying to restrict it because and then my mother just sort of gave up. We tried, and and we were fine, but a lot of the stuff just went over our heads, and then eventually it was like somehow I just remember knowing about it. I forget exactly where I became aware of it. It was a combination of both the schoolyard, and my dad.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. I've got my two olders. They can say whatever they want to.
Yeah.
Right. It's free reign now. I mean, they're 20 and 18.
Right,
So
yeah.
whatever, and they will say stuff in front of my 13-year-old. So it's everything now
Is on the table.
Is on the table, except for like graphic sex or anything like that. You know what I mean? So you can. I love when parents say, they've heard everything. When they're talking about their kid who's a toddler, he's heard everything. But
no, they haven't.
He may have heard all the words, not in a specific order though.
Yeah,
which can make it
describing.
very graphic and dirty.
Well, like Chuck D'Amico, right? So Chuck D'Amico is part of our pod. I work with Chuck, and then so my kids and we see each other on the weekends. Chuck D'Amico says things that are like, I was like, I would never say that in front of my kids.
Yeah.
And he says it in front of my kids, and I'm like, well, I guess this is just where we are now, Like,
Wait, Chuck says stuff in front of his kids that you wouldn't say in front of your kids.
He says it in front of my
And then he'll say it in front of
He
your...
says it in front of my
like
children.
what?
All right, so for instance, we were playing...
Using your mouth on a donkey?
No. Is it Scattergories?
Yeah.
We were playing Scattergories, right? And the things that are round came up, and the letter was T. And
Okay,
he
got it.
said, and I'll just, so he said tiny toddies,
Right.
but it wasn't toddies.
Right.
It was, boobs. And I was like, and like,
You were like, we don't say that. in front of our
That's
kids.
2 points, man.
you also, I know that, but you also have to remember, I also have I have the youngest of everybody, too.
Yeah.
So my sixth grader is there. My sixth grade daughter is there as well. So
That's not appropriate.
It's not. It is not.
So what you're saying is he's a bad dad.
Well, I'm saying he often forgets, and that we all have different parenting styles. So he might have said that in front of his sixth grade daughter but she's a sophomore in high school now. So there's a difference. And
You lose track.
when he did that, my wife and I looked at each other like, like. Do I say something? Well, I'm saying something to him now. Don't say stuff like that in front of my daughter, right? Don't say stuff like that in front of my 11-year-old daughter, my 11-year-old Catholic school daughter.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Kathy, don't talk about orgasms in front of my son.
But I didn't.
Unless you're going to teach him how to give one to a...
Oh God, stop it.
Dear Lord.
Stop.
We are
stop.
crossing
Yeah, no, I don't want to
territories.
Yeah, this isn't good.
By the way, I just jotted down, I need to watch South Park movie with my sons. I don't think we've ever seen that. And that gets as dirty as you can possibly get.
And watch this quarantine special because it's pretty damn funny.
Okay. And there's a huge phallus in it at some point?
Yeah.
Because there's a little one in the South Park movie where Saddam Hussein whips out.
Right. No, this is a giant man gets turned into a penis and gets hauled into town.
All right. Nice. All right. Well, anyhow, if Kathy's on your call and you're on Bluetooth with your children, make sure you say something because otherwise there's going to be
just let loose.
But
an
literally, I would be the
uncomfortable
last person to say something in front of a kid.
Are we still on for the swingers party tonight?
Stop. Oh, God.
By the way, today is National Cheesesteak Day.
Yes.
So I figured
It's a food thing.
Food is on the brain.
Yeah.
And, we're gonna do some giveaways with Steak'em in a little bit, who have stopped by this morning to give us some stuff to give to you. But let's have a seat and have a meal, if you will.
It's time for the Connoisseur in honor of National Cheesesteak Day. We're going to talk all things food.
We definitely are. Maybe we can get into a cheesesteak discussion at some point.
You know, there's a Goldberg's tie into cheesesteaks. They always run that episode.
Yeah,
where they,
donkeys.
Donkeys.
Right?
Yep,
And
absolutely.
the whole big thing was that the best cheesesteak in the world is not in Pennsylvania.
And you know what? It was really good.
Really
I need to get
good.
back there.
I know.
I'll have to,
Yeah.
when I have a cheat moment, I'll do that.
Well, and some people call no fair because it's not on the long roll. It's on a Kaiser.
Yeah.
Poppy C. Kaiser or whatever. I got no problems with that.
I don't care. I think it just tastes great.
I
That's
say
all there is to it.
If you
And
put
less
it in
filling.
if you put it in between white bread, it's still a cheesesteak.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Word.
All right. So I've got my
Yes, your chef's hat
on.
Your puffy chef's hat.
So we're going to start with this.
What is the technical name of that hat?
Chef's hat.
Chef's hat.
Is it literally just
I don't
chef's
know.
hat?
You got me. Because
Yeah.
there's a couple different ones. I think like sous chefs wear a different hat. And
Okay.
so there's a variety of different hats that are worn in certain restaurant situations. So it's called a toque, Steve.
All right, there we go.
So according to this, it says the chef's hat is officially called a toque.
That's toque.
Which is Arabic for hat.
All right.
While the term has existed for a few thousand years, the French popularized the word when referring to a chef's hat, according to Culinary Anyone. That's a website, I guess. By the 1800s, that hat has become known as the toque blanche.
Oh, because it's white.
Or white hat. Yeah.
I know you're about to get going with something.
Connoisseur.
I don't think a cheesesteak in between white bread is still a cheesesteak.
It is.
All right. Maybe we can come back to this.
I stand corrected.
No, I mean, is it called a cheesesteak roll?
Yeah,
No, it's called cheesesteak.
I think you've bastardized the sandwich by putting in between white bread.
Okay.
If we're going to come back to cheesesteak,
You talking about
later.
sandwich bread, just regular sandwich
Yeah,
bread?
I mean, what if you put a hamburger in between two pieces of white bread? Is it
no.
not a hamburger anymore?
I will
It's that
accept.
you didn't have any rolls left and you had nothing else to use.
I will accept a Kaiser roll, but at white bread, I think you are killing the very being of what a cheesesteak is.
It's still a cheesesteak. I'm not saying I'm not killing the being of it, but it's still a cheesesteak. If you put peanut butter and jelly on a hoagie roll, it's still a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Would you then call it a steak sandwich? Because I don't see that as a steak sandwich. A steak sandwich I see on a roll.
I think if you put it on a bagel, it's no longer a cheesesteak. I think if you put it on white bread, like I'm thinking
the bread has that much sway over it. You think?
Yeah, I think you have ruined the
Well, then what
very
is it?
concept of a cheesesteak. I think it's like steak sandwich ingredients on white bread. I think
Do
it's
me a
no
favor.
longer a cheesesteak.
Put some documentation together and send it on over.
Let
I'll
me
review
ask
it.
you, you have a problem with cheesesteak egg rolls? Still called cheesesteak.
It's not even remotely a cheesesteak.
It's still a cheesesteak. It's called
It's got cheesesteak ingredients.
Cheesesteak.
No, it's not.
It's a cheesesteak
Then
egg
don't
roll.
call it a cheesesteak egg roll.
I'm
Then
yelling
don't call it a cheesesteak egg roll.
You think that's a cheesesteak sandwich because
It's got cheesesteak material in it.
It is not a cheesesteak sandwich. It has cheesesteak. What makes
Ingredients.
it has cheese steak, but it does not. It's not a
an egg
cheesesteak.
roll.
In the classic form, it's a cheesesteak egg roll. Cheesesteak egg roll.
I just want to point out to everyone, looking at Casey's body language, he's deadly serious about all this right now.
Well, it's
And he's
dumb.
wrong.
It is a dumb conversation to have, and it's
Okay.
It's a dumb. Listen, it's a cheesesteak. It's what is inside the roll that it's named after. It doesn't matter what you wrap it in. It doesn't matter.
And cut Nick some slack because he's had really loose bowel movements for the past day or two. So.
He's not thinking right.
Yeah.
He's low on electrolytes.
Just had a visit down to the third floor.
Did you make a cheesesteak?
Well, no, but man, do they got a nice bathroom down there.
Sony has recruited Zachary Levi to star in Sony's live-action adaptation of the classic children's book Harold and the Purple Crayon.
Did you ever read that book, or do your kids?
I don't remember it. I know the title,
So do I.
but I don't remember what it's about.
It was a staple in our household when Ben was 3 and 4 years old.
Okay. And I love Zachary Levi, man.
He's great.
He just seems like a guy I want to know.
We could absolutely hang with him. At least it seems that way.
Yeah.
I loved him in the show Chuck.
The story, published in 1955 and written by Crockett Johnson, tells the story of a 4-year-old who created worlds around him with his crayon.
He is the voice of Flynn Rider, correct?
He is.
Yeah. Which is a far superior movie, Tangled, than Frozen.
Yeah, I know you're a big proponent of that.
Casey's opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I texted you guys about Flynn Rider last night.
I saw that, and by the way, I was looking at the cover of Herpel and the Perilled Crayon
And the hairy donut. Herpel and the hairy donut.
Hey, I know someone named Christine Herpel, by the way.
We do.
We do. She's working at NBC.
Not her first name, but
Herpel. It's not. It's Meeston Moiety.
purple.
Herpel.
I love purple. I mean,
I'll let you guys laugh that out, and then I'll.
It's hard. It's hard when it happens.
funny.
It's just there. And you got to get past it.
So anyway, yes, Nick had texted over something about the fact that the people have voted that Flynn Rider is the sexiest Disney character ever, according to who?
This guy, Kevin Sparrow, did a Twitter poll.
I just think he's
he did a Twitter poll.
Yeah.
Nipple piercing.
Yeah.
Not piercing in general. Never has appeared to me. Appealed to me. I've never had a pierced
Does
ear,
Pierre have
nothing, nose.
Pierre has both nipples pierced, right?
Does he
I think he does, yeah.
Ooh,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
I have 5 in my ears.
Do you really still?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Five
I
nipples?
I got 5 nipples. I got 3 nipples in the left ear and 2 nipples in the right ear.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I can stick earrings through them right now if I wanted to.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It didn't look right. I tried. I was in old radio and, and every time I looked in the mirror, I'm like, I don't look like an earring guy. Yeah.
I had my nipple pierced.
No, shut up.
Are you kidding? Miss Needle Phobic?
How long have we known you?
Happy birthday, Preston!
Thank you. It's my birthday present. the Romano birthday miracle. Revealed that she had her nipple pierced.
I still don't believe
smiling. She was smiling when I brought this up. She looked at me holding up her hand, meaning I have something to say, and you had this bizarre look on your face.
Wow.
Oh my
Look
God.
at Steve.
Steve
Is so
can't even
perplexed.
speak.
No,
Steve doesn't know what to
this
do.
makes sense, though, because sometimes I'll see Kathy walking around, and she'll have a kettlebell suspended from her crotch. And I'm like, what's that?
Okay, so
What's that attached to? And she has another piercing.
let's unpack this here for a moment.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I can explain.
number one, you're deathly afraid of needles,
Yes.
anything that has to do with that. Number two, you're so pristine when it comes to anything that
She has a
has
perfect vagina.
to do. Well, but by pristine, I mean,
No
what's
tattoos. Like,
MMR.
All right, let's share some very interesting stories with you right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by Helium Comedy Club, bringing the laughs to Philly for many years. Helium Comedy has the best comics of today and tomorrow live every single week. Tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. We'll start with a story out of Michigan. The owner of a now closed coin store is facing several felonies for allegedly taking customers' money and gambling away more than $5 million.
Wow.
In the afternoon
Someone's got a problem.
of January 18th, the 72-year-old man went to the Bay County Law Enforcement Center to file a fraud complaint. The man told police he had gone to Flying Eagle Coins in October and given $20,000 in cash to the owner, Matthew Burton, in exchange for gold and silver. Months passed, and Burton didn't hold up his end. He said he contacted Burton multiple times. He said there was always an excuse. He was always saying they were closed because he had COVID or something. The man went to another store owned by Burton in the hopes of getting the rest of his silver, and inside the business was another customer demanding payment for a bounced check.
It's a bad sign.
Police went to Flying Eagle Coin several times and never found it open. Investigators' calls to Burton's phone went unanswered. His voicemail box was full. Police learned Burton frequented Soaring Eagle Casino. With help from the FBI and casino staff, police obtained the history of Burton's Players Club card. An activity report showed that he had fed $5,188,046 into slot machines.
$5 million into slot machines.
He had cashed out $4,235,304. When it came to gambling tables, Burton had put $16,050 and cashed out $6,817. I mean, he's like loading money into these slots. It's insane. The same day the 72-year-old man had given him the $20,000, Burton had put $33,000 in the slot machines. Burton had been at the casino all but 2 days in the month of October.
Well, he's working hard.
That month alone, his daily slot contributions ranged anywhere from $5,137 at the low end to $107,049 at the highest.
So think physically.
Yeah.
How long and how repetitive. How it just defies sanity that you'd be able to do that.
Concurrent with the investigation, Burton was the subject of similar
How many
probes
machines?
by the Michigan State Police, Mount Pleasant Police, the Isabel County Sheriff's deputies as well. And this story went on to go, it showed case after case after case of person that was getting ripped off by him as well.
I mean, what are you doing, 50 slot machines at once?
Yep, he remains in the county jail. He is to appear for a preliminary examination coming up next month.
How did the gold investments turn out?
Yeah. Dozens of people were hospitalized with food poisoning. Okay, Kathy, here we go. Kathy sent me the story. I saw it over the weekend before she sent it to me, and I'm like, I thought of her immediately. And sure enough, she sent me the story with the caption. It was like, see, told ya. Dozens of people were hospitalized with food poisoning after eating a dish that one of their coworkers brought into work.
There you go.
This happened in Maryland. Paramedics were called to the NAFCO wholesale seafood distributors in response to a report of multiple patients with food poisoning after allegedly eating the same food. Health officials reported that 46 adults were taken to the hospital.
What was the dish?
All patients were in non-critical condition. Officials said the illness was related to outside food prepared by an employee shared with others at work. Workers allegedly became ill roughly after an hour eating of some type of a noodle dish. It had, pasta in it.
Yeah, a little bit of what is that, poisonous fugu? What is the fish that you have to, if you cut it in properly?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, the blowfish?
Yeah. NAVCO added this was an isolated event, and they have now changed their policy not to allow any outside food on the premises.
I mean, I don't mind that policy.
In Georgia, investigators say burglary suspects broke into a dead man's home, and he had lived with his mummified body. And the man was 71 years old. When police arrived, they said that the victim was in a mummified state.
Wow.
But the suspect chose to live in the man's home instead of calling police. Now, listen to this, though. This is the interesting part.
What?
The detective said they were living in his house for I don't know how long. The dead body was located in the bathroom, and there's only one bathroom in the house.
Oh, my God.
So they would go in and do their business with a mummified body in the bathroom?
Have to, right?
So was he on the toilet?
I don't know. Police said the suspects used the victim's credit cards and forged his checks.
Hey, buddy.
Sonia De Silva had no idea that her neighbor passed away 3 months ago because he had always kept to himself.
Well, it gave them the out of saying he's in the bathroom.
She knew something was wrong when she recorded video of the police in front of the man's house. The incident started out as a welfare check. The detective said the homeowner was in a mummified state and his home was ransacked. They said all the drawers were overturned, his belongings were in the middle of the room, and it was clear that people were looking through for things of value to take. Police say the suspect stole his car, too. And they said that there's no cause of death as of this point in time. But the only place, there's one bathroom, and you keep the corpse in the bathroom.
Yeah, how about the basement?
Wow.
That's where I'd put my mummies.
All right, here's a great story. A New Jersey woman is suing JetBlue in federal court over an ice cream sandwich that she claims was, quote, dangerously cold. Mm-hmm. Alleging that the cabin crew should have warned her that the treat was frozen solid.
Look at this. All this ice cream is cold.
Carla Quinones says JetBlue was negligent for serving food at a temperature below what is reasonable or safe for consumption. The carrier then compounded the problem by failing to warn her the dangerously cold temperature and solid state of the ice cream sandwich that she was served.
I run into this issue with the Fudgy Wudgy guy down the shore.
What happened?
They have it on like a dry ice or something.
Frozen solid.
Yeah, it's frozen.
Like literally, you can take it by your molars and try to bite as hard as you can.
That's too much.
You can't even nudge.
Maybe
on
this
it.
woman has a case then.
So the ice cream sandwich, according to the case, was frozen solid and caused plaintiff to sustain severe bodily injuries, including a root fracture of tooth number 10.
And I'm pregnant.
JetBlue representatives did not respond to requests for comment. Quinones and her partner were aboard a JetBlue flight from JFK to Paris when, during the meal service, Quinones was given a, quote, chomp-size strawberry shortcake ice cream sandwich made by the Nightingale Ice Cream Company.
Here, no on this, you cow.
But Quinones argues no one said anything about how hard the treat would be, and she immediately cracked her upper left lateral incisor when she bit down.
Oh, man, the notion of cracking your teeth on a piece of cold ice cream.
This necessitated an emergency tooth extraction immediately upon landing. In the complaint, they blame Quinones's pain, suffering, and mental anguish solely on JetBlue's negligent acts. She is demanding a money judgment against JetBlue to be determined by a jury plus legal costs.
I think $100 million.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Nice. I mean, come on. And that is what I have in the Bizarre File for you today. We will take a break. When we come back, our lesson question will be all set up and ready to go. We'll pair that up with trash and music news as well. So hang out. We'll be back in a moment with it.
Preston and Steve.
Blemished.
And also no touching any even remotely sexual areas, naughty areas of the body.
Well, he's been scarred by your mother.
Let me sit down here.
Okay, sit down and I'll tell you the story.
There's got to be a catch here.
Fan him. Fan him.
Please.
There's a catch here. There's got to be a catch.
All right. How long ago?
Okay, so
Last week.
No, let me think about this. Okay, I think it was college. Yeah, I was in college.
It had to be.
Somebody had to have been kidnapped, and like this was the only way to get them released.
Well, I was trying to think if it was after college, but it wasn't.
Like a spring break thing?
No, so it was in college. I had a very good friend from high school, turned stripper, she was getting things pierced.
Okay.
And so and by the way, she hid from me that she was a stripper for a long time. So I didn't know she was a stripper, but she was. Anyway, so she was going to get something pierced. Now, I grew up, my mom always taught me, do not get a tattoo. In 10 years, you're not going to like it. You're going to pick something today and you're never going to like it. And so that stuck with me. What she was okay with, now I don't think she knew I got my nipple pierced, but what she was okay with was piercings because you could always take them out.
Right. They grow back,
Yeah, so I had piercings all the way up my ear, in the cartilage, all of that.
Yeah.
I had my belly button pierced. And
I didn't know that either.
So at this point, then there was like, well, what else do I get pierced? My friend was going to get a piercing. I forget which. She was getting her nose done. I didn't want to get my nose done because I have terrible allergies. I'm like, that thing's gonna go flying when I blow my nose. So we were just there, and she was like, just do it, just do it. So she basically convinced me, and I was like, I don't know if I can do this. Was
it a dude who did it?
It was a guy who did it. We went to like a place we were in New Hope, so it was like a piercing place. It wasn't like some corner store. I felt comfortable. It was very like doctor-esque. Right. The room was set up. So I did it. I got my nipple pierced.
You were drinking beers?
No, listen. It was terrible. It was an awful, awful experience. My body rejected it. Oh. It never healed ever. It was like a massive infection.
Wow.
And my boyfriend at the time was he was finally like, what are you doing? Just take it out. It's not gonna, because I thought I went through all of this. Yeah. Like I had a needle go through my nipple. Like, help me here. So I didn't want to take it out because I went through all of that. It was terrible. It was terrible pain when he did it. Afterwards, it was awful. So I did not have it very long, and I ended up taking it out.
Was the intention to get both of them done initially, and then you stopped after one? No,
just
you just want to get
one. I was just getting one.
You seem more like a completist.
See what happens.
A stud,
it was a ring.
It was a ring.
Yeah.
Ring.
Okay. It was a ring. You had, but I mean, it was terrible. It was so bad. It was so infected. I had to put a gauze pad in my bra because it was infected, and no, it was disgusting. It was awful. Yeah.
So that's horrible. That's disgusting.
Awful.
I have to imagine. Did you at least become woozy during any of these piercings when you're as needle phobic as you are?
So the thing with needles and me is if I can't look at it. That's every time I have passed out because of it. I watched it. So I watched Jace getting stitches. I watched the needle go through his chin. Right. I saw the skin pull, and I was like, that was it. I was out. So each time I was watching it. So this obviously I didn't watch. I closed my eyes, turned my head, held my stripper friend's hand,
held your nipple out,
put my nipple out, and there we go.
That was it.
And do you have scarring to this day from it?
Yes, there's a tiny. You wouldn't know. Here, I'll show you. Come here.
Come on. Let us decide. So we'll try to pick the one out.
When you wouldn't know. It is a tiny little spot. Yes, I can see it. It's on one side, but if you guys were sucking on my nipples, you would never know.
If we're sucking on your nipples.
Well, leave it to Kathy to make a story like that unsexy.
Wow. So I don't know. It was pretty sexy.
It started off sexy, and then the infection and the gauze.
Yes.
How many days or weeks did it last?
It was in a couple of weeks. Like I said, I tried. I went back to the guy. He was like, here, gave me cleaning and this and that and whatever, and it just literally my body was rejecting it.
Is that why your nipple whistles now and then?
Every once in a while.
Did your mom find out about this right now as well?
Probably. Yeah, I think she probably found out.
She's
now.
on the roof, ready to swan dive into the parking lot.
So how long total do you think you actually had it in?
Nick, probably maybe a month or something, and it just was not getting better.
And always painful all the time.
It was so painful the entire time. It never healed. It was always painful.
Did removing it hurt, or was it really? Oh, really?
No, hurt. And I remember too. I was in the bathroom at my boyfriend's house in college. It hurt so bad. College bathrooms was disgusting. It was so gross. And I was up there with my friend, and she was like, "That's it. We're taking it out." And we just, because remember the old piercer, or what they used to use. I don't know what they use now, but it had little balls on the end, so you had to screw the ball off so that you could take the hoop off. Yep. So it was the whole thing was just painful. It was awful.
Oh my God. All right. So the actual act of having it pierced, because I couldn't do it. It just seems like it would be so painful.
It was awful. It was so painful.
What did they use, ice? Or
people who say oh no, it wasn't that bad. No, it was bad.
It's one of the more sensitive spots on your body.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
So sensitive.
Well, and listen, here's the thing. Oh God, here's more info.
My vaginal piercing.
No, I never did that. But I don't have very. Well, I can't believe I'm saying. I don't have very sensitive nipples, so I thought, oh, okay, I can do this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'm not like the girls who are super sensitive and are always nipping through their shirts.
I've got tough as leather nipples.
Yeah, not so much.
So
not
when
true.
when it was happening, did they get like browner or pinker or?
I hate you.
Somebody
No, but
says,
I
call
will
the guy in New Hope. He'll be able to answer the
Hold on.
question.
But I will say, they would take pictures of all of their piercings, and I was like, "Oh hell no!" I was like, "You cannot have a picture of my boob."
I am floored right now.
I am too, man.
So floored.
Well, we all remember Marissa's tongue piercing.
Yeah.
Remember when she removed that manually at home?
I used to have the audio of that.
The audio of that getting clipped off. Now that. When you initially got that piercing done, Marissa, how could that not hurt?
Because I was on spring break and it didn't matter. No, but did I ever tell you guys a story about when I came home and my mom saw it?
No.
So it was Easter dinner. At first, I should say, as soon as I sat up, as soon as I got a pierce, I sat up and I went, ugh. My mom's gonna know I feel my tongue pierced because my tongue just swelled up and I couldn't eat for a few days. So it was Easter dinner. We're all sitting around the table, like an Italian table. So we're talking and laughing like 2 hours after dinner. And at one point, I just opened my mouth really wide to laugh at something, and the whole table's laughing, and my mom just stops.
Oh, daggers!
And she goes, "What's that?" And the entire rest of the table starts cracking up laughing because they have saw it hours ago. My mom was probably cooking dinner and she didn't notice. So my mom collects herself for a minute and she goes, okay, all right, and starts laughing with it. And then she goes, well, at least I knew about the other one. And everybody laughs more. My dad goes, wait, what other one?
Before I do my intro, can you hear me, Amy?
Yeah.
She's here! Amy.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
All right, well, no, it's all right. I like to always to do a nice big intro, so let me do that now. Ladies and gentlemen, from Evanescence, it's Amy.
Hi, guys. What a nice intro.
How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Oh, are you kidding me? It's great. Listen, we had just played Better Without You. Leading right into this, and of course, it's on the album, The Bitter Truth, which is finally out. And I wanted to ask you about that because you were talking about this album. I mean, was it done already, like in 2019? I mean, in the can and ready to go or close to it?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
We really wrote most of it last year. Yeah, during everything.
All right, then I had read that you had asked, you wanted people to hear it at that point, so I read something incorrect. Oddly enough, there was some misinformation that I found on the web.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, we started it a while back. We'd been working in bits and pieces through 2019 in between tours. We just sort of started putting time aside when we were all together. We live all over the world. All over the country, and now we have a member who lives in Germany, Jen, who we've been away from since before the pandemic. She's been with us remotely on this thing since the first 4 songs, but we made it happen. We really did.
It's such a
Can't believe it. Hallelujah.
No, it's very cool, and honestly, the entire world has gone through a maelstrom of stuff. Obviously with the COVID and all that stuff. And then you guys have also, all of you at some level, been dealing with personal crises. And, here you are at this end of it, releasing music into the world, connecting with people and what you love doing. Is there just a big sigh of relief now that it's out there? I can't imagine what that process is like and what you're currently experiencing.
It feels so good.
Yeah.
It really does. And for us, it's not something we do every other year. It's something that is, it comes out when it happens, when the inspiration hits and the time is right and everything lines up and we know what we want to do. So more than ever, it feels like a very special occasion for us. And, like you said, having so much to get off of our chest personally and just feeling connected, with the rest of the world in this time of the last couple of years, just strain and loss and frustration. It feels so good to be in a rock band.
Yeah.
Pour all that out into the music. I can't tell you how good it feels. And now, I'm such a I'm such a, I don't know, detail critic, always hearing all the little things I want to chip away and change, to finally have it done and not be listening to that anymore and just to listen in my car and enjoy it. It feels really, really good.
Okay, I wanted to ask about that in particular. So, and I would imagine all artists, musicians, maybe not all, but some go through this where you have this final product, you're very proud of it. It's sat for a little while, it's sunken in. Do you go back and go, man, I wish we would have done that. I wish I would have added this harmony. I wish I would have tweaked this and that. Or are you Stu, along with another little song there called Jaded on 93.3 WMMR. Everything rocks. 10:17 and the Preston and Steve show as a Monday is slipping right through our fingers the way it should be. Move along, Monday. Let's get the week going. We are going to ask you a question, and today for the lesson question, we're giving away a 4-pack of GA tickets for the Lincoln Mill Haunted House on Main Street in Manayunk. So here is what we were going to ask you. What do you call the Bisquick goo balls that come out of the ocean? 215-263-WMMR. What do you call the Bisquick goo balls that come out of the ocean? 215-263-WMMR. I'm surprised we didn't go with a Cracker Carl question this morning.
Man.
But maybe another day. All right, here is the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll get some stories, and then we'll see if we can give away the prize. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Chrisley knows best patriarch and now convict Todd Chrisley has lost his job in the prison chapel for, quote, being too chatty with the other inmates. Apparently, inmates working with Chrisley would often beg for solitary confinement. Former Home Improvement star Zachary Ty Bryant was booked on DUI charges after police saw him weaving on an Oklahoma highway. Amazingly, Bryant is calling the incident a win, saying this is the first time in a long time that he wasn't arrested for domestic violence.
Oh, my God.
And finally, rapper Lil Durk has been named by the FBI as the mastermind behind a murder-for-hire plot against a rival rapper. Lil Durk issued a statement asking why he's being targeted by the feds, especially since there are bigger Durks. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we are looking for the answer to this. What do you call Bisquick goo balls that come out of the ocean? 215-263-WMMR. We will go to Brian to see if he knows the answer. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Down there, hair.
Brian, what do we call those goo balls, please?
That's going to be sea biscuits.
Sea biscuits. Yes, sir. Hang on, Brian. Got yourself a 4-pack of GA tickets for Lincoln Mill Haunted House on Main Street, Manayunk, featuring live scare actors, production quality sets, animatronics, special effects. Plus, you can learn more about serial killer Victor Kane's secrets in Manayunk. Tickets and information at LincolnMillHaunt.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, we'll start with the sad news of the passing with a legend. Phil Lesh of the Grateful Dead passed away on Friday. He was 84 years old, and tributes poured in from the music world. New York's Empire State Building illuminated the skyscraper in tie-dye colors to honor a member of the band. Pretty cool that they did that.
Honestly, that's quite an account. That alone is a wonderful tribute. They don't pull that out a lot.
The Instagram post said he died peacefully, surrounded by his family. Rolling Stone magazine ranked Lesh as the 11th greatest bass player of all time.
Wow.
So he also sang lead and backing vocals. Many fans considered him as influential as Jerry Garcia, who, of course, passed away in 1995. Rolling Stone said his idea, play bass and lead at the same time. His notes darting in and around the melody became as recognizable as part of the Dead sound as Jerry's guitar.
Do we have the clip that I sent over of him talking at Jerry's trial?
I don't think we do.
Okay.
Or did you send it to Marissa?
I did, yeah. I sent it earlier this morning.
Well, he was, we'll see if we get that in a moment. So Trey Anastasio said that Phil was more than a revolutionary, groundbreaking bass player. He transformed how I thought about music as a teenager.
He was, as you pointed out, was mentioned earlier, he was very, very knowledgeable in music. It was, Was he a violinist at first? What was he?
Yeah. He studied classical violin to start with.
It's incredible.
After Jerry's death, longtime players Bob Weir, Bill Kreutzmann, and Mickey Hart formed various lineups under the name Dead & Company. Lesh opted instead to create Phil Lesh and Friends, which played until 2023. Now, me not being in that world, I don't know the difference between those two. And whether, Casey, do you know did Phil play a lot of Dead within Phil Lesh and Friends?
Yeah, they all did. I mean, Phil and Friends definitely played a Dead songs. Further ended up, there were so many different iterations of the band. And I got to tell you, I've never seen any of the iterations.
Really?
And I don't want to call it a protest. It's more of like it's in honor of Jerry, because I had an opportunity to see the Dead the last time they played here in Philadelphia, and I was like, I'm going to go see them next time. Yeah. And there wasn't a next time because Jerry ended up passing away, and they played this song for the first time in Philadelphia ever. This is called Unbroken Chain. This is one of the songs that Phil helped create. So just because I never saw the Dead with Jerry, who I always felt was the heart and soul of the band.
Support the break-off projects.
I support it, but I feel like if I didn't get to see them as they were, then I don't want to see them. You know what I mean?
Yep. Was that the show at JFK that you missed?
No, it was Spectrum.
Okay, yeah. So I saw the Dead last summer without Phil Lesh. It was the Dead. These days, it's Bobby Weir and John Mayer, and then Mickey Hart's on drums as well. So they do a lot of Dead songs, but it's become a bit of a tribute act to what the Dead once was.
We do have that clip, Casey, if you want to pull that up. This is Phil Lesh. This is after Jerry passed away, and they were going through, his estate and so on, and so they had to, people had come up and speak in front of a judge and everything to get this all worked out. And the lawyer starts asking him about what he remembers, and this is pretty funny.
I feel at this time that you have a very clear recollection of everything that was going on during that period of time on all those tours during that approximate decade?
No way.
And do you have a clear recollection of everybody who was present on those various tours?
No, I don't. I've already stated that it's all very hazy.
Hazy during that period?
Any period. The last 30 years are one big smoky haze.
And
except for a few little bright moments.
You see them pan over, and the judge is cracking up.
I mean, of course. Why would you even ask? How clear are your recollections to a member of the Grateful Dead?
Yep.
It's funny
Not
because
good.
when they first came out in the late 60s, early 70s, they were a band for a young audience, right? But that young audience has grown up, and that young audience are now doctors and lawyers and engineers, and you know what I mean? And they're professionals.
Yeah.
But they carry the torch of the Grateful Dead, and I love that.
I remember there's an episode of the Goldbergs where I'm going to get in trouble. I'm going to go record at a Grateful Dead concert. I'm going to record the concert. They're going to get so furious.
Right.
And he goes in with like 9 recorders, and the guy goes, the recording section's over there.
Yep. Philip Chapman Lesh was born March 15th, 1940 in Berkeley, California. He began playing classical violin before switching to big band trumpet. His official Dead biography had said, and he later studied with experimental Italian composer Luciano Berio before his friend Jerry told him in 1965 that he was a new bass player for the Warlocks, and that was Jerry's band before the Grateful Dead. And Lesh said, quote unquote, why not? He's survived by his wife, Jill, and their 2 sons, Graham and Brian.
I mean, I saw the tributes pouring in all weekend long. I definitely listened to the Dead all weekend long, but it just so happened that Fish was playing just a weekend stint up in Albany. They opened their show on Friday night with Box of Rain. There's a band that I love called Goose. They ended up doing, Fare Thee Well. Drawing a blank on the name of the actual song. But, and I was watching, I'm like, we're talking about carrying the torch. Like, Goose is the Grateful Dead. Fish is the Grateful Dead. Like,
which is the closest to the Grateful Dead?
I would say right now, Fish is closest to the Grateful Dead. The Grateful Dead was just this all-inviting, all-welcoming. Like, hey, you want to be in the band? All right, you're in the band. You know what I mean? It was that kind of open collaboration, and Fish often got, like, well, they're just a Grateful Dead ripoff, and it's not that. And none of these jam bands are ever ripoffs of what Phil and Jerry and Bob and all those guys created. It is just, it's always been an homage.
What do you think, Preston? In the subsect of the bass players, it's funny when you hear him talk about. I've noticed that there is a unique camaraderie.
Amongst bass
do you know
players?
What I'm saying?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
most
mean,
definitely.
and of course, drum players are going to have that, but there's something I think a little different about. Do you think because they're kind of the unsung?
Yeah. They don't get the credit that is so gratefully due.
Right.
The bass is actually one of the most important instruments, especially in a live setting. Without that bottom end, it is thin. It is empty. The bass player brings that presence to a live sound without question. Geddy Lee did a documentary series called Are Bass Players Real People
That's
Too?
right. Yes.
And it's excellent. He talks to all kinds of different bass players of different levels and styles. And yes, there is a tremendous, I think, amount of mutual respect amongst bass players. So, Phil certainly left his mark. So he will be sorely missed in the world of music. So.
Life and legacy will live on in music.
Yeah. All right, so some other stories. The Black Keys have teamed up with Alice Cooper for a new song called Stay in Your Grave. The track is part of the band's upcoming release, Ohio Players Trophy Edition. That release is a special version of the latest album, and it will include previously unreleased tracks like Stay in Your Grave and the recent single Mi Tormenta. The updated project, Ohio Players Trophy Edition, is due out November 15th. Well, it's hard to argue that this is a fantastic way to celebrate the 30th anniversary of a huge milestone ahead of the release of the 30th anniversary edition box set of the Blue Album. Weezer has released a true hidden treasure. It is the only known band recording of one of their earliest songs, Superman. It is subtitled Garage Practice, and that's exactly what it's from. Longtime friend, collaborator, and band historian Carl Koch says in the liner notes that the band did not roll tape at practice, saying it only happened twice, and they rolled on this. And I have the audio of it. It's pretty cool. It's only like 2 minutes long. We don't have to listen to the whole thing, but you can hear them clearly tinkering around with no real professional recording equipment, and this is it. Near the hiss from the audio recording.
Where's it going?
I wonder how well they could clean that up if they really wanted to.
Which they could do a good job.
Equipment, yeah, it's pretty cool. So you will get that on the 30th anniversary edition box set of the Blue Album.
Place yourself in that position. Like I'm sure you, as a young, when you're a young band.
Yeah.
I mean, so here, this became Weezer.
Yeah.
Would you go in and go, oh, you guys got it? You know, like you don't.
You can't tell.
You can't tell.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw a video of Green Day playing Lunch at their high school.
Yeah.
And same three guys.
Yeah.
I think Trey Cool was in the original version. I'm not sure. But anyhow, and you're watching these three guys, and they're outside in California at lunch at high school. They're playing. I'm like, I guess. Yeah. Sure. But I mean, if you were just walking by seeing these three high school students playing that, going, wow,
I was here.
That was here.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Remember where you were.
Yeah, but it's cool to hear the old stuff like that. One last story. Having a top 10 movie and a number one soundtrack this year might not have been enough for Papa. Various venues in North America started making cryptic posts on social media yesterday addressed to the Ghost loyal disciples, saying that a message from the clergy would be coming this morning at 10 a.m. The cities represented as of last night were St. Paul, Minnesota, Detroit, Cleveland, Louisville, Kansas City, Baltimore, Atlanta, and Mexico City. Considering the posts were all made by the official accounts of arenas and other concert-suitable venues, fans really hope their hopes up for a schedule for Ghost to drop sometime today. And it looks like, Nick, did that just come up?
Sure did.
All right. So it's happening. Ghost World Tour, the Wells Fargo Center. Saturday, July 19th.
I'd like to see you all there.
Tickets will go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m., by the way. So there you go. That's our music news for you this morning. Let us take one last break before we return and get Pierre Robert in here and find out what he's got up, and also a letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. We'll come back with it, so stay with us, please.
Preston and Steve.
Or is that just natural?
That hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
I don't think that about the new stuff. It's funny. I'm hearing so many little things when there's still the chance to change it. I'm hearing this and that and this and I don't know and maybe this and one more of this and we need more backer vocals and all that. But then once it's done, finally stepping away, I'm like, I don't even remember all the details I was honing in on anymore. It just sounds great.
Yeah, you know what, and that's why I would be a lousy producer or anything in that position, because you constantly want to be changing and tweaking and doing this and that. You had Nick Raskuletis as your producer, one of the best rock guy that there is to it. And,
yes.
And does he tell me about your working with him and what that experience is like?
He's the best. He's incredible. And that's part of what makes that happen. He's very much in on the details like I am. We work really well together. We don't always have the exact same idea. It's good to have somebody who has different ideas and goes, hey, maybe you should try this one other thing. But really, it's so good to have somebody that you really trust who can say, when you're like, what's better, A or B? Like right. This take or that one, or like for me to go up here or go down here. Somebody who's just like a good sounding board of like, dude, it sounds great when you do it, when you go up. Let's go for that.
You got to have that. All right. I also wanted to ask, Steve had mentioned the fact that there's a lot of there's a lot of message you're getting across with this music. There's a lot of things happening. You mentioned a lot of tragedy. There's some good things too, but I wanted to ask you on a personal note. When I will sometimes listen to songs for years and have no idea what the artist was the message that they were trying to get through in this song. Now, I may love the melody and the harmonies and the rhythm and all that stuff, and I like the song, but don't really know what it's about.
Sure.
How do you feel about that? When you've poured emotion, you've written these lyrics, you're getting across a very specific theme that you want, and people don't get it. Is that okay?
It's totally okay.
Okay.
Honestly, I write in a way that is very cathartic for me. And in some of these songs, I hear what I'm saying, and I'm like, there's no way anybody can hear this other than exactly what I mean. But there is. And something that's really beautiful about art and music is when people can take it and apply it to their own life, for their own particular personal experience, what they're going through, and let it be that for them. I think that's a beautiful thing. And it's funny because I want to break down and explain as much as I can about our lyrics, but there's another part of me that doesn't, because it's sort of better when you see what it turns into for somebody else. It's kind of more powerful that way. I've had songs that totally moved me, and I didn't know that they were about something for many, many years. I was like, oh, that's what that was about?
Yeah.
But therein lies the beauty of the subjective nature of music. But there's something, and I wonder if you agree with this, and I think it might in some way speak to why vinyl has become more popular again. Having album cover art and having an artist, I used to use, when I would listen to music and listen to an album, an actual record, I would look at the art, and a lot of times you had additional messages being conveyed through that.
Yes.
Is that something you remember fondly? And yeah, that's a cool thing, right? We don't have that anymore, really. Yeah.
That's always. Yeah, we do. I do that.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah.
Because I feel like that's what's so cool is you can have there are so many different ways to express yourself, and to make an image kind of have a deeper impact. That's why music videos are so cool, dude. We actually just filmed our Better Without You video. It's going to be so cool. In Minneapolis, actually, we road tripped it. I drove 13 hours in a car with Troy and my girl Beth.
Wow.
It was really fun. Got cheese curds and everything. Anyway. when you can take, something and go, okay, here's a visual also that sort of feels like the world that this is living in. I don't know. That is a huge part of it, whether it's album artwork or whatever.
Yeah.
And we do that. We almost always have some sort of like animal or insect or something that's like our secret spirit animal that goes with the music for each era. This one's a nautilus. And to me, that spiral shape has always been like some kind of a symbol of like eternity, like it keeps going until you can't see it anymore. And It makes me think about the future and the past and the soul and like the depths of things. So it just fits. And it's like, it doesn't have to be that anybody really knows that explanation, but it feels that way to me. So maybe it'll feel like that to somebody else on a subconscious level.
Cool.
Amy Lee, I was actually having a discussion over the weekend, and your name was brought up as well as Taylor Momsen, Lizzie Hale, and Dorothy. And it was because we were watching the pregame for the NCAA Final Four, and they had a giant Miley Cyrus concert. Now, so I don't want to knock Miley Cyrus at all, but she was, for the masses, the female representation of rock music. And I was, and I listened to her album, and I like it.
He likes her a lot.
And I do. And so that's why I'm saying I'm not knocking Miley, but I was like, I was a little bit perplexed on why they're having her represent rock and roll when she is not classically known as a rock artist. And I thought, man, Amy Lee would have been perfect for this. Lizzie Hale would have been perfect. Taylor Momsen, Dorothy. Yeah. There had so many, other, I thought, better representations of rock music. And I wasn't sure what your thoughts were on her being a rock act now. And I'm not asking you to knock anything either.
Yeah, and again, without knocking her with you, I'm with you on that. I feel like it has to do with the people in place that are putting those kind of productions together. They need to hire you guys. They need if there's a place where rock music is going to be represented. There's so much rock music with millions of fans. Like, rock is no way dead. Like, it is full alive. But we need people in the positions of power and placement to recognize and tap into that rock world instead of always trying to make it, well, what'll just get the most people, that have heard this name before or whatever to care about it. That just feels a little bit like a
manufactured,
a business move, a corporate move.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it.
Get the numbers.
Right.
That's always frustrating. It's cool to be the underdog, but at the same time, it's like, well, rock is real. There are people out there that like it. Give it a chance for sure.
Yeah, but my wife did bring up the point that she is, she's a different name out there, and so maybe she is going to be that entree, right? Maybe somebody's going to watch her, listen to her, and go, well, hang on a second, I like this style of music. And maybe somebody...
Take a deeper dive.
Maybe somebody who wouldn't have known about Evanescence is now all of a sudden introduced as a result of that. I was like, okay, well, that's a healthy perspective, I guess.
Yeah, totally.
And Casey brought up all the great female rockers that are out there now, and I always kind of think of you as you, for me and for us, I think here represented the turn where we were like, we had obviously legendary voices in rock, but you represented this next wave that I think is still going on. You were the flashpoint, I think, and it seems like your contemporaries, and I've read interviews with all of them where they cite you as that step-off point. That has to come with a bit of pride.
That's really cool. It's so much cooler doing all of this now, later on in life, with the experience and the respect that comes along with, just doing it for a long time and surviving so much. Yeah. I would way rather be where I am now than what it felt like when we were starting out.
Yes. Yeah.
It's badass. It's incredible. There are so many people that came before me, that have influenced me. So many rad women. It's not like I'm like this one pillar of rock. There have been women in rock from the beginning.
Yeah, but you had a style which I kind of see as almost like dominatrix-esque. And let me explain. Because they incorporate pleasure and pain. Yeah. And so breaking the habits. 10:41, the Preston and Steve show. Beautiful day today. Again, another beautiful day in Zamunda. Sunshine, high of 64 degrees, so nice and comfortable. Getting warmer tomorrow, high near 70. Wednesday, 77, and then Thursday, On Halloween, we top out for the high at 81 degrees.
Fantastic.
And then Friday's like 75. The first time I've seen a little icon showing a little rain droplet.
Yeah.
On Friday, it says AM showers.
And the air is crisp. It just has that clean sort of fall feel to it, you know?
Yeah, they said like late night, like after trick-or-treating into Friday morning, we might see a little bit of rain.
A little bit of rain. Okay.
And I think we hit a record today with most days without rain. And I believe it's either 29 or 30 days.
Driest month in Philadelphia history.
Is that the
history of the
record?
city,
Okay.
yeah.
Yep, in recorded meteorological history. This has been the driest of them all. Wow. So, all right, well, anyhow, I would like to thank first and foremost our representative, our ambassador to the portal, Jacky Bam Bam.
Yeah! He was terrific.
He's on vacation. And he went out this morning, and we had asked if he would go to the portal, the art, institution, this video wall thing that has linked us up with some other cities. And he went and he dressed in full Mummers Regalia, pink, for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And we indeed made a connection. We had a couple of calls from people in Dublin who saw Jacky holding up the sign, and we chatted with him. It was great. It was pretty cool as it was all happening live in front of the portal. So thank you, Jacky. And then thank you to director Tommy Avallone.
Hey!
And he and Nick Murphy were here to talk about this film that Tommy is the director for, and Nick Murphy handled some of the graphics of the movie. It's called The House From, and it's about famous locations in real life, movies that were filmed or TV shows that were filmed with these homes that people go and visit and take pictures in front of. What's the story behind that house? Who owns it? What do they think about it? Why do people come here? Pretty cool concept.
I love it.
And it's getting great feedback. In fact, it won at Kevin Smith's Smodcast Film Festival this past weekend. It won Best Documentary. And it's available video on demand. You can purchase it. He said it's $9.99 and it's in the top 30. And he's from Jersey. He's local to our area and would like to get it, maybe in the top 10.
I'm going to buy my copy. Even though I have a DVD, I'm going to buy a copy.
Excellent. So thank you, Tommy, for coming by. And we'll see if more projects pop up in the near future for him. Pierre is here. How you doing, man?
When I was in, fine, thank you. When I was in L.A. one time, some friends took me by the house, the mansion that was the exterior for the Beverly Hillbillies.
Oh, that was a stop on the star, the map of the Stars homes. I remember I saw it like, oh my God, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
I think they did. I don't think they did one shot inside the house, because even when they drive up, that was a set when they would be driving up to the front door. But that shot from the outside in the opening sequence.
Iconic. Yeah.
Cool.
Nice. They didn't, when you lived in San Francisco, there weren't any famous locations there?
There were a lot of famous locations, but I don't recall them from TV
movies?
shows. Although I did go back one time after the Real World San Francisco, and I went to that house.
That was on what, Lombard? Is that what that is? That really
Lombard is the windy street.
That's what they lived on. They lived on the windy street.
Oh, but Lombard isn't exclusively windy. Other parts of it are more normal. I can't remember where the house was, but I went by and it was open, and some guy was working. I said, "Can I come in?" And he let me walk through it.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah,
wow.
Because I really had liked that Real World in San Francisco. So,
yeah, they always had them in pretty cool places. All right, we need to get a letter from you if that's cool.
Yes, please.
All right, let's do that.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
F as in future.
All right, and we have one letter so far. It's going to be 5 total, and we will give away on Friday a 5-pack of float and sauna sessions from Halcyon Floats. You can stress can be scary, but you can relax with a float session from Halcyon Floats, Philadelphia's premier float center. Relax, recover, reset. HalcyonFloats.com. So what's in store for today?
Well, we've got quite a day. We're starting our full-fledged campaign for Pierre's polling place. So each day this week, we'll do a block of combined block of different artists that will be in the running. So it's never going to be just one artist all week long because we have so many bands. We're going to combine songs. We'll definitely get some Bruce in there because he's in town later this evening, but he's also one of the categories. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to do that. You can go to WMMR.com/Pierre and vote for what you think are your favorite songs, your favorite shows of the summer. And we're going to just track it all week long. I've got a block of U2, and as you would expect, I have a block of Grateful Dead to honor Phil and portions of our conversation with him when he was here at this building a couple of years back. So we'll do that. And I have Tommy Conwell tickets to give away for his November appearance in Ardmore.
Nice. Excellent. All right. Well, thank you, Pierre. I want to thank our sponsors, of course. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin', also brought to you by Acme Market's official supermarket of the Philadelphia Eagles, and by Worldwide Stereo. Shop their Better Than Black Friday 3-day holiday savings event, November 8th through the 10th. On tomorrow's program, David Cross.
Yes.
Will be joining us via Zoom. That should be pretty cool. And Brad Inglesby is going to be in our studio, too. So we got a few cool things taking place tomorrow. Make sure you join us. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve on